and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. A witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones to assist Hansard record proceedings. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have a right to request to be heard in private session. It's important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. And such a request may, of course, be also made at any other time. I remind witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer either to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of officers to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Copies are available from the Secretariat. A few housekeeping things. Please switch off or turn to silent your mobile phones. And I have with me today the Deputy Chair, Senator Sinodinos, and committee members, Senator Conroy and Senator McEwen. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the witnesses appearing today for their cooperation with this inquiry, and I'd like to welcome our first witness, Deputy Secretary Mr Ian Robinson, and colleagues from the Department of Communications. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear, and then I will invite you to make a formal opening statement. Mr Robinson.
Thank you. My name's Ian Robinson. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Communications. I don't have an opening statement, but I'd just like to convey the apologies of Drew Clark, who's our Secretary. He had a prior commitment, interstate commitment, so he wasn't able to be here today.
Thanks very much, Mr Robinson. Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Now, what role does the department have in reviewing the corporate plan?
Senator, we have the same role as we've conducted in previous years. So the Department of Finance and ourselves, as the departments of the shareholder ministers, will be reviewing the corporate plan and providing advice to the government.
So there was a corporate plan released back in November, December?
Yes, Senator.
So you've reviewed that?
Yes, Senator.
And what does that review involve?
We and Finance, and I think this has been, discussed at previous committees, but last year we did take a slightly revised approach to conducting our role. We and the Department of Finance, with some external advisors, conducted a review and provided that to the government, and it was considered by the Cabinet.
So you've kicked the tyres, you've looked at the assumptions, you understand them. So if I've got a question about it, you're well placed. You've worked on it.
Well, yes, Senator. The review of last year's corporate plan was now in the order of 6 months ago, or perhaps a bit less. But
well, it was released in November, I think. So
it was the period end of May till its consideration by the government.
Well, you should be very familiar with it if you had it in your hands for 6 months. And nearly a year since you first received it.
We spent a bit of time on it, Senator. I'm just pointing out it was a few months ago.
Good. Well, hopefully I won't tax your memory too much. Now, I want to talk about the previous corporate plan. Could you confirm to me the time frame for NBNCo's financial model in NBNCo's 2011-14, 2012-15 and 2013-16 corporate plans?
Could you just repeat the question, please?
Could you confirm to me the time frame for NBNCo's financial model in the 2011, 2012 and 2013 corporate plan?
I think
Over what time frame was?
I think I'd have to have taken on notice, Senator, that the early years of that I wasn't personally involved in. I should take it on notice, but I believe it was over about 20 years.
Try 30. 2010 to 2040, just to save you having to waste anyone's time in the department. And the assumption of technologies at 2040 in those corporate plans was well known?
The plans made assumptions, yes, Senator.
Yeah, but the technology was 93% fibre.
Yes.
7% was fixed wireless and satellite.
Yes.
And what time frame is used for the financial model in NBNCo's 2014 to 17 corporate plan?
I believe it was the same time frame.
So over to 40.
I believe so, Senator.
Okay. And what is the assumption of technologies in NBNCo's 2014 to 17 corporate plan as of 2040?
My recollection, Senator, is that it was based on the strategic review assessments.
Review, yeah.
So the strategic review did come to some conclusions about what the percentages of rollout of the different technology types would be, but noting that that could be subject to change as the company goes through its rollout process.
Okay, I think that's correct. I think from my recollection of seeing it as well. I think that's what Dr. Ergas also said when he prepared his cost-benefit analysis. It was based on the strategic review and its assumptions of what technology mixes there were out of that strategic review.
Yes, I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, so just confirming that the GBE guidelines state at paragraph 3.3, you familiar with them?
I'm aware of the guidelines.
3.3, that corporate plans from Commonwealth companies, quote, must cover a period of at least 3 years.
Yes.
And NBNCo's 2014 to 17 corporate plan provides for forecasts until June 2015, but not for 16 or 17.
Well, yes, Senator. Can I make the distinction, Senator, that the public corporate plan that was released has those dates you mentioned in it, but the model that was used in terms of the whole modelling was a much longer period.
Longer than 2040?
No, it was longer than just the next year or two. Which
The strategic plan is out to 2040.
Yes.
No, accepting that completely.
Yes.
But what I'm asking is the corporate plan that was released 2014 only provides forecasts till June 2015. It doesn't have any forecasts.
Yes, Senator.
2016 and 17.
Yep.
And we agreed that the GBE guidelines 3.3 states that they must cover a period of at least 3 years.
I think the guidelines refer to the material that should be provided to the government, Senator, and there was a longer period of forecast provided to the government. Okay,
so you're saying to me that the government were provided with estimates for 2016 and 17, but in the corporate plan that was released it says it's too fraught to provide those estimates.
Well, the government was provided with, and the departments were provided with models with forecasts in them, etc., out to the period 2040. And the corporate plan that was released, for the reasons I think we indicated in the corporate plan at the time, just had a shorter period.
No, you're confusing my question. That's why I'm trying to be very slow and methodical here. I accept your point that the corporate plan is based on a longer modelling, but, and I'm sure it'll appear shortly in front of me, the existing 2014 corporate plan does not provide a forecast in the years 2016 and 17. I mean, have you got a copy there?
I don't. One of my
could someone get it to the table and read to us what is in the column marked 2016 and 17?
We're just getting that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to wait.
I mean, it's a matter of.
It's a
public
race.
record.
I know it's a matter of the public record, but just so that you're not confused with what I'm asking questions about, and I don't get confused with your answers, we need to be absolutely on the same page, figuratively and literally.
Did you have a particular table or forecast?
Well, this is any forecast. There are no forecasts in any table, to my recollection, but I'm just asking you to find the footnote where they explain why they have not provided publicly any forecasts.
I have to check the document, Senator, but I think as was said at the
Mr Mason's
time,
here, and we both know Mr Mason is absolutely forensic in these things. I'm sure he can help you.
Mr Mason actually doesn't look after the corporate plan, Senator, but
I'm sure he's glanced at it once and has memorised it.
As has been discussed in these forums before by the company and I think by ourselves, last year's corporate plan, and as I believe as was said at the time of release, was seen as a transitional corporate plan because the company is moving between the models, of the previous models to the multi-technology model. Considerable work had to happen in the last year, including the renegotiation of the agreements with Telstra and Optus. Because of those issues, the forecasts that were published in the corporate plan were of a shorter duration.
Okay, so I'm just looking at page 25, where we have operational metrics. And
this is page 25 of the corporate plan?
Yes, corporate plan 2014. And it says 2012 actual, 2013 actual, 2014 actual, 2015 estimates. And then there's note, the exhibit above and the discussion below may include estimates and projections. Please refer to the NBN Co's legal notice on page 4 of the 2014-17 corporate plan for information about estimates and projections. So could we go to page 4 of the legal notice?
I've got
Thank you. So could you read out why there is no information provided in 2016 and 17? What is the reason stated in... I'm just following the note.
I'm not sure there is anything in the legal notice.
Tell me. I'm sorry, I'm just reading the...
It's a legal notice, but as discussed at the time, and including in this forum and others, it was a transitional plan, and so...
But I'm just trying to understand. Have you got in front of you forecasts or estimates in the unredacted version? I'm assuming that's what you must be referring to. I'm assuming that you're referring to the redacted version of 2014-15. But in the legal notice, it says, forecasts. The corporate plan has been prepared for the consideration of the shareholder ministers only and contains various long-range plans, projections, high-level estimates and other forward-looking information for 2015 only, together with 2015 estimates. The estimates are based on NBN Co's best considered professional assessment of present economic and ongoing circumstances. While the 15 estimates are based on NBN Co's best considered professional assessment, NBN Co's officers do not give any guarantee they will actually occur, and it says, other than required by NBN Co's reporting, NBN Co and its officers have no obligation to update the 2015 estimates or the 2016-17 assumptions. So what I'm trying to understand is what's been said on the public record about why NBN Co haven't provided their forecasts in 2016-17. You must know that.
Well, I've just actually found it, Senator, on page 6 of the document, and it's a long section, but it refers to a series of actions that the company needs to make during the course of the year, and I mentioned the renegotiation of the agreements, etc. But it then reads, given the above levels of uncertainty, the 14-17 corporate plan, which covers the period 1 July 2014 to June 2017, should be viewed as a transition plan. Further progress on the implementation of the new strategic direction will help inform NBNCo's operational targets, projections and financial projections. Until then, the fiscal...
Let's just sum that up as uncertainty. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to understand from your earlier answer is whether or not the NBNCo provided the government with numbers in 16 and 17.
They did, Senator, yes.
So they provided the government with a set of forecasts, but when they provide it to the public, this committee, they say they're too uncertain to make any forecasts.
Well, that's right, Senator, but that's because
I'm trying to understand whether or not they've complied with the GBE guidelines, which state unambiguously that they have to present a 3-year plan.
And they did, Senator. That's the GBE guidelines refer to material being provided to the government for consideration of the corporate plan. They met those requirements. The guidelines, in fact, don't require the corporate plan to be released publicly at all. But as has been the case for a couple of years, since the start of the company, corporate plans have been released. The one released last year was a transitional plan for the reasons outlined.
Thank you. So you're saying to me that the NBNCo are compliant with the GBE guidelines. They have provided to the government forecasts. They're just not publishing them and saying they're too uncertain.
That's what their corporate plan said. Yes.
No, but I'm asking you whether they've complied.
That's correct.
Have they complied with the law by providing a 3-year corporate plan?
I believe so, Senator. They provided a financial model that went beyond 3 years.
But you have them?
We have it, yes.
Yeah. Now, does the department stand by the headline financial indicators for the MTM set out in that plan? You've reviewed them, you're comfortable with them? This is $29.5 billion in government equity?
We provided advice to the government at the time, and that advice is confidential, Senator. But it's I think if
you've done the review, you've kicked the tyres, you've hired somebody into the department who helped create it originally.
Yep.
But bottom line is the department stand by the peak government equity of $29.5 billion.
Yes, Senator.
You've ticked off on that when.
Yes, Senator. And that was in the context of last year's corporate plan, is what you're asking about.
That's what I'm asking you about. I'm not asking about a future corporate plan. I'm asking about last year's corporate plan. You've ticked off. Last year's corporate plan, completion date of 2020.
Yes.
CapEx, $30 billion.
Based on the information we were provided, yes, Senator. But again, I just point out the corporate plan is always a document that will be continually reviewed and amended.
I'm just asking you to stand by the numbers you've ticked off on publicly.
We reviewed the document last year, as is our role, and provided advice to the government. You asked about whether
I'm asking about a historic thing. I'm asking whether you stand by these numbers. You've ticked them off. You've reviewed them. You haven't questioned them. If you have questioned them, I'm asking you to provide testimony that you have questioned them. I don't think you have, but I'm asking you whether or not that's the case. You stand by them.
Yeah, well, I'm not in a position, Senator, to provide the advice we've provided to the government on it. But you asked us whether we reviewed it, and whether you're essentially asking whether we were okay with the assumptions and the forecasts provided in last year's corporate plan. I'm not asking you
what advice you gave to the government. I'm asking you, do you accept these numbers after you reviewed them? The peak funding, $42 billion, CapEx 30, completion date 2020, and $29 billion of government equity. I'm asking you to confirm what you reviewed, not asking you what you told the government.
Well, I think I've answered.
They might actually be the same thing, but I'm not asking you what advice you gave to government. I'm asking you, did your review conclude these were correct numbers?
Senator Conroy, these are the numbers in the final plan, corporate plan. Is that right? Is that what you're asking? These were the numbers.
I'm asking them to confirm that they accept these numbers are accurate.
But these are the numbers published in the corporate plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, we provided advice to the government, Senator. We were satisfied that the work the company had done in preparing its corporate plan last year was good, well-based work, and we were satisfied that it was okay for public release and a basis for the company to go forward.
Okay, so I'm just confused because they're saying their numbers, which you've got, which we don't have, are so uncertain. This is they're on the public record. They weren't so uncertain that they can't make any public declaration of them, but you've looked at them behind the scenes and you accept them. These are their forward numbers now.
Now, you were asking, Senator, whether we were okay with the corporate plan as was published, and the corporate plan's got a lengthy description of the issues that the company needs to go through in the course of this year, and they are going through it, the issues they need to look at and resolve, and that there's uncertainty about future forward year numbers. That's
no, I'm just asking how you can sign off on a corporate plan that includes numbers that they say are so uncertain publicly.
But there are always uncertainty in a project that this type.
But people put out forecasts regularly, and everyone accepts a forecast is not 100% certain. By definition, it's a forecast, it's not an actual. But there's a difference between numbers that are so rubbery that the company itself says publicly, I don't mean rubbery in a pejorative sense, they're so uncertain we just think it's unhelpful to put them out. But you've reviewed them privately and gone, no, that's okay, the whole corporate plan's fine.
Well, so
that's a very brave thing to do.
You're putting words in my mouth that I don't think I said. I mean, you asked initially whether we'd reviewed the corporate plan and provide advice to the government. We have done that. The corporate plan is, is a public document, and it refers to all the uncertainties that the company is facing.
No, but it says the uncertainties are so bad, we don't think we can put these numbers into the public domain.
It doesn't say that, Senator.
That's exactly what it says. We're not providing these numbers because of all the uncertainty around them. That's exactly what it says.
No,
but you've had a look,
Senator. It says the plan's a transition plan. It says that the company will be reviewing the information as it goes through the course of the year, and it resolves some of the issues or deals with some of the issues that it's managing. It says they're high-level estimates for the period of the next 12 months. It says they are not at that time, and this was last year, they are not in a position to generate longer-term forecasts with a reasonable level of confidence. That's the corporate plan that was released.
Okay. So you say you've got the projections for 16 and 17. Could you table 16, 17 financial and deployment forecasts? You say you've got them, so I'm asking you to table them.
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, but I think this has been asked of the company before, and they have given the answer really about the uncertainty of those numbers, and that they they don't believe it's the right time to table those information.
You've taken it on notice.
Yes, Senator.
In relation to the cost per premises review announced by NBN Co at Senate estimates a few weeks ago, can you please identify each instance where the accounting practice used in this review to calculate the cost per premises departed from the practice used by NBN Co as at April 2013? So there was a document tabled at one of these committees, or it might have been the Joint Parliamentary Committee at the time, by, I think, Mr Quigley. Could you identify to us the changes in the accounting practices?
I think that's a question best directed to the company.
I think it's vital for your understanding of whether the corporate plan works or not.
I know the document they released tried to identify the various differences between past numbers and the numbers they put forward, and
I think you're being very generous to them.
They're coming to the committee later today, and I'm sure they'll be able to address that.
Well, can you please list each line item included in the 24 February 2015 review of cost per premise that was not included in the cost per premises as of April 2013?
I'm not in a position to do that, Senator. The material was prepared by the company. They've produced a document on it, and I know they're available to answer questions about it.
I'm assuming that you've reviewed these documents, Mr Robinson. That is your job, isn't it? You are the head of this section. You are at the head of the person who's reviewed the financials of this company.
Well, I think the company can say how those documents were prepared, but I know they had external people looking at them.
So you don't really review the assumptions of them. You just go, 2 + 2 = 4, tick.
Well, that material was material prepared by the company and released by the company, Senator.
So it didn't come to the department at all?
We probably saw a draft, but I'm not sure we undertook a review comparable to the review we do on the corporate plan. But the company has reviewed it at length. There are some accounting treatment issues in there. I think they've disclosed what they are in the document, and they'll be here later today to available to answer questions about it.
Did the Department of Communications seek advice from Finance in relation to these changes and additional line items? Did you go to the bean counters in Finance and say, hey, what do you reckon? Or you just said, no, tick and flick?
Well, there was no need for us to approve that material, Senator.
That's not what I asked you.
So
I asked
all
you
the
if you
Department
sought
of Finance.
advice. I asked you if you sought advice from Finance in relation to the changes for the draft that you sought.
Well, there was no need for a Senator, and I don't believe we did.
Why do you think there was no need for you to seek advice from Finance?
Because it was a company-produced document which I believe they've had externally reviewed. I believe they've transparently indicated what the differences in numbers are attributable to, and they're available to answer questions about it.
Has the NBN Co provided advice to the department as to when it will provide reliable cost per premise information for the technologies that will make up the now vast majority of the MTN? So they've done a very detailed breakdown. They've given you a copy. Have they done the same for the new technologies?
Well, I think that sort of information, Senator, will be
probably received it.
Probably discussed in the context of the next corporate plan, and we'd expect to be getting a draft corporate plan consistent with the GBE guidelines by the end of May, and we'll be reviewing it in that context. So, we haven't yet got those numbers.
Okay, I was going to say, as you and I both know, you see the corporate plan, the draft, in its preparation. You and I both know that. So I'm asking, have you received advice about cost per premise information for the new technologies? In the information, and I know you've probably already read the first draft of it, so you must have seen what's in there.
Can I just say we have not yet seen a draft corporate plan?
No, I didn't say that.
Your
Don't split hairs with me, Mr Robinson. You and I both know that you see it before it becomes officially called the draft plan to be submitted.
Well, I'd have to take on notice whether we have seen any forecasts of cost per premise for
I'd be shocked if you haven't, given it's March and you're receiving it in about 6 weeks' time, and this information is germane to the corporate plan. I'd be shocked if you hadn't, Mr Robinson. Now, just moving on. Have you seen Mr Penn, the Telstra's CFO? Have you seen his analyst briefing? Have you read a transcript? Did you watch it? Have you seen a tape of it or listened to a tape of it?
I personally haven't seen it.
Anyone else?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Okay. He had the following to say at his, and it's a public broadcast transcript, briefing on the DAs. On the second point around the cash cost of the remediation, we made a budget for what we thought the remediation would be back in 2010. I don't think we disclosed separately what that was or is, so I'm not in a position to share that with you today. But essentially the agreement that we've got, or the deal that we've got, is that we're, as Tony said, I assume that's Tony Warren, but it could be someone else, basically passing over the majority of the remediation obligations and responsibility to NBN Co, so we eliminate all of the risk, the cost that we incur. It's greater than we originally budgeted, and for that, we basically provide them a pro rata of the original budget that we had as a credit, so they sort of simply take that as a credit, because then they have all of the ongoing liability and obligations to do the remediation. But we haven't disclosed those numbers, but I think it's an important projection for us. Sorry, important protection for us. Gives us risk mitigation and financial security in that point. So my understanding from what he said there is that under the revised agreements, Telstra has managed to cap their remediation obligations at 2.2 million lines. Is that correct?
Senator, I think it'd be best if your questions about the agreements between Telstra and the company are directed to the company.
No, I appreciate that they will be getting these questions, don't worry. But what I want to know is that you're kicking the tyres and what you understand is meant by that. You're the man in charge of this section that looks after this, Mr Robinson. I'm seeking to know, because I think there's a significant liability being transferred to the Commonwealth, and I'm seeking to understand that you understand that that has happened as the man in charge of overseeing it. Mm-hmm. So he goes on to say that NBN Co is now taking primary responsibility for remediation in HFC and FTTN areas. Is that your understanding?
Oh, yes, and I note the Telstra announcement at the time of to the stock exchange at the time of the agreements indicated that NBN Co under the revised DAs would be responsible for the remediation of ducts and pits in fibre to the node and HFC regions. There's provision by Telstra of a credit to NBN Co for the transfer of the remediation obligation in the fibre to the node and HFC areas, and that Telstra's remediation obligations within the fibre to the premise regions has been capped.
Yep.
But for details, it really is.
So to you, is that a liability that they've transferred? I mean, Mr. Pennett's certainly saying it's a liability that's transferred. I'm going to investigate the quantum, but I want to understand that the man in charge of overseeing this understands that a liability has transferred, and we'll now try and work out what the actual liability of the Commonwealth has become.
Your questions about these agreements should be directed to NBN Co, but I would note that from what I just read, there's provision of a credit to NBN Co.
That's a small part to do with FTTP, not to do with the rest of it. But as he says, the costs of remediation were exceeded their forecast. He's capped at the forecast, and NBN Co are picking up whatever it costs above their forecast. So there is a known number. They know what it's been costing them. There's a known number. But I'm not chasing that particular number because it's a small part of the liability that has been transferred to NBN Co. So will this remediation involve working in exchanges with pillars and occasionally with pits and ducts? The fibre on demand product, for example?
Your questions about the DAs are best directed to the company, Senator.
So you're unaware of what the liability that's transferred to the Commonwealth is?
No, I didn't say that, Senator, but
I'm asking you.
These are agreements between NBN Co and Telstra.
Yeah, and NBN Co is a GBE, and you're the person in charge of supervising, monitoring, preparing advice to the government, and I just want to know whether you understand the size of the liability that's been transferred.
We in the company looked at all the issues and the implications of the agreements, and of course advice was provided to the government amongst all of that. There were changes to the arrangements about remediation. They've been declared, including the fact that there was a credit payable to, or is payable to NBN Co. The detail of those are best directed to the company because the lead negotiation
I'm hoping you and the Department of Finance have some understanding of the size of the liability that's been transferred to the Commonwealth. I mean, if the answer is you don't know, Mr. Robbins, just say so. I'm assuming you do.
No, it's not that I don't know, Senator. I just think your questions should be best directed to the company. Well, because the company is responsible for these agreements.
You're responsible for giving advice, Mr. Robinson.
Yes,
you must have an understanding of what you're advising on.
And we provided advice to the government.
You've hired somebody to come in.
One at a time, please.
We did provide advice to the government, Senator, and we're happy to answer questions about the Commonwealth agreements, which, of course, direct between the Commonwealth and Telstra and Optus. But these agreements that you're referring to are ones between the company and...
Agreements that transfer significant liabilities to the Commonwealth, I'm sorry, but I would expect an officer of your seniority to have some, line of sight on. I mean, a major asbestos remediation issue has been transferred to the Commonwealth. And I'd like to know whether you understand that and what the value of that is.
So as I said, there's a credit transferred as part of the negotiations.
That's a small part and does not answer my question.
We provided advice to the government about these arrangements. There is a change to the remediation arrangements. It's been declared in the advice that's been given to the stock exchange. The company will be available to answer questions about it.
Yes, and their share price has gone up $1 billion. So I'm trying to understand, when they say we've punted the remediation costs over to the Commonwealth, why their share price goes up on that announcement. Their market cap. So it sounds like a very big increase for just saying, hey, look, we got rid of remediation costs. So I'm trying to understand whether you understand and can quantify. The market's a bit of an inexact science on a daily basis. But I'm trying to understand whether or not you're aware of the size of the liability that's been transferred to the Commonwealth, particularly given the issues that are well documented and you and I both worked on to do with asbestos.
Well, I'm aware of all the issues involved, Senator, and as I said, we provided advice to the government about it, but NBN Co are here later today for a considerable period. I know they're prepared to answer questions on this issue.
I'm pretty much finished. Just one last different set of questions, and again, it may be that you're not able to help. Do you know how many NBN employees are paid more than $500,000? I'm just looking at their annual report, and I'm trying to work out some of the officers who've joined recently in the annual report doesn't give their annualised figure, it only gives a dollar amount they've been paid in the 3 months they've worked for them. So, do you have any idea how many officers are paid more than?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator.
If you could, that would be good. Is the chair paid $450,000? I'm just looking at the annual report. It just seems very high. The previous chair I thought was paid maybe $280, maybe $300 by the time the government changed. So I'm just trying to understand who decided to increase Mr. Switkowski's pay.
I'll take it on notice, Senator. It might be because he was essentially acting chief executive for a period. In fact, I believe it is, and I don't believe there's been any change because it's a remuneration tribunal thing.
No, that's fair. That's right. That would make up the difference, which is fair and reasonable. Do you know what Mr. Morrow's annualised salary is?
We would be aware of it, Senator, because there would have been advice provided about it, but I don't have the number with you. Okay. I know it will be is declared in annual reports, but because there's I understand the issue you're pointing to for the current annual report.
It's one way to avoid people knowing in the short term is just to put in the dollar amount they paid for a few months. So I just wanted to go back to that corporate plan that you've reviewed and provided advice to the government on. Do you stand by the equity funding figure of 29.5? That's it?
That's the government's cap on equity funding. It's in the equity funding agreement, and that's the basis for that corporate plan. It hasn't changed.
Net debt, and it hasn't changed. Net debt funding minus 12. That's what they've got to make to get to the total peak funding of minus 41.
That's the number in the corporate plan, Senator.
So you stand by them, they're correct as of today?
That's the current corporate plan information.
And you stand by them next week and into the future?
But I think I said earlier that, Senator, the numbers will always change. The cost of the project will always change and will until it's completed. So you're not making any, you're not guaranteeing the committee that these will be the numbers in the next corporate report? Well, to be really blunt about it, Senator, the numbers will inevitably change. The next corporate plan will have different numbers in it.
Will the equity funding go up?
In the government policies, it's $29.5 billion. That's what's in our equity funding agreement, and there's been no decision to change it. Is there discussion that it may need to change? I mean, it's a pretty black and white guarantee from day one of this. Well, it is clear government policy.
Is there discussion of it changing with the company?
Well, not that I'm aware of, Senator.
This isn't advice to government. I'm asking, is the company saying to you that it might need to change that number? I mean, this is a budget number that goes into the budget papers. You can't suggest to me that in early March you haven't received any advice yet on the peak equity funding number because finance will certainly have been asking for it to slot into the budget papers.
Yeah.
So this is a budget issue rather than a NBN corporate plan issue. So I'm asking you, have you received advice from the company about any increase in the equity, the 29?
Senator, we're at the early stages of the corporate plan process. I think the company's working on the basis that the $29.5 billion is a capped amount of equity, which is government policy. I'm not aware of any...
I'm asking you whether they've asked for an increase.
Well, I'm not aware of any proposal to increase it.
There's finance. Would they tell you if there was? I know it's a joint operation, and I appreciate you talk with your counterparts at finance.
It's a joint thing.
So if I had Jan Mason...
So I just would say, Senator, we're at the early stages of considering the issues that will be included in the next corporate plan. We actually don't have a draft corporate plan yet, but it's clear government policy that 29.5 is the capped amount of equity.
Clear government policy, lots of things, but it doesn't mean people don't try things on to try and get more money. Even you've done that, Mr Robinson.
This one's a very clear policy.
Well, other ones are unclear?
All
right. I think that's all the questions I've got for Mr Robinson.
Thank you. Senator Sinodinos.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just... These are more basic questions because I'm trying to get up to speed on the NBN, as it were. In terms of the role of the department when you're evaluating and giving advice, obviously the Minister and the government, when you're presented with something like the corporate plan by a very complex entity like this, on what basis do you provide advice? What are you looking to do in that process?
Well, Senator, we along with the Department of Finance, work with the company to try and understand their assumptions and the basis of which they've done the plan. We do get external advice. Last year, our approach to providing advice we've discussed in this committee was a bit different than previously, but we prepared a review of the plan, which I described as a fairly substantial review, which had the input of external advisors on it and pretty much tested the basis of assumptions and forecasts and the plans of the company. It is a substantial bit of work, and we'll have a team, like we did last year, we'll have a team dedicated to it. It is not yet for the next plan, but will be through the period of reviewing it and then providing advice to the government.
And so in testing those assumptions, which, with the benefit of external advice, are you seeking to second-guess the company? What are you seeking to do?
Not second-guess, but test, Senator, and see what the sensitivity tests are. If they're a bit wrong or a lot wrong on items, how does that impact on the various indicators? And we go through that process. I mean, the company itself, and they'll be able to speak to it, put a lot of time and resources into preparing the material. They're completely reviewing all their financial systems and improving the financial systems at present, so they get a better quality of information, and we think we'll have better information as we go through. Last year in the corporate plan, as was read out, they were quite transparent about the uncertainties of forward year forecasts. We agreed with that, but nonetheless, it was the plan they had was a basis for going forward and doing the work that had to be done this year. So we in finance do that and jointly sign off a report to ministers.
You mentioned earlier, and I think Senator Conroy mentioned this issue of this corporate plan being more of a transition plan for the NBN Co. Was that because the model was being changed? Was that the issue?
Yes, Senator. A substantial change of model from fixed deployment of the various technology types to the company having flexibility about deployment models. And so at that point, when the corporate plan was done, they had been through the strategic review process. There was a number of other reviews happening. There's issues like some regulatory change that's was under consideration. And so it's a transition between the the model of fibre to the premises to 93% of homes, and the company having flexibility about deployment. And a lot of work had to happen in the course of this financial year to give them increased certainty, including the renegotiation of the agreements, issues like improving financial systems, the review of regulatory stuff that happened, including the vertical review of regulatory change. Very much a transitional year.
So at the time that this corporate plan was being put together, there were a number of uncertainties about how all these moving parts would come together. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
And so was this a situation where, to make certain assumptions about where things would go and say in concrete, these are the outcomes in terms of revenue and expenditure for particular years, was seen as what, particularly risky in your mind?
I'd describe it just as uncertainty, and there is always, especially when it's a major infrastructure project, which in this case is going to be built over a substantial period, but then operate for a longer period. Capital costs are high up front, revenues come a lot later. There's always uncertainty. The next plan will have much reduced uncertainty from the previous plan, but it will still be a high degree of uncertainty, I would say, and it will start reducing from as we go forward. So our consideration as departments is the company reviewing those with the degree of rigour that they need to do? Are they testing the sensitivities and the risks and etc. Sufficiently for the project to continue as it is? And we provide advice.
So this next corporate plan will have some greater degree of specificity about expected financial outcomes and sort of metrics of progress and the rest?
Yes, Senator. And still, I couldn't answer to what degree yet, because, as I said, we haven't got a draft and the company's still working through it. But that's what we'd expect. And I think the company in their corporate plan last year was quite open about that. And during the year, they've had quarterly reporting, public reporting. I think they produced a 6-monthly actual financial results. They're reporting on rollout weekly.
Yeah.
So information's improving all the time.
So when it came to signing off against this corporate plan according to the GBE guidelines, would it be fair to say that you didn't feel you could sign off on anything too specific because of all the uncertainties raised by the company? Is that right?
We provided advice, Senator, and as to whether it's the corporate plan is a sufficient basis for the company to go into the next stage of its development, and that's what we did, and we believed it was. But it's not to say that there are not big uncertainties about the project, a lot of which there's been clarity and resolution of during the year, but it's inherent in this type of project.
So what's the process for you in maintaining oversight of NBN Co as a GBE? How do you go about it?
We get a range of information from the company, including the public information. And previously there was, as I mentioned, they're producing quarterly public briefings, or including media briefings. We get all of that. We get information on rollout statistics. In the context of providing monthly equity payments, we get information about cash outgoings and etc. We meet regularly with them and constantly keep it under review.
So, excuse me, so do they get a monthly cheque when it comes to the equity payments?
Yes, Senator.
And that's based on them meeting the projected budget for that period, is that right?
Well, it's based on outgoings, and we review, I might say, in that they get essentially a monthly cheque as required up to the equity that's been appropriated. And
so that's prorated, so you've got 12 months equity for this year, they get a certain amount per month, is that right?
No, it's adjusted every month depending on outgoings and... So we are reviewing forecasts, their monthly forecasts and then their actuals, receiving explanations for why they vary. I might say their forecasts are improving. And we generally meet with the company on a range of issues, but general discussion about the reform program that is happening and how they're tracking on it.
All right. Okay. Now, Senator Conroy was asking before about the equity that's provided. In terms of the budget treatment of that, this is off the general government balance sheet, isn't it? Isn't it treated as a commercial entity? Is that right, in the government sector?
It is treated as a commercial entity.
So it doesn't go into the actual budget that we get on budget night, does it?
It's the off-budget terminology is a bit, whilst we all use it, I might say, is not really, perhaps the right way to phrase it, because the equity is definitely it's appropriated, paid by the department, but it's treated as as an investment by the government.
Yep.
And that includes that the net assets in the company are recognised on the administered books of the department. So it is actually on the balance sheet of the wider government sector, but the payments to it are treated as an investment, and therefore they don't go to underlying cash or fiscal balance. No,
they're separate to that. Yeah.
But it is in a sense it is on budget, but it's just how it's treated.
Yeah, no, I understand. And you've said that you treat the 29 whatever it is billion as a cap. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. Yes, Senator. We have an equity funding agreement with the company, and it caps it at 29.5, and as does the statement of expectations between the government and the company. It also indicates 29.5.
And then the amount needed on top in order to meet the overall investment in the NBN is debt funding. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
And how is that arranged? Is it done by NBN on their own behalf or by the Commonwealth on behalf of the company?
Well, the plan is that it will be done by NBN Co. And questions could be asked to the company about that. But in their forecasts, I'd have to check the year.
They haven't raised debt as yet.
They haven't raised debt yet, and I'd have to check what their forecast is in the corporate plan for the first year. It's possibly about 2 years out, I think. But
okay, and that would be raised by them as a GBE with a government guarantee?
Well, it hasn't been considered yet, Senator.
Okay, so they might go to the market on their own merits, even though they're a GBE. Is that right?
They might, yes.
Okay, and the amount of debt funding, is that capped?
No, but the basis is that we're working on is the corporate plan basis. So there's a peak funding requirement, and so the difference really between the peak funding requirement and the equity provided is what the assumption is.
So any fluctuation in the overall cost of the project will be met through the debt component.
That's what we'd expect. Yes.
The swing instrument.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And in advancing money to the company, has the government built in any expected rate of return?
Well, in the longer term forecast for the company, there is returns assumed back to the government, and in assessing the financial case for the project, the government there is an assessment made of the internal rate of return of the project.
Yep.
That's what has always happened with it, and there's the longer term models assume a positive or forecast a positive rate of return over the long term of the project, which is really the basis of which it can be treated as an investment. Yeah,
that's right. And is the ultimate intention to actually sell the entity? Is that right? In whole or in part?
The legislation does provide for its sale, and yes, Senator. So the legislation, I think, essentially requires the project to have been completed and a certification from the government that it's been completed. for there then to be a productivity commission review of the arrangements for, I think, particularly pointing to the regulatory arrangements for a privatised entity, and then for privatisations provided for after that.
And privatisation is envisaged as covering the whole of the enterprise, or is that a judgment at the time?
I believe it's envisaged for the whole enterprise. Yes.
And the enterprise would also include, for example, those elements which go to servicing the more regional and remote areas?
Yes, Senator. Yep.
Okay. Now, did the government at any stage receive advice from you, and I don't want the content of the advice, about the negotiations between NBN Co and Telstra and other carriers, the revised agreements?
Yes, Senator. We provided advice backed by commercial advisors for the Commonwealth as well. So NBN Co had their own external advisors, and we in Finance had advisors for the Commonwealth.
And was the government required to tick off on the final agreements?
Yes, Senator.
In the context of the two ministers being the shareholder ministers on behalf of the government, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, okay. So entering into those agreements, those revised agreements, at the end of the day, was a government-approved decision?
Yes, Senator.
Right, okay. All right, that's all from me. Thanks.
I did just have one final
Senator
question.
Conroy.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to witness the rollout of any part of the FTTN? I understand there's trials going on, but I was wondering if you had any chance to go and have a look at it being done.
I personally haven't, no, Senator.
Because it goes to the issue around asbestos. And there's some that might try and pretend that there's no asbestos issue because we're using the same copper. But if you're familiar with the FTTN process, I think you would find that there's asbestos throughout the network, not just in the pipes. So you have to open up a pit to do a cut-over. There's asbestos in the exchanges. There's a whole variety of work. But the general perception is that, because you're not doing fibre to the home, therefore there's no asbestos. Is anyone in the department familiar? Is there anyone I can talk to who's familiar with the FTTN rollout?
Well, we've seen high-level summaries of some of the outcomes of the FTTN rollout. How it's actually being implemented in terms of, and I think it depends on the model being used, whether it's sort of single dwelling units or multi-dwelling units, etc. How it's actually being deployed, those sort of questions best probably put to the company.
No, I'm asking if you have witnessed that. The company can't tell me if you have witnessed an FTTN rollout. Only you can tell me, Mr. Robinson.
I haven't.
Is anyone in the department?
I personally haven't, Senator. I'll take on notice whether anyone in the department has been out.
Thank you. The reason is it's germane to the question of asbestos and the fact that under the previous government, asbestos remediation was entirely 100% the Telstra's remediations was Telstra's. But now, according to their CFO, according to you, the government has now accepted the ongoing liability of Telstra that was previously Telstra's of asbestos remediation under the terms of this agreement. So I'm just seeking to again understand whether you have a line of sight on what that actually involves, or whether genuinely most people have made this assertion that there's no risk now with asbestos because we've changed the model.
Well, I believe there was an assessment of the implications of the changed model on remediation, etc., and what the costs and risks of that are, and the benefits of it, the reduced remediation, not in all cases, but in some. An agreement's been struck with the broad provisions that I outlined before, and it includes, well, it's a changed arrangement. It includes a payment of a credit to the company recognising those.
I mean, I note Mr Penn's comment about it's cost us more to remediate than we planned. I think common ground on that. Just That's what he said. That's probably because they made such a hash of actually remediating that it led to massive extra costs for them over the asbestos cleanup. So effectively by this cap, Telstra's mismanagement of their asbestos remediation, even the existing cost of it has now been transferred to the Commonwealth, as well as all future costs above the cap. And at this point in time, because you've not opened the pits, I mean you personally, but the pits haven't been opened, no one knows how much more asbestos still will be encountered, even in the FTTP rollout. So yes, there's a credit come across, but what's also come across is a large liability, which is unknown at this point, because even Telstra didn't know they were going to have this blowout in costs due to their mishandling of the asbestos problem. So I'm trying to understand whether you, your department, or officials in your department have a line of sight of what the asbestos remediation cost will be as part of the overall remediation within the network.
Well, I think the question of the balancing or why it's a beneficial arrangement to enter into it as it has been entered into is probably best directed to the company.
No, I'm asking whether you have visibility of it.
We saw assessments of all what the issues were, and including if those assessments of if they varied from what people believe the costs are, and we've seen that material, but I'm just not in a position to be able to answer any detail about it today.
I wasn't asking you details of.
Yeah.
I said I would like to get to it, but given you've actually stonewalled and said, "Oh, look, I've got no idea," it's not possible to go through that to then say, "Well, what is the cost?" So, I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Conroy. Mr. Robinson, thank you for appearing today. We'll call our next. Okay, so we'll suspend for 5 minutes while our next witnesses get settled.
They're on their way, like in the lift or something.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just give them a few minutes. stand. Good morning. Ready to go, Hansard? Yep. Good morning. I welcome the representatives from NBN Co Limited. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Stephen Roux, Chief Financial Officer at NBN Co.
Thank you.
And JB Rousselot, Chief Strategy Officer of NBN Co.
Thank you both for appearing. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senators. Have a document been handed out to you?
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
It's
great.
been circulated.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for the invitation to make some opening remarks this morning. As we've advised, Mr Morrow is unable to be here and he has asked me to represent him today. I'm joined today by my colleague, JB Rousselot, as he said, our Chief Strategy Officer, and I hope we can address all your queries on behalf of the company. If we cannot, we will attempt to get you answers as soon as possible during the day or following these proceedings. I thought it might be helpful to just touch briefly on a few developments since we appeared at the estimates hearing a few weeks ago, and draw in particular on some of the key highlights of our half-year results. I've asked Mr Rousselot to then give you a summary of the Telstra and Optus deals and what this means for the network rollout. I'm sure you'll have questions on these commercial arrangements, but as we have said, the agreements have conditions precedent and we are constrained in what level of detail we can go into at this stage. So on the half-year results and general progress. A few weeks ago we announced our half-yearly results and we were really pleased with the progress we're making, but we realise there are still many challenges ahead as we progress towards connecting at least 8 million homes and businesses across Australia. So in summary, the financial highlights were: total revenue increased from 22 million to 65 million in the 6 months ended 31 December 2014. Fibre services continue to be the biggest contributor at 57% of telecommunication revenue. Fixed line services growth will continue this trend as the network footprint grows. Operating expenses for the same period were up 62 million, driven primarily by increased customer acquisition costs as customers migrate from the Telstra and Optus networks to the NBN. NBN Co received a total of 1.977 billion in equity in the 6 months to 31 December 2014, and with the addition of further recent equity injections, that's for the last 2 months, of 910 million, total government equity funding to date now totals 11.3 billion out of an aggregate government commitment of 29.5 billion. In terms of the rollout statistics, total number of premises activated on the NBN has grown from 322,000 at 31 December to over 364,000 as at the end of February. Apologies, I have a minor fever today, so I'm just sweating a bit. Premises serviceable has grown from 748,552,000 to 833,000 over the same period. This represents a significant acceleration in the delivery of serviceable premises to our ISP partners and reflects the focus that we and our construction partners have in place to deliver outcomes to our customers and their end users. This is reflected in the fact that the percentage of service class 0 premises, that is where there's cable only in the street, in an area declared ready for service has been reduced from over 30% last year to around 16% now. We have also accelerated the programme to cable multi-dwelling units. The rate of build in our fixed wireless network continues to pick up pace, and our satellite programme continues its steady progress in both the build of the 2 satellites and the finalisation of the 10 satellite ground stations across Australia. And this, of course, is complemented by the transit network completion. As we continue to expand the network build using the multi-technology mix, we need to dimension our operating and business support systems, which will continue to place demands on our capital expenditure. Implementation of the new MTM approach is progressing well. Construction is now underway in all 11 build trial locations for our fibre to the node that covers more than 200,000 premises. Fibre to the basement approach is also going well as design and construction is underway for 6,000 apartments across 3 states, with 2,000 of these to have services ready within the next month. And we are also entering contracts with suppliers for the equipment to upgrade the HFC networks. And as we will gain more knowledge from trials on this technology, I am sure the results will show how exciting this technology is. So with that short introduction, I'll now ask Mr. Rousselot to provide you with an update of the Telstra and Optus deals, if you could. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I would firstly like to highlight that while deals have been signed with both Telstra and Optus in mid-December, they're still subject to the satisfaction of a number of conditions precedent, and in particular to certain ACCC and ATO approvals, authorizations, or rulings. There is also a significant amount of information that has been provided to us by Telstra and Optus during the negotiation under strict confidentiality agreements, and I will not be able to be in the position to share this information with this committee at this stage. But I will attempt to provide as much information as possible given these 2 constraints. At a high level, the revised Telstra agreements provide for the following outcomes. Firstly, they provide to NBN the option to use certain parts of the existing copper network or HFC network when NBN decides to do so in order to provide high-speed broadband to Australia in a cost-effective and timely manner. This option unlocks the potential savings and accelerated completion of pursuing a multi-technology mixed model which leverages existing infrastructure rather than systematically overlaying new fibre infrastructure all the way to the home. The deal with Telstra provides the opportunity for NBN Co to acquire HFC and copper assets in an area and allows for technology upgrades in the future, so we have the flexibility to adapt to changes in technology or demand as they arise. The same progressive payment to be made for the transfer of lead-in conduits in the old deal now also includes the transfer of copper and HFC assets that NBN wishes to acquire. The rollout of NBN will continue to happen on a region-by-region basis, and the decision to reuse certain copper or HFC network assets for the purpose of NBN can be made at a small scale and reflecting the characteristic of that area. This provides us with a lot of flexibility in deciding which technology to deploy where. The migration process to NBN will continue to revolve around an 18-month migration window after an area is declared ready for service and offered to RSPs. The actual transfer of ownership of the Telstra assets happen around the time an area is declared ready for service. And from that moment onward, NBN Co assumes operation and maintenance responsibility for the assets that are being transferred. As Telstra's copper and HFC assets are progressively transferred to NBN Co grants Telstra licenses to use those assets, enabling Telstra to maintain continuity of the services that it provides to wholesale and retail customers, and that includes the continued provision of pay TV services over the HFC network. The licenses continue until those services are either migrated to services provided over the NBN or until Telstra otherwise ceases providing those services. The infrastructure ownership and infrastructure lease payments of the old deal have also been simplified. Under the old deal, payments for lead-in conduits, ducts and pits needed to be tracked and audited at the micro level, but minimum use or pay protections guaranteed a certain amount being paid to Telstra. Under the new deal, we have capped the total payment at the minimum guaranteed level of the old deals, thus removing the exposure to NBN Co of having to pay more if we used more assets than the minimum guaranteed. Under FTTN and HFC, we will likely use more leaks than under FTTP, but we will be not paying more than initially envisaged. We have also linked the payment to a progressive count of premises which simplify the administrative costs associated with the old billing mechanism. Both FTTN and HFC significantly reduce the amount of new fiber being rolled out, which greatly reduces the amount of ducts and pits remediation required. As the costs of this remediation were carried by Telstra in the old deal, we have captured the related saving by transferring the significantly reduced responsibility of ducts and pits remediation in HFC and FTTN areas to NBN against a credit from Telstra to NBN over time. NBN has agreed to reimburse Telstra for the cost that Telstra incurs as a result of the move by NBN Co from the FTTP rollout to an MTM rollout. However, a strict governance process has been put in place to ensure that any costs reimbursed under these arrangements are direct, reasonable, incremental, and are able to be substantiated by Telstra. This governance includes NBN's approval of the scope and associated costs before work starts. As outlined above, Telstra will progressively transfer certain copper and HFC networks assets to NBN Co. As a consequence of this, the revised Telstra DAs include new protections for Telstra in relation to the disposal by NBN Co of those assets and in relation to the cessation of rollout between when 75% and 92% of premises in Australia have been passed by NBN. Telstra has represented to its shareholders that they will be kept whole as the estimated NPV which the new deal is expected to deliver is equivalent on a like-to-like basis to the estimated NPV of the original deal. From an NBN Co perspective, however, the deal delivers significant incremental value by unlocking the ability to reuse particular existing assets where economically justified. This will be reflected in the updated corporate plan that the company is in the process of putting together. Let me repeat again that as some of the conditions precedents have not been satisfied, and in particular the ACCC and ATO one, and due to the confidentiality agreements that we have with Telstra and Optus, it's quite possible that we'll have to take some of your questions on notice, but I'll try to limit that at the absolute minimum. Thank you.
So, Chair, before closing and taking questions, on behalf of the whole management team, I believe this may be your last hearing, so we would like to wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Senator Conroy.
At that stage, we're ready to take the questions as best we can.
Thank you. Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Rowe, I just wanted to go back to our last hearing before we move on to the DAs. So I just wanted to review some of the evidence, and hopefully you were going to get some more information for us and come back to us. You said you would be able to for this hearing. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. So I want to start by ensuring that we have a common understanding regarding the way that NBN Co's financials, including its cost estimates, are treated from an accounting perspective.
Sure. Yep.
Would you agree that the purpose of looking at CPP from an internal management perspective, there's no right or wrong measure as long as you're clear on what is included and what is not?
I think what I said in my opening comments of the Senate estimates was what we've been trying to be very clear about is not just measuring the cost, but defining what we mean.
Yeah.
So, yep.
No, so making sure that everyone clearly understands what's in this time versus what was in last time.
Which is why I went through the preamble to try and...
No, I think that's a fair way to describe it. And would you agree that prior to September 2013, NBN Co made it very clear that the definition it chose to use to measure CPP was based on the labour and material costs it was paying to its third-party contractors, referred to as the delivery partners, and that costs such as internal labour and the duct leases were tracked and monitored separately?
Whether it's clear, I'm sorry, I can't comment, but yes.
It's possibly before your time, so I accept that part. Yeah.
I know I keep answering that way, I'm sorry, but
that's
I can't help you.
I don't blame you for having joined the party late.
It's some party, Senator.
Yeah, no, it's certainly according to the remuneration disclosures as a party going on, but that's a sidetrack. Now, just so we're clear, are you aware that every set of NBN Co financial statements from 2009 has been audited by PwC on behalf of the Australian National Audit Office and then reviewed in detail by the Department of Communications and the Department of Finance?
Certainly the financial statements are audited by the ANAO with the assistance of PwC, yes.
Yeah. And then reviewed by the Departments of Communication and Finance as well? You may not have been aware of that. You'll certainly discover that as you go towards your next financial corporate plan.
A corporate plan of finance. Sorry,
annual report.
The annual report.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure what the Department of Communications and Finance do with it. Actually, they certainly receive.
Yeah, no, there were days I thought that too.
They receive a draft before it goes. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. Now, Ernst & Young completed a review of CPP for the board in June, July 2013 before submitting the information to the government. You're aware of that?
No.
And KPMG completed an independent review of costs for the government in 2012 and 2013 and reported repeatedly the costs are reasonable. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Now, in none of these independent reviews did anyone suggest the way in which the duct leases and labour costs were treated was anything but proper. You're aware of that? There was no footnote.
Well, given I wasn't aware of the... No.
No, I think all that's consistent with being on the same page in terms of clearly setting out in the way it was done previously and clearly setting out in the way you've done it now. So I just wanted to clarify so you understood, in case you weren't, which I suspected you weren't, that all of those reviews took place. So I'm not going to start an argument with you that it's unreasonable that you've decided to include capitalised duct lease costs for the purpose of calculating the CPP. If that's how you wish to measure the business, that's your choice. So I'm not planning an argument about that. Maybe another day. But it is correct that it is simply a reclassification of costs that were already quite properly included by NBN elsewhere in their financials. Is that fair?
Well, a couple of comments on that. Firstly, when I set out the paper, both to this committee and actually to the when we talked about our earnings release a few days later, I drew a subtotal and then put the duct lease under. So there was no attempt to show it otherwise.
No, not suggesting.
Is it a reclassification of cost in a layman's term? Yes. In a purist accounting term, as I outlined, it's important to understand that the duct lease cost is a true cost that this company incurs in. I'm not suggesting previous management said otherwise. I'm just saying it's clear. It's a clear cost that this company incurs in building out a network because we do not own those assets, unlike presumably most other companies who are doing this. And therefore, it's an additional cost for us. What I made it clear is...
So it's not an additional cost to NBN, it's a cost that they were accounting for differently.
Well, it's additional cost to the company over and above what most other companies would incur, is what I meant.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
sorry.
Understood. No.
What I made it clear was it's important in my view that the cost per premise represents the capital assets, the capitalised assets that ends up on the balance sheet. So you are referring to internal management reporting. The statutory reporting that was audited by Pricewaterhouse in conjunction with ANAO always treated those assets as an asset, not as an expense.
Yep. So to give you an example, I'm looking at, I'm happy to table this, it's been tabled previously, but I'm looking at a capital expenditure breakdown of total estimated capital costs that was been tabled previously at this and other committees. So to give you an example...
Could I understand what you're referring to? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a report to the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the National Broadband Network, 19th of April 2013. And there's a pie chart. Unfortunately, it's a colour pie chart. I only have a black and white. Yeah, this goes back a couple of years now.
I was just saying if Mr Macaulay had a copy.
Yeah, no, even Mr Macaulay probably wasn't prepared for a question on this one. But to give you an example, in here, FTTP Customer Connect, 9.8 billion. And next to it in the pie chart of capital expenditure is project management and design, 1.2 billion. So when you take that project management design cost and put it into FTTP Customer Connect, that's a reclassification. Just in the way, and I'm not being critical of this, I'm just making the point for clarity that there's an example where there's a reclassification which is clearly identified in previous public documents that's now incorporated in this cost. So the total cost is still the same, they're just classified in two different ways there.
Well,
again,
assuming
not being critical, just saying to give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Well, the total cost wouldn't be the same if the costs were higher, of course.
No. I'm not suggesting movements. I'm just talking about classifications at the moment. The movements issue we'll get to in a second. So the point I was making is they're quite readily classified and properly included publicly and stated publicly.
Sure, I'll take your word.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to table it, but there are copies that are previously available. Now, do you agree that in reclassifying the duct leases, what you've done is move them from one bucket to another?
Well, again,
I'm using a very layman term
I'm
there.
sorry,
when I say
that
one
is a
bucket.
layman's term. Apologies for being a qualified accountant, but which I apologise.
I won't hold that against
you. Which I apologise for a long time.
I promise not to hold it against you.
But in my view, it's more than a reclassification. It's actually the correct treatment, and the correct treatment being that we.
So PwC, KPMG, Ernst & Young. There's no proper accountants in any of those firms that.
Well, the PwC, which you refer to, is the audited financial statements. The audited financial statements show these as assets, not as expenses.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So the others I can't refer to, but the Price Waterhouse work on behalf of the ANAO show these as capital assets. I therefore think it's important to recognise for us, both internally and externally to the wider public, that these are costs that are incurred in the build of the NBN, and it's important to understand that so that we grasp why it is an expensive programme of work. However, the reason why I have shown a subtotal is to make that very clear so as not to confuse, or attempt not to confuse.
Yeah, no, and you were quite clear, as you said, you drew a line and then you put separately, broke it out separately and said, I think this should be classified here.
And just to be further clear, I've done the same in fixed wireless.
Oh yeah, no, we had the comedy laugh about that last time.
Well, okay.
So,
I'm sorry you found it amusing.
I'm easily amused, people would tell you. Now, I presume we're also agreed that both treatments of the duct lease costs, either the way you have chosen to do it or the way that NBN Co previously chose to do it, makes absolutely no difference to the IRR. I think I asked you that last time.
It makes no difference to the IRR, nor does it make a difference to the cash.
No, so no difference to IRR, no difference to cash flow, no difference to peak debt or other key financials, as these items were already accurately captured by previous management, but simply shown in a different place.
Assuming it was accurately captured, yes.
No, I'm not disputing the quantums. We'll get to quantum movements, but just in terms of those IRR, cash flow, peak debt, other key financials, no change.
There's no change.
Okay. Thank you. Now, having clarified that point, I'd now like to turn to the December 2013 strategic review, and Mr. Rousselot had carriage of that. I think we've discussed it previously. And
sorry, Senator, could I just get that?
Yeah, sure. Cool.
I have to keep wiping my brow here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'm not taking it as flattery. I'm taking it as
it's a minor figure.
As you're not 100%.
It's an ailment.
Thank you for turning up despite the fever.
It's Mr. Rousselot's in trouble. That's all.
Yeah. Hopefully you don't give it to him.
We're one team.
If you'd like to move a seat along, Mr. Rousselot, we won't take it. That you're distancing yourself from Mr. Roux in any other sense than you're looking after your own health. Now,
sorry, Senator, you were asking questions.
Yeah. Having clarified that point about no change in all of those metrics, I'd like to now turn to the review. As we heard from Mr Morrow on February the 24th, it is the document NBN Co is using as the basis of its medium and long-term forecasts. I think Mr Morrow said that?
At the moment, yeah. Correct.
At the moment?
Correct.
Is there another document we should be aware of?
No, not at all. Just it's
cool.
Through the evolution of a company, things will move on, that's all.
Sure. Now, on page 13 of the strategic review, and I quote, internationally, the cost of rolling out a new FTTP network in countries most comparable to Australia ranges from 1,100 to 1,300 per premise. Mr Russo, I assume you're very familiar with this document, so could you're familiar with this page, Mr Russo?
Yes, I am.
Can you confirm for us whether this figure includes a capitalised duct lease component?
I do not know the answer to that question, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice. I would, however, say that from an international comparison perspective, it will be hard to find a situation similar to ours.
Oh, no, we're not the incumbent. Everyone else who's done it is an incumbent.
So I'd have to look into it to be able to answer your question.
I would say the answer is likely to be no.
And do you think they have put the cost of the backbone network, the cost of building the ducts, into that 1,100, 1,300?
Yeah, well, having not having been part of writing this, given I wasn't NBN at the time, it is very hard to find a similar example where that work would need to be done. It would typically be done by an incumbent who would already have those assets.
No, I'm roughly accepting your point that I presume they didn't lease the ducts from themselves.
Yes, I don't think it includes an internal...
But the capitalised cost of building those ducts, which would be the equivalent to a leasing for another person.
It wouldn't include the internal financing leasing of those ducts, no. In other words, charging itself.
Yeah. But in terms of the capital cost of building those ducts or putting the previous copper in the ground...
That would have been done for previous purposes. But in our case...
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been... The point I'm making is I'm just asking if the 1,100 to 1,300 that Mr Rousselot put in his report...
I don't believe
would have included a capitalised figure of the build of the ducts.
I don't believe it would, and that's actually why I actually think it's important that we define our cost per premise the way we do, to recognise the fact that we do have to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make sure that Mr Rousselot's report, your new configuration, are comparing apples with apples, and that's all I'm trying to establish, whether or not the figure that Mr Rousselot and the company published as its comparison point would have included those things. I think you're right. I think
it would be more
wouldn't have.
It would be comparable to the subtotal before leases, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. No, thank you. Now, could I take you to page 85, section 3.3? Where it says, a radically redesigned FTTP deployment, labelled Scenario 2, is estimated to cost, I think there's a blank there, Brownfield's premises passed, representing a saving of blank per premise passed relative to the revised outlook, labelled Scenario 1, FTTP. Is that, I haven't misrepresented that?
That's the same in my document, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr Rousselot, these numbers are the most important numbers pertaining to Scenario 2, which, as we know, is the scenario where FTTP rollout is continued for the entire fixed line footprint and a set of sensible cost reductions are applied.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared to tell us what these redacted numbers were? Surely there's no longer any commercial sensitivity that you're worried about? You're not doing it.
No, there is still some commercial sensitivity. We're still doing FTTP rollout, as you know. Most of FY15 continues to be doing FTTP-only rollout, and they'll be continuing FTTP rollout throughout FY16 and until the network is completed.
Yeah, but you've just released detailed CPP data for the FTTP brownfields, greenfields and wireless builds,
mm-hmm.
Which you're last time I checked, rolling out. So you seem to be prepared to release...
Those are historical numbers.
But you're not doing any future builds. You've got contracts in place for your existing builds. So you've been prepared to put out historical. Could I put you that the costs that you're now describing are historical because you've already negotiated them? And it just makes no sense to me why you don't want to put those numbers out.
As I said,
I don't think they're particularly exciting, but I don't know why you don't want to put them out.
Because we're continuing to roll out FTTP. And
Have you any more contracts to negotiate?
I'm sure that we continue to award contracts. We don't award contracts until the end of the rollout, and FTTP rollout will continue until the end of the entire network rollout.
No, I appreciate greenfields will continue, but brownfields has been made very clear by Mr. Morrow. I don't think you were here when this happened, but you're not doing any more brownfields rollouts, except in exceptional circumstances where you find the copper might be so degraded or whatever. But in terms of...
No, that's not true.
You've actually stopped... please, correct me. I'm happy if you correct me. You're not actually putting out any more... I'm not sure what you call them now, design plans to contractors. You've got a fixed number. You know what your fixed number that you've issued is, and except in extreme circumstances, you're not doing any more. So this is not like you've got 5 years worth of ongoing contracts you're trying to negotiate. You're only rolling out the bulk of, you're rolling out a fixed number of what I call FSAMs, what you probably call something else now. You know what they are, you signed the contracts for them. So they're now historical they're historical data. So I'm perplexed why you're not prepared to release data for a rollout that won't ever happen.
I think Mr. Morrow is referring to the designs. We still, those FSAMs, which we do still call them FSAMs, are continue to be, will be constructed over the next period of time.
But you've signed 2-year contracts or 3-year contracts?
There are ongoing negotiations, Senator, that continue for construction and build.
So when you have been able to put a dollar figure into these premise numbers that you've...
Into the cost per premise?
Yeah, the cost per premise.
Yep.
You're saying you haven't got final contracts?
Their premises currently in construction. There will continue to be premises constructed over the next 18 months.
You haven't signed historical contracts backwards. You've signed contracts that go forward for a couple of years. What's the length of your contracts that you've already signed?
I suggest that that's a question that we'll direct to Mr. Adcock. There are contracts that he has signed that are long-term, but have price
the CFO
revision.
must know how long your construction contracts are for that you've already signed.
They vary, Senator. I'd have to... let us try and get that answer for you.
Previously, they were 2-year contracts with options to roll over.
Let me
Play. I'm sure, as you said, you'll be able to find out.
Mr. Macaulay's
my point being, are you suggesting there's some part of the fibre to the premise contract, the fibre to the premise build that remains, extends beyond your current contracts? I'd be bemused because Mr. Morrow said we've stopped issuing.
That he's talking design
contract
work.
Instructions, like you're not issuing anymore.
Let us get the answer to your question rather than us.
Yeah, but my point being is that I'm assuming that your remaining FTTP rollout I'd be shocked if it wasn't 90%. I accept there could be 10% that just ekes past the final 2 years of these contracts. It's probably greater than 90%, but I'd be shocked unless you're signing 1-year contracts, which I don't think is...
Senator, there are people listening to this. They will get. Yep. They will say rather than you keep asking.
My point being, Mr. Rousselot's defence of why you won't release the scenario 2 figures doesn't hold up if you've already signed off on the contracts that the remainder of the FTTP build covers.
As I said, the rationale for redacting that number
I appreciate it.
Was this. I believe that it still applies, but we will check it.
12, 18 months ago, I don't agree with you 12, 18 months ago, but there's been major decisions taken to terminate the FTTP roll out, I'm guessing that your existing remaining contracts that were signed over the last 12 or 18 months since you made that decision are now in place. And therefore, your costings are, as ironic as it sounds, historic. You know what you're going to be paying. You know Mr. Roo's a very good CFO. He's been able to break all of this down extensively. I'd be shocked if there was any commercial sensitivity in a figure from nearly 15, 16 months ago that's for something you're not going to build could be defined as commercially sensitive.
Well, let us, I'm sorry to be repetitive, but let us take that, Senator.
Yeah, I accept someone's listening and will give us an update. If they come back and say, we've still got a year's worth of build we haven't signed a contract for, we couldn't possibly, I don't accept this as an answer, but I accept it will be consistent. My point is, if you've already signed contracts that are actually cover your entire rest of your build or 90% of the rest of the build, that would be a very inconsistent reason for why you can reveal all the information you've just revealed, but not reveal information for a build that's not going to happen.
Yep. Well, we're not trying to dodge your question. We will simply...
I'll move on.
That's good. We'll get an answer for you. So, if you're not permitted at this point to tell the committee what these redacted numbers are, then perhaps you and Mr. Roo can work with me and follow me as I try in my inelegant way to work them out from other information in the strategic review and information that's available on the NBN Co website. So let's start at page 102 of the strategic review. If we compare the numbers shown for the total CapEx of scenarios 1 and 2 and exclude the CapEx contingency, we can see that pre-contingency CapEx under scenario 1 is 51 billion, which, can you confirm, is exhibit 225 on page 61. So 51 minus the contingency. Sorry, Senator, what page did you say?
So I'm on page 61 at the moment.
61, yep.
So I've jumped from 102, where we were starting, to now an exhibit on page 61.
So this is
a maths question.
Revised outlook.
Mr. Russo, are you an accountant as well? Just trying to remember what you're...
No, I am not.
Good. So I think, is it 60 is the number, minus a 9 billion contingency? Help me exactly. That gives us 51 billion. Is that...
There's total CapEx exclude contingency 51, yes. 5 contingency 55.9, which is the 56 in, and this is scenario 1, I assume. Is that right?
Yeah, so I'm on scenario 1 at the moment, and I'm trying to establish that the 51 billion minus the contingency reserve. Sorry,
can I just
the
confirm
CapEx
this
minus
is scenario 1? So revised outlook scenario, yes.
So
yes, Senator.
The 56.
This is scenario 1. Yes, yes.
So 51
I'm with you now.
We agree 51 is the number. Okay.
Well, we agree 51 is the number for contingency, yes.
Before contingency,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that for scenario 2, it's 36 billion. That's the 44 billion minus the 7.3. That's the doubling.
Where do you...
So I'm on page scenario 2 now, so I'm assuming it's on the same page.
And
so
where is the 37 you referred to?
Sorry, 44 billion.
Yes, I see
minus 7.3, which is the doubled contingency reserve.
Where's the 7.3?
That's the doubled contingency. Mr. Russo can probably help you here.
I see.
He constructed the number. No, it went from 3 to 7. Which is why I know you're looking blankly at me going, why would you do that?
No, but I'm not. I'm doing the math in my clouded, fever-driven head at the moment.
So we get to 36.7 billion when we've done the maths.
Yes.
So our pre-contingency, and again, as I said, you might want to one day have a chat to Mr. Russo why he doubled the contingency reserve for that one, but that's not for today. So we've got a $51 billion figure.
I think that was very wise for what it's worth, but anyway.
I'm sure you could say nothing else with Mr. Russo sitting next to you. But 51 billion and 36.7 billion. They're the two numbers by process of maths.
Yes.
So do you agree that the CapEx contingency for scenario 2 is double that of scenario 1 in percentage terms, 20% rather than 10?
Yes, I do.
That was the working assumption Mr. Russo made.
Yes.
So it's clear from the document that the only material difference between the strategic review scenario 1 and 2 is the adoption of cost and efficiency savings for FTTP under scenario 2. So I've taken contingency out and then looking at it,
Yep.
it's cost and efficiency that drive the difference in those numbers.
Sure.
Sorry, a nod can't get recorded, Mr. Russo. I was just waiting for someone to say yes.
I'm following you.
Again, it's just straight maths and working off your own document. So the savings in going from scenario 1 to scenario 2, or at least the vast majority of them, must be in the two FTTP components of access, what we call LNDN, and Customer Connect. So if I can just say LNDN and CC. That's correct? Sorry, Mr. Rousseau, you're nodding again. Sorry. I've just got to get you to say yes for the hand side.
It is quite likely, yes.
Yeah. It's also correct that there is a total CapEx cost saving between scenario 1 and scenario 2 of 14.2 billion for FTTP brownfields. That's 51 minus 36.7.
I follow your math, yes.
Or at least the total cost saving is about that number.
Yes.
Thanks. And therefore, it's correct that the CapEx cost for FTTP brownfields under scenario 2 must therefore be 20.6 billion, which is 34.8 minus 14.2.
34.8. And where's the...
So we got to 34.8 before.
I was at 51.
Yeah, no, but I'm in scenario 2 at the moment.
So I apologise.
Yeah, no.
You've lost me.
I've gone through this a couple of times myself, so don't worry.
Can you... I'd like to try and help you. So can you...
Yeah.
And I'm a little slow today, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but can you wind back to 5137.6? I'm there, right?
Yeah. No, I'm now in scenario 2.
Yeah, you talked about then there's a difference there of
So we end up with
13.4 billion. Yep, got that. Yep.
So in scenario 2, it's 36.7.
36.7.
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
And we've agreed that the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 is FTTP costs in the LNDN and the CC changing. Mr. Russell said that before.
Oh, sometimes these...
And they're 14, and that's 14. So now I'm subtracting, and it might just be a minor typo for me, between 34...
Yeah, 14.3, right. So
yeah.
what have you done with 14.3?
So I've now subtracted 14.2, which is the cost savings. So we've got 34.8 billion.
It's the 34.8 billion that we're...
Where's
is
the
20 billion.
Where's the 20 billion for what?
So the 34.8 billion that I'm talking about...
Where is that?
...is the 20.1 billion plus the 14.7 billion shown in the last column of Exhibit 2.25 on page 61 of the strategic review. So I'm just basically breaking parts out to understand how the number was created.
So brownfield LNDN plus 14.7 are the revised outlook numbers. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So that's 34.7.
I see the 34.8 now. So it's the addition of those two numbers. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I've
got together.
I'm now with you.
Yeah, no, good, cool. Now, Mr. Rislow and the strategic group hasn't told us how the cost is split between the LNDN network and the customer connections. However, it's relatively easy to derive the following cost per premise numbers under scenario 2 using the LNDN to CC CapEx ratio. So if you look at the CapEx ratio that you used for for scenario 1, it's 54% to 46.
Okay.
Just straight maths off the page.
Sure.
So the average cost per premise over the life of the build for LNDN is 1,100 and the customer connect is 1,300. I think they break out from that based on the same percentage, and it may have changed, but just working on the same percentage breakdown of your CapEx between scenario 1, LNDN,
Okay,
and CC.
I'll take your word for it.
Now, can I just check something?
So this is related to the 20.1 billion. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So
Yep.
I have an unknown. We have unknown numbers. We've got two blanks in the box. So I've said let's make the same assumption
I'm with you.
that you've made in scenario 1.
In terms of the split between LNDN and connections?
It doesn't change the quantum, but it's just a split.
Yeah,
So then if I say let's take that percentage breakdown and apply it to the known CapEx numbers for FTTP.
As an assumption?
Yeah, as an assumption. No, you could say to me, we made a different assumption. Please, if you did, tell me now.
So
if not, I'll just keep working.
You get 2,400. Year 1.1 and 1.3.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Now, can I just check, Mr. Russell, who prepared scenario 1? I know you had oversight of it, but you had people working for you. Which company prepared scenario 1?
The scenario 1 revised outlook was mostly prepared by Cordamenta.
Cordamenta.
Yes.
And scenario 2?
Scenario 2 and all other scenarios, all the way to scenario 6, were prepared by BCG.
BCG, I'm assuming, is the other company.
Who was helping us there. There was a...
Can I just ask why? I'm intrigued why two different companies prepared the different scenarios. I would have thought one company, to ensure consistency, would prepare all 6.
We made sure that the two worked well together and that we reconciled the hypothesis between one and the other. The reason why it was split between two different companies is that we had a very short time to complete this review, and therefore we had a number of advisors helping us, and that's how we did the split between the revised outlook and the go-forward scenarios.
So short time, that was about 11 weeks, is that right?
Yes, I believe so. I'll have to check, but
No, I think roughly it was 11 weeks to prepare. So we get to 2,400 based on those CapEx numbers? Okay, cool. And if the percentage of the ratio has changed a bit, and Mr. Russell is not indicating it has, I've offered him the opportunity, it doesn't matter because that doesn't change the quantum, which is 2,400.
It would change it slightly, but not materially.
No, it doesn't change the 2,400. It might change the component of LNDN and CC. If you were to say, no, look, it was 60-40 instead of 53-46, all that's done is change the two individual numbers. The aggregate number won't change due to the change in the ratio.
Sure.
Thanks. So these are the average cost per numbers over the life of the build. So they are the equivalent to the cost per premise numbers you included in Exhibit 2.25 for Scenario 1, calculated in exactly the same way, making the same assumptions. Now...
Well, we'll have to take your word for it, given you've done the math, but
the maths is okay. There is one difference now, and again, I've got a question I'm interested in just because it's odd. Not wrong, just it was a change in methodology, which I'm just interested in understanding. Now, you may not recognise those numbers as you're amortising in a different way to the previous management amortised.
What do you mean by that?
I'll come to that specifically. If you amortised the customer connect, so you're only amortising one part, the customer connect part. The other part, sorry, when I say only, you're amortising both parts, but the LNDN is got a different number, but the same number, but it seems you've changed the customer connect amortisation process. I'll come to it in a second. I'm just trying to make sure. I can see Mr. Reeves right on top of it, so I'm not trying to labour it deliberately. I'm just trying to be clear.
I don't understand what you mean by amortised.
Okay.
Amortised in a accounting sense means spread over
spread
months
over,
or
yes,
period.
that's exactly what I'm referring to.
So what do you mean?
If you amortise the customer connect numbers over premises past, that's 10.1 million. Mm-hmm. Then the numbers, because what I believe was happened, the previous management amortised them over 7 million, because that was the expected uptake. So 10 million agree for LNDN, because the footprint's the footprint. But there was a change in amortisation to 10 million. I'm just intrigued why. Because those numbers, if you amortise over 10 million, the hidden numbers that you've got, which haven't been published, for LNDN and Customer Connect would become 1,100 and 950. Now, ballpark, not exactly, but ballpark, which gives you a total brownfields CPP in those blank spaces of 1,100, 950, which comes to $2,050. The reason I'm asking about the amortisation is, generally, why would you change the amortisation from 7 million premises to 10 million premises? Particularly as it actually drove you to a lower number. Not the whole purpose of Mr Rousselot's employment. But generally, Mr Rousselot, why was the change from amortising CC over 7 to 10 done?
Would you like me to answer?
Yes.
The reason I'm smiling is because this is one of the fact is there's no set way to do this, and if I can bore you for a little while, I'll just take you through a couple of things, if you don't mind. One of the challenges in this is can one add Customer Connect to LNDN, which is what I think you're alluding to, Senator. When you say amortised, I think what you really mean is divided. To be clear, by how many premises do you divide by? The difficulty with not adding the numbers together is I found when I first started NBN there was a distinct confusion as to the cost.
Sorry,
can you hear me out?
I think you've misunderstood my question. That's all. The only reason I'm interrupting.
Okay.
Previously, it was 10 for LNDN amortised and 7 for CC. In the calculation done by Mr Rousselot, he kept the 10 for LNDN but changed it to 7. Changed it from 7 to 10. So I'm just trying to understand why Mr Rousselot or whoever advised him on scenario 2 changed that number. In terms of, it's just a division, and instead of putting divided by 7, you divided by 10, and I'm just trying to understand why you did that. Nothing hangs on this. I'm actually just intrigued as to what the methodological assumption that changed it.
The reason why I find hard to is I don't see where you see that different in assumptions being made.
No, I'm saying
do you derive it from the calculations that you've made?
Well, I'm asking you, all right, you're saying I don't have that, so I'm asking you, what assumption did you make when doing the CC calculation on amortisation?
The customer...
Was it a 7? Did you divide by the 7 million or did you divide by the 10 million?
My recollection, and I'll check, is that when we calculate a cost per premises for connections, we divide by the number of connected premises.
Correct.
Therefore, I would have expected that we would have used the same 7 million number, not the 10 million number.
Okay, so you think, if you could just check that, you think you used the 7, not the 10?
I believe that that would have been
cool.
the case.
No, an answer to that question would be good. Thank you very much. I then come back to asking you the direct question, Mr Rousselot, that the numbers, I accept that 2050 might not be an exact precise number, or the 2400 might not be an exact precise number, but could you confirm to us whether the total brownfields CPP CapEx number of 2050 is in the ballpark, within, say, $100 of your redacted number in scenario 2?
No, I think we articulated back then, and I know you've questioned whether that still is relevant, and we said we'd come back to you on this, so I wouldn't want to confirm that is within a ballpark.
Yeah, but you've got a CapEx number, and I've just done some basic maths.
What?
Off your CapEx number.
What page was that again, Senator? Sorry, with the detail was 60-something?
We started on
60.
Exhibit 225 on page 61.
So
you've produced CapEx numbers, and all I'm doing then, when you take into account the changes you made on cost savings to go from scenario 1 to 2. I've done just some simple division. I can't be too far wrong.
And you've made some
And
assumptions
the only assumption
spread between
the
L
only
and DN.
assumption that differs between 2,400 and 2,050 is an assumption around the amortisation of the CC component of that. So the 1,100 stands in both. There's no change. The change comes from the customer connect number of 1,350 to around 950. So you're now checking whether or not you amortised with the full 10 or the 7, and that's, as I said, it's just an intriguing question, which if you did change, I'd like to know why, but you think you didn't. So happy to take is accurate. But you can't say that my maths is wildly out from the number that you know is there, because this is just a straight movement back from a CapEx number.
Well, as I said, one big assumption you've made is the spread between LNDN and connections.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the quantum. I accept it changes the individual number, but it doesn't change the quantum.
Well, if I may, the math will be different because, as you said, if we are correct in the assumptions of what is being used to divide the per premises number, one is divided by 10 million, the other one is divided by 7. So it will, the spread between LNDN and connections could have a pretty significant impact on the number that you end up with, given that the
that's
ratio
a reasonable.
is very different.
Okay, so if we can establish the amortisation decision that was made, and if it's the same, then I go back to the 2,400 number. But the CapEx number allows me to derive a rough, fairly simply. You might have redacted it, but simple maths gets me to somewhere in the vicinity of 2,400 or 2,050.
That's your number, Senator?
Well, it's maths. It's not my number. It's just
it's 2 maths based on a number of assumptions.
2 plus 2 equals 4. Now, 2 plus 2 still equals 4, no matter what assumptions I make about the shape of the pen that I use to write 2 and 2.
No, you have made a number of assumptions in the way you derived to that number, so that's why I'm saying it's your number.
No, but you agreed with the assumptions I made, and then the ones that I thought you might want to question, I identified for you.
And there are 2 that I question.
Well, if you amortised over using the 10 million, it's 2,400.
Yeah, so that's one.
If you amortised over 7, no, sorry, the other way around. Over 7, it's 2,400. If you amortised using 10, it's 2,050. But the basic maths behind either of those is the same. Then your point being, could you credibly use the same figure of 5446 in scenario 1 and scenario 2? Yeah, that's a fair call, but it doesn't change the quantum of the total number down the bottom of 2,400 and 2,000. I'll drop the 50 for speed. Those numbers don't change. The quantum between the 2 individual figures can change, and your point about amortisation, and there could be an intersection between those 2 assumptions that causes a bit of a difference, but it doesn't change your bottom line CapEx number. So, but you're going to come back to me during the course of the day.
I will try to come back to you on the way we did the division for the cost per premises. I will do that.
Yeah, so I'm just after methodology at this stage, and you can disagree with my numbers. Hard when 2 plus 2 equals 4, but if you can give us a methodology, we can refine 2 plus 2 if the methodology is wildly different. And so you're not prepared to confirm that in those numbers that we've done with long division and a bit of maths, that 2050 is roughly within 100 or so of the number you have in the non-redacted version.
No, Senator.
And we'll come back to why you're continuing to protect numbers into the future for a build that doesn't exist, especially if you already signed all your existing construction contracts for 95% of your actual construction.
I think, as we said earlier,
we'll come back to that one, but
we have taken that on notice.
So, what I'm interested in understanding is that the numbers for your strategic review, and you're not confirming them or you're not accepting them.
You can have a break soon.
Yeah, no, happy to. I'll just finish this and then we can have a quick copy. So the numbers for your own strategic review scenario 2 do seem to be very close to those in the last of the corporate plans that was formally accepted by the government. So call it the 2012 plan, not version 13, which was never accepted by the previous government, but the actual one that was accepted in 2012 with their forecasts. Their numbers for LNDN cost per premise in the 2012 corporate plan was LNDN 1,123. And I'm putting to you that the number you refused to give us in strategic review scenario 2, which you've redacted, is roughly around 1,100 on my calculations. Now that's based, as I said, on the number of premises of 10 million being your amortisation figure, based on a CapEx number minus contingency of 11.3 billion in the 2012 corporate plan. So that's a public number, 2012. And your strategic review scenario 2 of 11.1 billion. The one where there's a minor, well, not minor, but could be major, but we're seeking clarification on, is your brownfield CC, which is 1,398 in the 2012 corporate plan, and using a 7 million amortisation comes to 1,350 based on 2012 corporate plan capex of 9.8 billion and strategic review scenario 2 of 9.5 billion. So they just seem remarkably similar when I've sat down, and you haven't been here all the time, and good reasons for that. But when I start working through those numbers backwards, they seem to be very close. If my numbers are correct on what I think your strategic plan scenario 2 is, they seem to be very similar numbers.
So I do not have in memory the numbers that were in the 2012 corporate plan.
Yeah, no, I accept that, but I've just read them out, and so providing I accept that if I've misled you, you're entitled to disagree with my analysis wholeheartedly.
And I'm happy to go and check what the overall budgets for LNDN and connection capex were under the scenario 2 revised.
I mean, all of this could be solved very simply if you would just tell us those now redundant capex numbers for a build that's not going to happen. But I'm happy to break there because the chair wants a break, or is saying that the committee wants a break.
Thank you, Senator Conroy. We will suspend for 15 minutes for morning tea.
Thank you.
Well, we shall reconvene shortly. Senator Conroy.
Have we had any luck in tracking down any of those issues, Mr. Islow? Did we use 10 million or 7 million for CC in scenario 2?
I'm still checking on that number.
That's cool. I'm sure it's not readily sitting there. It'll need to be someone need to dig it out from the bowels of NBN code. On the issue of why releasing live figures of contracts that are happening right now today is less dangerous than revealing a rollout forecast that's never going to happen. Have we resolved that issue yet? Have we resolved whether or not all our existing construction contracts are already let for the vast bulk of the remaining 2 and a bit years, if that, of the FTTP rollout?
I can only read you an email that Mr Macaulay's received, and I quote, "It's recommended this question is taken on notice as it applies to a large suite of construction contracts with various durations, various extensions, and we'll need time to get the data together," which is what I had thought.
And did that come from Mr Turnbull's office or from NBN Co headquarters?
No, it's come from NBN's office.
Pleased to see you haven't given them your email address, Mr Macaulay. So, as I said, it is completely bizarre that you're prepared to do a total breakdown of your costs per premise for your existing build which includes the contracts that you've already signed, but you're not prepared to reveal. I said, I don't accept your rationale from 18 or 15 months ago, but today it looks absurd, particularly if your contracts cover all of your current bills. So you have no new would you accept, Mr. Rousselot, that if you've got no new contracts to negotiate for the bill, there can't possibly be a commercial threat if you're already signed up?
I think what you've just heard Mr. Roux say is that there are many contracts with different timeframes, with different renewal period, and therefore that would indicate that there are some of those contracts that are still commercially, potentially impacted.
Not potentially impacted. The question is, of your remaining FTTP rollout that you have announced the termination of, other than exceptional circumstances and greenfields, and I'm not talking greenfields, right? The cost limit is going down on Mr. Roux's own, as would be expected, his own figures. So if you've got contracts that cover all of your existing bills for FTTP, there can't be a commercial threat to you. There just can't be. Would you accept that that is a reasonable thing?
Well, I'm sorry, we'll have to take that on notice given the information I have.
You can't say that if all of your construction contracts are already signed and you have no more FTTP build contracts to sign, that there is a commercial threat to us knowing what your forecast was for a scenario that will never happen?
Well, I don't know that your assertion is the wrong word. Your statement about there being no more to sign is accurate.
Oh, come on. It's been announced that you're not doing any more. That's actually, Mr. Morrow made that announcement.
There is. Can we seriously get the information, Senator, before we comment? I'm sorry.
No, the premise that you can go and ascertain whether or not you still have 50% of your projected FTTP build as uncontracted. That's a question you can say, I just don't know the answer to. I've got to take it on notice. That's absolutely reasonable. But for you to suggest, I'm asking you, is it reasonable, do you think, if you find that you've signed 90% of the contracts that cover your remaining and you have not got an ongoing FTTP build, it's been announced by NBN Co that you're not doing any more NBN FTTP, except in exceptional circumstances, that if you've already got contracts that cover them, there is no difference between the live information you've released and the information we're asking for today. There is no commercial sensitivity to be trampled upon because you're no longer seeking any contracts in the marketplace and have no intention into the future of seeking them. It can't be that they remain commercially threatening to you to have a discussion about it.
Let us get the information, Senator. I think there's an obligation on me to provide detail on historical expenses, which is what we've done.
But if you've already signed a contract, it immediately becomes a historical thing. If you've got contracts that you've already signed that says we'll pay X dollars for you to complete this rollout, you know what you're paying, you're not tendering with anybody else, it is a historic piece of information. In the same way the information you've just released, identifying rises in your existing contracts and the new ones you've signed, they're live, they're real numbers, and you've handed them out, which should surely jeopardise any future negotiations. So you can't think putting out live contract information is less threatening than putting out information you've just told them what you're paying today. The information you've provided just tells people what you're paying today.
I think it's prudent on us, as is normal practice, to be happy to provide historical data, Senator. Providing future data is a different kettle of fish.
Yes, but you're not. The future data we're talking about is data that will
never
happen.
Let us find out what contracts are in place, Senator, and as I said, there's a data set.
Someone's got the whiteout down at NBN Co.
Someone is working through the data set, Senator.
Fortunately, Roux's a short name to put a lot of whiteout on, so it's okay. Okay, I'll move on as we're not making a lot of progress on common sense. So just coming back to, on the numbers that I've derived based off your CapEx numbers, which is, when we say derived, sometimes you can... sometimes you can try and say, there's a few guesses. The derived numbers of CapEx in Strat Review scenario 2 are just basic maths. They're not assumptions. They're just maths.
Could I ask a favour from you, Senator? Could you actually give us a copy of the math you did? Because without us...
Oh, it's on Hansard. You'll be able to pull it down, which will be a quick way to get it than me trying to go through it all again, I promise.
Oh, you don't have it? I assumed I assumed you had it.
No, I read it out to you as I went in my notes.
Okay, well...
My notes are all hand-scribbled, so...
Well, we will...
Normally it works the other way, that I ask you for your notes, but... I literally just went through and read it out.
I wasn't asking for your notes. All I'm saying is that it's pretty hard for Mr. Russo and I to...
No, you followed it all exactly and agreed with it all exactly before. We went through it very slowly and clearly.
We will need to go through that just to be sure we understand it. So
no, you actually said, I found the page. Yes, I now understand where you got these two numbers from. You actually said that on Hansard, Mr. Rue. You can't now say...
I'm not saying
I
otherwise.
couldn't read what was written on that page.
I'm not saying otherwise, Senator. Just there were statements made that we just need. We were quite happy to go back to Hansard if that's the easiest way to do it.
I promise you it would be. It'll take me an hour to reread them out.
I wasn't asked you to reread. I just assumed you had a page with it.
No, they're literally just in the middle.
We will need to go through Hansard to ensure that we're comfortable with what you said.
To confirm that 4 minus 2 equals 2. I appreciate that higher minds than mine need to confirm that, Mr. Rue, and I'm not an accountant.
Senator.
So now, going back to the numbers and Exhibit 2-25 from the Strategic Review.
Yes.
There's some interesting conclusions that I've drawn that I just wanted to confirm with you. The total CapEx cost under Scenario 2 is $36.7 billion pre-contingency, compared with $33.7 billion in earlier corporate plans. I think we've had that discussion. We agreed those numbers were just straight, two numbers on a piece of paper subtracted from each other.
So 33.7. I see that.
Yeah. So the total capex cost under scenario 2 is 36.7 pre-contingency, compared with 33.7 billion, if you accept that that number is correct, in earlier corporate plans. That's a difference of less than 10% of pre-contingency capex. I mean, it's not possible, you know, my maths, that's what the maths says. So we don't need to read it out. It's two numbers subtracted. For the FTTP network, the capex cost under scenario 2 is $23.9 billion, compared with $24.5 billion in the August 2012 corporate plan.
Where's the 23 point?
That's when you do the subtractions.
Right, so that's when you take your
$14 billion off, roughly, or $13 billion off.
Right,
that's the savings.
51 minus 38.2 is what you're saying.
Yep.
Is 13 off 36.7 is 23. Is that what you did?
Yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward maths. So I'm actually recapping it by accident for you. So the strategic review actually says the FTTP network could have been rolled out for less than the previous 2012 corporate plan. So I'm now talking just the FTTP network on these calculations. I'm surprised you redacted it. Now the LNDN CPP under scenario 2, and this one's more subject to a couple of assumptions. I accept that point, Mr. Russolo. Is approximately 1,100, compared with 1,123 used by the previous management from that corporate plan. So pretty much the same, 1,100, 1,123. The Customer Connect CP, CC, under scenario 2 is approximately 1,350, compared with 1,398 used by the previous management. So again, actually slightly lower than the 2012 corporate plan, which explains why scenario 2 is actually a slightly less capex than the actual 2012 corporate plan.
Is there a question?
Well, I'm just on the first 2 points. I accept that they're just maths. So it's straightforward. Capex numbers are capex numbers from two documents: your document, Mr. Russolo, and the 2012 document. I accept that you haven't yet confirmed a couple of methodology issues plus the actual quantums. But the maths suggests that these numbers can't be far from the mark. You can stare stonily, but that's the maths. When you do the division, and it depends on which division you do, 10 million or 7 million, comes to numbers that are in the ballpark of each other. Is that an unfair representation?
As I said, I'll have to check what the 2012 number is, but if indeed that's what they are, then yes, they are numbers that are relatively similar if I follow your calculation.
Yeah, thank you.
Based on your calculations.
That's very reasonable, without committing yourself to anything, so don't panic. Now, so let's have a look at how this radically redesigned FTTP scenario 2 really is. So looking at section 3.3, page 85, it says that the savings are based on, so this is your own document describing the savings that BCG and Mr Rousselot signed off on, were incorporated into the scenario 2. It says increased labour productivity through the realisation of experience benefits through improved learning and feedback loops systemised in the new delivery model. Promise me you didn't actually write that, Mr Rousselot. Promise me someone else, a consultant, wrote that. Cost-efficient architecture and materials, including reducing from 3 to 1.2 fibres per premise, increased use of aerial deployment, removal of pond protection, using smaller diameter cables, use of gel-free cables and eliminating battery backup for the NTD, and cost-efficient construction techniques, including aerial extension methods and alternative drop implementation techniques, optimising fibre testing at multiport and usage of direct-to-bury cables. So these are the three things that you factor in to scenario 2.
Mm-hmm.
So to the first of these 3 points, and it's heartening to see that your own work confirms what the previous management repeatedly told us, as in us in the government at the time, which is that cost per premise will fall progressively over the life of the project if you're adopting these things, which is what the assumptions in scenario 2 do. Can you confirm for us that this analysis indicates that cost savings in the order of 30% should be achievable over the first 4 years alone just from the productivity gains? Is that an accurate representation from
I can agree with you until the specific number of 30%. I will have to check that 30%.
Okay. So
but
I think that the report says it on page 85, so I'm hoping you agree with it.
On page, sorry?
85.
Can you point me where?
Yeah, I'm just
on that page.
Yeah, I'm just trying. There is some redacted. Forecast savings based on a 30% labour productivity improvement over 4 years.
So the labour productivity, yes, would you have that number?
So that's agreed.
If that's again, I cannot see it on the page. I'm sorry.
It's in the second paragraph. The forecast saving is based on a 30% labour productivity.
Here we go.
improvement.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Over 4 years. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming you agree with that, given it's your document.
Yes.
Is that what happened on the transit project? Now, where are we up to on the transit project, Mr. Rowe? Are we almost finished it?
The 121 POIs are complete. Obviously, there will be the network will, transit network will continue to require capital expenditure as the volumes increase, but the 121 POIs are complete.
So the transit network is complete. I'm not trying to split hairs. I just know there's more than just the POI.
I guess it's never complete is all I'm saying, but in terms of the initial build, yes.
Yeah, okay, so it is complete.
And there are probably spurs that still need to be done.
I would have thought there might have been a couple of spurs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you take
you've got a reasonable,
Rousselot.
You've got a reasonable estimation of the final cost.
Other than the ongoing augmentation that will be needed.
Yeah, so it was contracted for X dollars. What's the actual? The previous management said that it was on time and on budget, so I'm just seeking to understand, is that a fair characterisation of where it's ended up?
I don't think it is particularly over or under budget, no.
If you're able to, if someone could confirm that to us, that would be helpful.
I don't have the addition. I don't have the total amount we've spent. Actually, do I? Let me see if I can find the total amount we've spent. Can I? Sorry,
Okay.
just bear with me.
Okay, so I'll come back to the transit project shortly, but moving to the cost-efficient architecture and materials, a second point, and the third point, cost-efficient construction techniques. So if I could ask Mr. Roux these questions. And this is a little bit historic, Mr. Roux, so I appreciate that you weren't here, but I'm hoping that you're familiar enough with this. So I believe you're aware that during 2013, before you joined NBN Co, there were a number of initiatives developed to achieve significant cost reductions in the FTTP brownfield deployment costs. 6 of these initiatives were given a high priority and targeted for rapid implementation. You're familiar with the general discussion?
At a general level, Senator, yes. Just to answer your question, we have spent 1.1 billion on the transit network prior to, and you're going to hate this, but prior to the capitalisation of the finance leases. But we've spent 1.1 billion other than the leasing of the fibre from Telstra.
So what was the forecast for it?
I don't know, Senator, and obviously that's the forecasting.
Yeah,
the transit network going. As I said, that's not the completion. There's ongoing capital expenditure into the transit network.
I've got transit in an old document, which is publicly available, of 2.8 billion.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We will. The complete is the initial complete. There's ongoing spend on the transit network going forward.
Well, what?
How
do you know whether you've had a saving or a blowout if you don't have a number to compare it against, Mr. Roux? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're a well-credentialed CFO. You must have a metric against which you are measuring it.
The spend against the capital spend for this year's budget against the budget, I think from memory is slightly over, but that's because we've been taking expenditure from future years into this year.
Sorry, so you've pulled forward some
there's
money.
a small pass. I'm talking a very small amount, Senator.
What are we talking?
5-10 million, that's all.
Oh,
That's
5-10 million. So
yeah.
but does 2.8 look right on the numbers you have in front of you?
Senator, I don't know. That's part of the long-term plan. I'd hate to put on record yes or no. I don't know.
Could we find out? I mean, it's a fixed, it's a paid contract. You know whether or not, you know what you've spent on it.
No, there's ongoing spend. There will be ongoing spend on the transit network going forward, Senator. It's not one pay. The Telstra payment maybe, but the ongoing spend is not.
You must have some idea of what you've spent on the transit network.
Yes, we've spent.
It was been costed previously in capital expenditure breakdown as transit at $2.8 billion.
To the end of December 2014, we've spent 1.1 billion excluding the payments to Telstra.
All right, well, I'll revisit that one. I'm happy to pause there for a moment. Senator Sinodinos has indicated he has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I just, on this issue of cost per premises, in looking at this through a slightly different lens, is this a management accounting decision? Are you doing this because it gives you a better line of sight to the costs that have to be managed as, yeah, in the project? I mean, what sort
so
of...
We're not contesting this.
No, I just want to get a handle for, yeah, because obviously the numbers have changed. That's caused some issues, which Senator Conroy and others have raised. But from your perspective, what's the benefit of measuring things in the way that you have?
There's a series of things. There is, as I think you're alluding to, Senator, there's a need to manage costs very carefully going forward. Obviously, in capital expenditure, very significant spend. It's important in doing that, therefore, that the categorisation of those costs are clear, so that we can go into a granular level of detail in each area as to what the cost to build in each area is. The second thing is it's important for the management team, and I think important for the wider public whose monies are obviously invested in this programme, to understand why this is an expensive programme of work. Thirdly, when we take on new technologies, it's important we have a like-for-like analysis of what X cost is to Y cost. Now, obviously, a choice of technology cost is one item. There are other factors that you consider, but without having a clear cost per premise definition that's clear across technologies, it is harder to internally, for myself and the Chief Operating Officer, to internally manage those costs, and it is certainly harder to make correct decisions going forward as to choice of choice of technology. Sorry.
So from your perspective, moving to a multi-technology mix creates certain complexities because you're having to juggle the different technologies in different contexts. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And sorry, I should also add to my other question that the cost per premise numbers that people were talking about when I joined NBN, were not clear what people were talking to, which is why I went out of my way to make a definition.
Yes.
And Senator Conroy is quite right when he says there isn't I think I said this myself and Senator Estimus, there's not an international, it's not like ARPU, which is a fairly recognised number. But secondly, the numbers that people were quoting did not accord to what I saw was the actual cost that we had incurred. And it was important to me, therefore, that we not just defined it, but that we were clear what our costs were, and then, which is why I wanted to compare to our costs and what was in the actual, in my language, fixed asset register, if you like, at a granular level. Yep. And what I very quickly found was that the costs that people had in their head for both LNDN and Customer Connect, they didn't always add them together, so they thought LNDN was the cost, and secondly, they were not the numbers that we were actually incurring. They were not the costs we were incurring. So it was important. As in
the numbers that were being generated on the ground?
Well, as in the cash that was actually being spent.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
So it was important. So for all those reasons, rebasing what it was, having a common language is important. Yes. We've done that with many things in trying to make sure language that we talk about is clear. What does premise serviceable mean? What's premise pass mean? So on. Was important, and then it's important that we had a series of data points that we could help manage our staff with.
So are you satisfied now that you've moved to a situation where, from a management perspective, you have better line of sight of your costs, better capacity to manage those costs, and is that potentially an approach which also allows you to maybe make savings on the way through? Does it have that benefit? It
should be, because one of my challenges, when I started, was there was a significant amount of improvement in reporting that needed to be done, and an improvement in visibility of the costs, how they were, how my team, I guess, were providing management with information that was useful to not just record historic costs, but much more importantly, to make good business decisions. So to answer your question, having not just definitions, but then having a set of systems and processes that enabled you to correctly catch the data. Estimate cost per premise is difficult because you have to estimate to complete. They're not just historic costs; you have to assume what, in construction accounting, what will be the end game. Getting those processes in place has taken some time. And finally, I'd say cost per premise is an average of averages. It is you then have to take that average, and you then got to go down to a granular level and look at each area, that what we call FSAMs and what we'll call something else going forward, and making sure that we have both operational progress reports and financial progress reports so that we can monitor and manage our costs. Absolutely.
So from what you say is one implication that over time those costs may well change for no other reason than because you've got more experience, leave aside productivity and all the other stuff, because you will just have more experience on the ground of what's going on.
There's no doubt that the previous estimates of what the costs were, leaving aside any accounting definitions, which is actually not least a big piece, but above the line is a small change. There's no doubt that management have been evolving their systems and processes, but also the learnings from a complex and a build that I guess not many companies have taken on, to learn from what has happened. And as learnings have been applied, we've been able to get those cost definitions better and the future estimates better, yes.
So when you look around the world, are there many countries that you can sort of look at and say, well, they're doing something analogous to us, so they're a benchmark against which we can measure what we're doing?
Well, there again, Mr. Adcock isn't here, but Mr. Adcock has plenty of contacts and discussions with people around the world in various organisations. One of the big differences that we have is that we are tasked with rolling out new technology to every home. Many of our similar businesses, if you will, do it on a commercial basis. So you'd have someone like me sitting there and saying, sorry, only on a commercial basis. So if there's someone sitting there like me would say, if the cost per premise is above X, we're not going to do it because there's no economic return.
Yeah.
So some of the international benchmarks actually take into account the fact that that it's not 100% rollout of technology. It's technology rolled out in the more economically beneficial areas, if you will. So that's one very significant difference from us from a commercial point of view. But there are other businesses around the world clearly that do this, and we are, well, not me personally, but my colleagues are obviously in contact with them, and the more we can learn, the better.
Mm-hmm. Look, would it be fair to say that notwithstanding all the political argy-bargy, which is not something that you have to comment on, even though
not our
you're
concern,
subject to, is it inherently hard to compare the model we've got now with the model that was there before? Having moved to an MTM model from the previous model, how hard or easy is it to actually compare the models? Because a lot of the debate has obviously been around which was the better model, and there's been all this argy-bargy, and we as a coalition have made certain claims and all the rest of it. And I'm not asking you to comment on that or on Labor in that respect. I'm really just asking, to what extent are we comparing apples with apples or apples and oranges, given that one was fibre to the premises or whatever, the other one is more of a multi-technology mix?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. There is a little bit of comparing apples with oranges, because when we look at historic data points, and I'd include the strategic review in this, it's working off data points that are from an immature process, from both construction process, but frankly from the accounting process as well, of estimating what our real costs are and what the cost to complete were. So to some extent, when you compare the numbers that I put on the table with the numbers that was previously assumed in a whole pile of documents, there are learnings that have come about that means that some of those costs were frankly understated. So that's an apples and oranges. I'm trying to understand your question, so sorry if I've gone off track with your question. In terms of comparing different technologies, in theory it's the same. It's providing access to a home with the ability, or a business with the ability to access high-speed broadband through us as a Layer 2 service. The costs of doing that, in theory, can be comparable, and we will need to compare between what is a fibre to the premise or a fibre to the node, or a fibre to the premise or HFC, depending on the area, and in some cases HFC against FTTN. So again, having a cost per premise enables you to monitor the costs, but it's more complex because you've then got to look at the ongoing operating costs of that area between technologies. You've got to look at the revenue opportunities. You've also, frankly, got to look at the speed to connect people. And from my end, the speed at which you connect people is important for 2 points. One, because it's important for the nation. But if I can take that off the table, because maybe that's not my concern. But from a revenue point of view, the quicker you connect people, the better, and the more the revenue that starts to pay for the cost of build, so it's cheaper. So it is inherently more complex because of the complexities within the operations and the IT area that has to be considered. But so yes, it is much more complex. But in theory, my job is to make sure we're comparing apples with apples.
Yeah.
So we make the right business decisions.
Sure. And when you're looking at the areas you roll out to, and you're looking at the choice between what technologies to use in those particular areas, you've evolved. I think it's a set of criteria for doing that. Is that right?
Correct.
Sort of economic criteria, operational criteria.
Correct. And underserved areas is another.
Sorry.
And prioritising areas that are currently underserved is another.
Which have no access to.
Poor access to. Yeah.
Or poor access.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So in terms of your strategy, just going forward, with things like your corporate plan, I mean, I suppose you would expect over time that the sort of figuring and the numbers that are in there would get firmer as you roll out more and you have more experience dealing with the costs on the ground and everything else. Is that right?
Absolutely. The challenges of preparing the next corporate plan is there will still, at the time, the draft is due to the government at the end of May, isn't it, under the GB guidelines, and then I think there's a 2-month review period. I think that's the process. The challenge is that even at that point in time, we still haven't built some of the new technologies.
Yeah.
So you are still using assumptions, and therefore there is you can use our own expertise to the extent we have it. We can use international benchmarks, but until one actually does that and starts to learn, you are working off assumptions. So will we have firmer plans longer term? Absolutely. We better have. But
this is something that's evolving.
It will evolve, yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
And obviously in any large scale infrastructure project, which is why we have, I guess, contingencies in here, there is inherent uncertainties. And those uncertainties become less, obviously, the more you build.
Can I ask you a bit about the demand side? Because there's been all this debate about, apart from issues about the take-up of speeds and all the rest of it, but as the process continues, do you start to get a bit of feel for what the demand might be for the sort of services you're talking about and what people are wanting? Is that something that you're looking at?
It is. I mean, one of the things that we were very much conscious of as part of the longer term planning is a very clear revenue strategy. Mm-hmm. And the revenue strategy it evolves around the sort of products that we can develop, what we think the take-up rates will be, what the pricing structures ought to be, what the business revenue opportunities will be, what the penetration rates will be, other technology competition issues. So at this stage, the
after 250,000 homes have been turned off, and that doesn't include the ones that aren't in the turn-off phase. You'd have a reasonable idea of the demand people are making. So
I was just about to get to that.
Yeah, do you want to give us the update?
I was literally just about to get to that. So as I, if I can now find it, forgive me, but as I talked about in the half year announcement. We're currently running off ARPUs, or average revenue per user, of around about $39.
What was the forecast
for this in the corporate plan for 16 or 15? Sorry.
Is that lower, higher, on target?
It's certainly on target. I think it's ever so slightly ahead, but I think, do you recall? But it's basically on target. Yeah.
And in terms of the percentage breakdowns you're going to now,
that's what I'm looking to find.
Yeah, are they on target with previous forecasts? Are they below? Are they above?
Our revenue targets.
I was talking about the speed target rather than your revenue.
I understand that, but that drives the revenue. Our revenue targets are on track to meet our corporate plan targets for this year. I'm so sorry. Just bear with me one second. Yeah. Okay, so at 31 December 14, we have 19% of fibre users are on 140. Mm-hmm. 38% are on 25.5, 38% on 12.1. And in the fixed wireless space,
Right, you've missed one category there, your 50-10 or 50-20, whatever.
it's small, Senator. It's whatever the...
It's a single digit, I know.
It's 38 and 38 is 75 plus 19. It must be about 5%. And in the fixed wireless space, 74% of customers on the 25.5 tier, but actually the majority who are currently signing up are signing up at 25.5. So that number hopefully will continue to grow.
Yeah.
So that gives early indications, but it's early. I mean, you're right. It's 250,000 on 10, but we will learn more about demand.
You've got 330,000 customers, though.
Oh, sorry, I was quoting you. Sorry.
No, I know that there's been 250,000 where it's been shut down. There's more that you've got as customers that aren't shut down yet. That was the only difference I was making.
So it's based on 322,000 customers, of which 40,000 are satellite.
Yeah. Okay.
So 280 ex-satellite.
280.
The Telstra and Optus deals, you talk about certain ACCC and ATO approvals. In broad terms, what does that mean? What are they?
Condition precedents in both deals include ACCC approvals of the deals for both the Telstra and the Optus deal.
And that involves the extent to which the NBN would compete with Telstra and vice versa? Or where's the ACCC come in?
The ACCC, the process is different for the Telstra deal and for the Optus deal.
Right.
The Telstra deal's ACCC approval is within the framework of migration principles that have been issued and agreed. And so the extent to which the ACCC can comment on and approve the deal is restricted by these principles. It also is covered by a regulatory instrument that deals with the nature of competition and the nature of NBN ending up with a position in the market.
But I mean, NBN will be a wholesaler.
Yes.
It won't be competing directly for retail customers in that sense, will it?
That is correct. NBN is only a wholesaler, a layer 2 wholesaler in the market.
Sorry, what was that?
A layer 2 wholesaler in the market. So we will never have retail customers.
Right.
That is part of our mandate for the company. The ACCC approval for the Optus deal is slightly broader. Mm-hmm. It looks at competition issues and also acquisition, because it's considering that we are acquiring part of the assets. So we anticipate that the ACCC approval of the Optus deal may take a bit longer than the ACCC approval required for the Telstra deal. Regarding the ATO, there are tax rulings that we are expecting, both for NBN, for Telstra, and then in the Optus deal for NBN and for Optus. All of those processes, whether it's ACCC for Telstra or Optus deal, or ATO rulings for Telstra and the Optus deal, are currently in process. We've made draft submissions or definitive submissions in those cases.
But you already would have had certain ACCC, ATO approvals because of the previous deal, is that right?
So yeah, all the previous deals were covered by similar ACCC or ATO approvals. So the new approvals deal with the changes that have been made to those two deals. The strategy that was taken by ourselves, Telstra, and the department during the negotiation was to, on a continuous basis, prepare to brief both those parties, both the ATO and the ACCC. So during the negotiation, we continuously updated them as to the progress of the negotiations, which we believe will help the approval of those parties.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Conroy.
Thank you. So just coming back to, we were on the transit network and you'd completed the 121 poise, and I think Mr. Russell indicated there might be a few spurs left, which I think is correct. But I'm just confused that the original cost was about 2.8 billion, and you're saying you've only spent about 1 billion, I think, or maybe
1.1.
1.1 billion. So I'm trying to understand, if you're almost finished, other than a few spurs, what's the gap? What's causing that gap?
It's the ongoing need to increase volumes.
It's a CapEx cost, so...
It's a DWDM augmentation.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what's important to understand is, and again, the $2.8 billion that you quote, I don't know which document that is being quoted from, but it would not be comparing the expense to date. It would be potentially be a $2.8 billion total cost during the life of the project. So we're comparing a $1.1 billion expense to date to a potentially $2.8 total expense, which would include the expense that we'll still have to do on the transit network from now until the completion of the project.
I'm trying to understand that even previously, Mr. Morrow, I think before your time, Mr. said, yeah, it's on time and on budget.
Yeah,
I'm trying to understand, have you now classified some of the CapEx costs as not
Senator,
CapEx costs for the transit network?
I can ask someone back at NBN to email me through a technical explanation, but let me just give you the accountant's explanation.
But it's been at 2.8 in, as far as I know, every document that's ever existed.
No, I'm not disputing a 2.8. The accountant's definition is there's an ongoing capital expenditure requirement to upgrade the transit network every year as volume through the transit network increases. So you're comparing a capital expenditure to not just complete the 121 POIs, but to ongoing CapEx needs for that to increase the capacity in that network. And the 2.8 billion would be a number up until peak cash flow, so whenever that is in the document you're looking at. So you're talking about the current spend plus an ongoing annual capital expend that's needed.
I said every document I've ever seen over 4 years, including, I thought, yours, defined transit backhaul $2.8 billion.
Yep.
There wasn't a qualification.
So as I said, the 1.1 billion we spent to date is broadly in line with what we had expected to spend this year. But sorry, that's a life to date number. But the piece that relates to this year is broadly where we expected it to be. So I've no reason to assume the 2.8. It won't be the number by the time we get there. But as I said...
I'm just asking you whether or not it met the budget of 2.8.
Well, the 2.8 is a number that goes into the future. I'm only... which again forms part of the long-term planning process we need to do. The current year number is on target, broadly on target.
Okay, I'll come back to this at another day. Now, the cost-efficient architecture, these are the other two dot points we were talking about earlier. We've gone through the increased labour productivity discussion. And I mentioned that back in 2013, there were 6 initiatives developed by the previous management. They were briefed to the former government. They explained how the cost in brownfields FTTP construction contractor rates and start-up issues and other cost increases will be offset by the cost reduction activities. So the CapEx and OpEx in the 2012 corporate plan will be largely preserved. So that's the generic part of the debate. But I just want to go through the individual initiatives. Moving from an average of a little less than 3 fibres per premise to a little less than 1.5 fibres per premise was valued for the full FTTP footprint at a saving of over $3.3 billion. Does that sound familiar, Mr. Root?
I'm familiar with the general concepts here. I'm not familiar with the 3.3 billion number.
Yeah. Well, they've been implemented, is my understanding, Mr. Rousseau. I think you dropped it even from 1.5 to 1.2 fibre. Is that?
I'd suggest that we check that with Mr. Adcock, but we can try to check that number.
I think that's actually been implemented. So, moving to smaller mandrel sizing and correcting an error in the construction design and planning tool. So that was valued at about 550. Using smaller diameter cables, 200 mil. Removing the pond protection, 310 mil. Modifying the fibre testing methodology for the ribbon fibres to make it faster, 150 mil. Using smaller footprint multiports, 20 mil plus also saving in remediation. And I also believe NBN were investigating director burial for lead-ins. Does all that sound vaguely familiar? Mr. Rousselet, you've incorporated some of these in your scenario too, so I'm hoping you're at least familiar with them. There does come a point when we start asking questions.
I'm familiar with the list.
You are able to help.
I'm familiar with the list of initiatives that had been identified as potential cost-saving initiatives for the build.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, Senator, for my education perhaps, where is the 3.3 billion, 550 billion, those numbers?
Dropping from 3.35
no, I
to
understand
home.
that, but where does the number come from? Where's the
That was an
quantification?
estimate which I think Mr. Rousselet will have seen. It was called Project Fox. I think
So
Mr.
this comes
Rousselet?
from a Project Fox document?
Yeah. Now, there was 2 or 3 different projects going. Mr. Rousselet probably is more familiar with their code names than I am. But within there, one of those 3 projects, there was reducing the number of fibres per premise.
So yeah, I can confirm that when we started the strategic review, there were a number of documents that existed within the company that looked at potential opportunities to reduce the cost of rolling out of the network. During the strategic review, we reviewed some of those initiatives and we made a judgment call on the progress of those and on the likelihood of reaching them. So some of them were taken into account in the...
Yeah, no, that's I was coming to that very point, that, that they were, some of those, not every single one of them, but some of those were identified in Scenario 2 and included in Scenario 2, Mr. Root. In fact, it was, from the ones I've described, there was a reasonable amount of them that have been included in Scenario 2. Even though Mr. Rousselet had it described, Scenario 2, as a radical redesign, it incorporated things that were actually already in progress within the company.
So if I may make a comment on this, they were being considered by the company, but none of those had been actually implemented by the company, which is why we made a judgment call on some of those to be included going forward. Or not.
Let's not split a hair about what date, who decided what. Can you tell the committee which of these 6 initiatives were approved for continuing implementation and which were terminated?
No, I cannot upfront tell you which of those lists. I'm happy to go and check which one of these are still going on and which one have been...
No, because some of them, notwithstanding, you might want to calculate it because you implemented them after they were recommended. Some of them have been implemented. So what I'm trying to understand is, particularly for the CFO, to understand that a bunch of savings were recommended. Some have been adopted, some haven't been, and you'll identify that for us. Thank you, Mr. Rousselet. Could you tell us the reason why major cost-saving initiatives were terminated? So could you give us a reason why those were terminated inside the company if they weren't followed through? So those recommendations from previous management, which went to the board, which of those weren't implemented and why?
So as I said, I cannot give you the details of those, and we will.
That. No, I appreciate that. So
the reason why some of those may not have been pushed going forward is that upon further investigation of those initiatives, the management decided that they would not deliver the savings that we had initially envisioned they would.
Yeah,
so there was work done. There were hypotheses in those.
You had 11 weeks. We know you had 11 weeks, so
further...
you did a thorough review of those in that course of that 11 weeks, producing the entire document. Now I'm just asking you to document to us.
Well, sorry, there are 2 things I think that you were trying to get to. One was what we included in the review, and then beyond the review, what did we actually do about some of those initiatives?
No, I probably wasn't even asking what you included. I'm saying a fair few of them were included, but now I'm not interested in a review and the costings within Scenario 2. I'm interested in knowing of the ones that were recommended by previous management. And Mr. Rowe, I assume as CFO, would be very interested if there's other cost savings that have been kicking around that haven't been implemented. You may say, well, it doesn't matter, we're winding down the FTTP role, but I'm sure a CFO would want to see costs driven down at all points. So I'm just looking to understand, there was a recommendation from the previous management, do these 6 things, they'll save X amount of dollars, and there was a review and you decided not to proceed with some of them, you decided to implement some of them, so I'm looking to understand what the breakdown is, an explanation of why.
And we'll take that question on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep.
Let us take that notice, Senator, but I'd just like to put on the record, the company does care greatly about the costs. So we're very conscious of the fact that every cent we spend has been generated from the Australian taxpayer. So I don't want you to have the impression that things are just...
I'm hoping I'm sure as a CFO that you'll be sitting there demanding from every business unit in the place
Absolutely.
savings. Were the smaller cables that I mentioned implemented, the smaller diameter cables?
I don't know, Senator. We'll check on that whole list.
Cool. That's separate from the first point, which is the average of less than 3 fibres per premise. So there's two different things there.
I certainly know, Senator, that initiatives have been put in place, but we will.
The whole Melton experiment proves that things were put in place. So I'm just trying to clarify what was tested, maybe thrown out, what wasn't tested, what was tested, worked out, and implemented.
And again, as I put on the table at the Senate estimates hearing, you can see that some LNDN costs are going down, although they are muddied in what geotypes are you doing. But costs have been coming down in LNDN.
Yeah, due to the savings.
Unfortunately,
due to the savings that were recommended and trialled in Melton. I agree with you. It's no surprise to me that that's the case.
Well, Mr. Adcock can best comment on why they're coming down, but
Well, he's not in charge of the remediation of Telstra's pits. That's a good start.
But the difficulty, of course, is that the actual costs we start with are much higher than had previously been assumed.
Yeah, no, you've tried that line before where you said that entire $4 billion was absorbed in increased costs. But we'll come back to that another day.
Well, there's no line I'm trying, Senator. I'm sorry, I'm the finance guy.
Who made the decision to terminate major cost-saving initiatives, the ones that weren't? So I'd like to know which ones were, which ones weren't, what the reason. I'd like to know who made that decision. Before your time, Mr. Roux, you're off the hook. But who actually said don't implement those savings?
We'll make that part of the question on notice.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, presumably the reason is because they were, if that your statement is right, they didn't exist.
You're clear on this one. Just don't try and buy them with some
I'm not.
political gum. You'll be shocked. What was the profile of FTP brownfield deployment assumed when the decisions to terminate the major cost reductions were made? Happy to take that one on notice. Hansard will record it.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Roux, you're here now. Has a calculation been done on the potential lost savings to the taxpayer, given you're still deploying brownfields out to 2016? So if these things were cost savings that haven't been implemented, could you give us a calculation of how much taxpayer money you've wasted by not implementing these things? I don't mean you personally, NBN Co.
Let us take that question on notice, although I'm not sure that I'd agree with the premise that we are wasting money, but let us.
Well, if there was a cost saving inside the company that worked and a decision was taken not to implement it, then I would say, yes, you have wasted taxpayers' money.
Well,
but Mr. Rousselot, I'm sure, will craft a fine reply that suggests no such thing happened.
And can I say that within NBN,
and he'll explain cogently why.
If there were cost savings that we were able to identify and verify, I would be very surprised if we hadn't gone ahead and implemented them. If there were some that when we did further investigation, we came back and realised that they would not deliver the savings that were there, those would probably be the one that you would see not having been implemented.
I'm expecting a perfectly cogent response from you.
Thank you.
Now, I wanted to move on to the information, Mr. You tabled estimates on February 24. I'll go back to, in a sense, on LNDN and customer connect costs. But before doing so, let's just calibrate the starting point. And I could say, as I said, what we've found by deriving from CapEx numbers back is that roughly the same cost for scenario 2 as the previous 2012 corporate plan seems to be they're just deriving from straight FTTP only CapEx numbers. The numbers seem to be about the same, subject to, and I don't even think it's a subject to, but the breakdown between the two might change due to your advice, Mr. Rousselot. But they seem to be fairly consistent. So what Mr. Rousselot described as a radically redesigned network seemed to come up with roughly the same CapEx numbers as a 2012 corporate plan. But that's more a bit of editorial rather than a question. So on LNDN CPP, the previous management had factored the problems that the construction contracts were having, and had also accounted for the impact of the asbestos issue. As a consequence of the draft corporate plan produced in June and September 2013, which I personally call version 13, I'm sure you've heard us talk about that before, Mr. Roux. They showed that the LNDN CPP at 1,500. Okay, so the revised plan accepted that there was a higher cost to try and resolve contractor issues, rates, that sort of stuff. And that was for year 2014. But that reduced down to about 1,100 again by 2017 as those savings on the CapEx side came in. So the previous management had actually factored in, now Mr. Rousselot will say, well, it wasn't accepted by the board, so I didn't use that, but just so you're aware, because you weren't around, previous management had factored in on their costings $1,500, reducing over 4 years to $1,100 due to the cost savings that we're talking about. You then keep making the point, well, the cost savings didn't offset the increase in rates. I'm perplexed by that, given you actually, without being careful, because it might sound like you've done well, the actual rate increases per premise sounded quite reasonable. I think you said $52. So I just wanted to make you aware of that point before we went on to the next set of questions. If my memory is correct, $1,500 was also the LNDN CPP number that NBN provided at Senate estimates in November 2013. So after the election, NBN provided a $1,500 number to the Senate estimates. So I'm trying to understand how we jumped from 1,500 in November 2013 to the 2,119 figure that you provided last week. So just to ensure everyone is on the same page, this figure does not include the 737 of duct lease costs, which you decided to put in that way. So I'm trying to understand where that jump has come from. So NBN code said 1,500. So I'm going off your evidence from the other day, Mr. Roux. So claimed settlements per premise, you said was $120. That's page 110 of estimates. So of your 4,300, and as I said, I'm disaggregating a bit, but the 120 was for claimed settlements per premise. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does sound familiar.
Capitalised labour, $131 per premise. I think your quote was additional labour capitalised from previous practice averages that at $131 per premise. So $131 of LNDN or Customer Connect Roux, actually, sorry, that's Mr. Roux, of LNDN across both.
Let me just check my notes, but that sounds right. But let me just check my notes, I'm sorry. $131, is that what you said?
Yeah, 131.
Yep, agreed.
52 for rate increases.
That's in the Customer Connect line.
Yeah, Customer Connect has gone up from, and you say remaining 52 relates to additional rates, offset of course by any efficiencies.
That's the difference between, that was part of the reconciliation between...
No, you said 236 was due to the change of aerial mix?
Yeah.
39 was additional labour capitalised,
Yeah.
and 52 relates to additional rates.
That-
So I'm just picking each individual part just to
I
confirm.
understand that's the movement from the 1133.
Yeah, to
rental
1460,
to 14,
the
yeah.
327.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just confirming so we don't have any mix-up. And then the 236 is due to the aerial mix.
Yep.
What time do I finish? One? We just finish at 1 anyway. So.
Well, we're sort of going to finish at 12:45, but if you want to go through
Oh,
to
no.
1 o'clock, that's fine. Or do you want to just come back?
No, I'm happy to break. If we're scheduled for lunch now, I'm happy to break now.
All right, yeah, we are just a few minutes past our allotted lunch
What time are we due
break.
back?
We are due back at 1:30, so if we could suspend proceedings now for 40 minutes, we will resume at 1:30. Everybody will reconvene for our afternoon session with NBN Co. Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Rue, we were just going through brownfield FTTP costs on CPP, and just using a starting point, as I said, of 2,500 from the corporate plan against your recent review minus the duct leases, just so we're comparing apples with apples, are 3,579, which is 2119L NDN and 1460C, the CC components.
Yep.
So the difference there is $1,000.58.
Yep.
$1,058. So claim settlements 120, capitalised labour 131, rate increases 52. Aerial mix was 236. You might remember at the time I was all surprised about that. So I was just wondering, because I want to make sure that there's no misunderstandings, I just wanted to know that the mix change, what its components are. So could you please provide by the next meeting an analysis of this mix issue so that we can understand it? To be meaningful, this analysis should be at an FSAM level. We need to see each FSAM, the name of the FSAM, the number of premises in the FSAM, the ratio of aerial to underground and the ratio of SDU to MDU premises. So will you be able to provide that information to us? You'd have that relatively easily available?
I'm sure that's available, Senator, sure. I think it's probably skewed by the fact the early sites, leaving aside the trial sites or Tasmanian sites, I think you'd know better than I would actually. But
so when you say the early trial, can I just clarify? So the very, very early trials was TAS, obviously, which started overhead. Then we moved to the 5 trial sites on the mainland.
Yep.
Of which Townsville was overhead and Armidale was overhead. So 2 of those 5 were overhead, to my recollection.
Yeah.
So when you say you've excluded the early trial sites, could you just explain what you mean in your head why you've excluded those early trial sites?
Well, all I mean is that the early trials where obviously the costs are very high because they're early are not in these numbers. They're the one thing that I've left out of these numbers, which I think previous management probably did as well. I'm sure they did as well. But what I mean is the next set after the trials. So if you like post-trial, the first few sites, I think were largely Tasmania, but I could be wrong in that. And I certainly know that a vast majority of them were 46% in April 13 were overhead.
Yep.
And we're now running at an average of 13%, and things I've seen doesn't seem to indicate. I know you had an expectation of 25%.
I said that the Telstra copper network across the whole country is 75-25, 75 underground, 25 overhead. Yeah.
Well, certainly what we're currently running at is 13%, and what the current ratios, are around that number as well, actually. So. Yeah. So obviously it's $1,000 against whatever it was. I told you last time, 450 aerial. So that's the reason for the 236 that I'm talking about.
Yeah, but if you could get us that information, that would be great, just so that there isn't any confusion and no one can say anything's untoward. He just set out these FSAMs are overhead, and it'll be 2 columns. 2 columns, but with the SDU and MDUs broken out.
I assume there's a mix within an FSAM as well. I don't know. Anyway, it may not be as easy as you say.
Yeah, look,
I'll have a look.
I don't know that we deployed 2 technologies inside an FSAM at any point. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'd be surprised if that happened. So, given that the costs have increased because of going underground, you want to be looking at, as we were talking about earlier, all those cost savings, every cost saving you could find in the FTTP underground deployment. That's fair? As any self-respecting CFO, you'd be
any cost savings
on the hunt.
We can find anywhere is music to my ears.
Yep. So, you'd be looking to try and find ways to pull down that 1,400
Absolutely.
from, given it's gone up 300, you'd be looking to pull it down 1,400?
Well,
Gone up to 1,400, you'd be looking to pull it back down as best you can?
to the extent that we can reduce the cost, we would obviously want to do that. And that was why I was reacting earlier to your comment. As far as I'm concerned, we should be looking at
Mate,
all
the more red
costs.
meat you find, the better.
The more, sorry?
Red meat you find, the better. As any self-respecting CFO would be hunting, sniffing out. So could you give us any indication, not now, but take on notice, what initiatives you're looking at to try and reduce that 1,400 figure, if you have any?
We can certainly take that on notice.
Now, so aerial mix 236, capitalised labour was $39.
That sounds right, yes?
Yeah. That was a subtotal of $578 of those four things. I'm hoping my maths is...
So what were the four things again? Sorry.
excuse me, 120, 131, 52,
120, 131, 52 and...
236 and 39, which I think, I'm hoping is 578.
250, 303, 539, 578.
Yes, excellent. We can both return to our respective workplaces. Now, page 112 of the Hansard from February estimates, I asked whether you could take on notice for this meeting, whether you'd be able to answer the question about the rate increases for the LNDN, what the dollar figure was. And you said, Mr. Morrow said, and I'm quoting, "Stephen, can you commit to that?" And Mr. Roux says, "Of course I can." That's a straight lift off the Hansard. So I'm hoping you can now give us the rate increase for LNDN.
In that case, I apologise. If I had in my mind that was for an April meeting, and I'm sorry, I haven't done that exercise, and it hasn't been done deliberately. My memory... My colleague could have a look. Where I thought it was April. Okay. Yeah.
These questions are still being finalised.
Yeah, Senator, I haven't done that, and I haven't done it because I thought it was for a later date, not for today.
No, I did say, I asked Mr. Morrow, can you take on notice until in a couple of weeks' time when we're meeting again?
Yeah,
The Senate estimate, and I wasn't referring to Senate estimates because it doesn't meet again until June.
well, that's my mistake. It's no more than honest.
And there's no one that you can contact in the remaining couple of hours we're here that could assist you? I mean, you've had every other number able to reel off your head. I'm sure there must just be some information you can readily give us. I'm just trying to get to when the number becomes 4316, so up to plus 578, excuse me. We know that the 767 is the ducts. We know that the next item in my column is project management and design is $100, roughly, I think. Does that sound right? $100 for project management and design?
I don't actually have that number, so I'm sorry. I don't.
So there's three numbers that I'm just trying to break out, which drive our total, when you add back the duct leases in, up to 4,316. But the number I'm trying to quantify is the 3579.
Yep.
And the increases from the 25. So I'm trying to quantify the $1,000 difference. And there's three, well, I've got three columns. I've got rate increases LNDN, which I asked you about, which I was hoping we'd have. Project management and design, which I think comes at about 100. and then my remaining catch-all called anything else. So I'm hoping you can, if there's, like, it could be the rate increases of 0, and therefore the residual is a much larger anything else, which might be 3 or 4 things. But I'm just looking to, if anybody's listening back in the Kremlin, they could come up with that.
Again, you're asking me to reconcile back to a number. I think you referred to a strategic, a corporate plan that I'm not familiar with.
Now this is cost per premise. So what I'm asking,
I understand.
what I'm asking here is to quantify what's caused the increase.
So if we take the LNDN 2119, in fact, forget about numbers. If I can just tell you the process, it's pretty clear that the previous estimates to complete programs of work on an FSAM basis understated the actual cost to complete successfully the LNDN component. And when you go and look at the calculations that were done in the April-June 13 timeline, and indeed, and carried on, by the way, into when I started, there was I guess, as I explained to Senator Sinodinos earlier, there's at the early stages of learning about the company and learning about project management, there was an understatement of what would be the completion costs of LNDN components. Less so Customer Connect, but there was an overestimation of what would be the long-term aerial build to underground build. So the large differences that you're looking for, that you're talking about, is relating to the fact that the individual FSAMs were more complicated and had greater costs to complete than had been anticipated at the time. It was pretty clear as you roll through what management were internally reporting, you could see month by month by month the LNDN costs were increasing. And when I questioned why that was the case, it was effectively, the answer was, well, that's because we're learning more about the actual costs. What I have deliberately tried to do is go back and compare like for like. You can say that labour was in another bucket. You can say that, forget the duct lease, but you can say the labour is in another bucket. The reality is the rest of the costs are what we actually incurred. And it's clear that the actual costs of LNDN and Customer Connect is significantly more than had been anticipated and understood by management for a long time. So I haven't, as I said in the previous hearing, I haven't actually made an attempt to go and reconcile every CPP number that's moved. What I've really tried to do is say, here is a way of doing it. This is the definition. These are the actual costs. I specifically did call out the labour capitalisation because that is, to use, I think, the phrase you used earlier, moving from one bucket to another. But the rest is genuine cost increases over what was originally anticipated.
I appreciate that, but you've been able to individually identify claim settlements. You've been able to individually identify capitalised labour.
Yep.
Individually identify rate increases for Customer Connect.
Yep.
The aerial mix and capitalised labour.
If I could be, no, you're correct. The reason I did
the numbers you've read out. I know I'm correct. No, I'm quoting you.
The reason I did it for Customer Connect was I thought it was important to understand why there had been such a significant increase. That's why I did it for that exercise.
But I'm now looking at the combined total increase, and the increase from those ones we've already identified is $578. We've just agreed that. You did the maths. And now I'm looking to understand how we then move up to what the remaining $420 increase is in the, because you haven't identified any other cost increases. I'm now looking to understand, I'm looking for what the $420 of increase is in the LNDN, and I'm just perplexed why, not that you didn't think about doing it in the past, but...
You're doing two different exercises here, though. The 52 plus the 236 plus the 39 explains how you get from 1113 to 1460. You're asking a slightly different exercise, which is...
No, now I've moved into LNDN.
No, but that's the increase from 1133 to 1460. The 52, 36 and 39 are called out for the reasons. You're asking a slightly different exercise of how you get from a previously reported number to the 3,500, which is a separate exercise, actually. And that's why I don't have...
No, you've chosen to pick out one set of increases. And I'm not being critical of that. You picked them out for the reasons. So I'm now asking you to identify the other increases.
But what your question actually is how do you get from 2226 to 2119, I think?
Right, no, my question is, how do we get from 2,521, which was the 2012 corporate plan, taking out the duct issue, so we're just putting it to the side, so we're comparing direct apples with apples. I'm looking to see what the changes are in the rates,
I understand.
whatever, up to, and when you take the duct leases out, it becomes 3,579.
I understand.
So the difference between the corporate plan, which was tabled in the Parliament, and the documents that were tabled in April are 2,521, and you've got a number without ducts of 3,579. So I'm seeking to quantify the difference. We've been able to quantify easily, with your assistance, the CC numbers. So now I'm looking to understand what the rate increases were for the LNDN. I think it was identified that project management and design, and there was a lengthy discussion about that.
Sorry, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I just want to be very clear. The 52, the 236 and the 39 numbers is an attempt to explain why the Customer Connect costs have gone from 1133 to 1460. It is not an attempt to explain how you get from whatever previous management put in Customer Connect to today's numbers, which is a different exercise.
No, I appreciate it.
And I haven't done that exercise because I'm just measuring what the true costs are today. Right?
But you must know what the rate increases on the LNDN is. You must know what the project management and design increase is. Like you had an old number and you went, I don't like that number because you don't think it contains all the correct things. Or we're now going to say that those 27 people in that corner are actually working on LNDN but haven't been capitalised as a cost to that for the purposes of, because it was being done on an internal management basis and now I'm going to do it this way. Not being critical of any of that. I'm just saying you must know what the change in a range of numbers is.
Yeah, so to be clear, what I tried to do last time was explain, again, to use your terminology, the reason I called out the 131 was I wanted you to know where it moved, where there was a different accounting treatment. I'm sorry, that was what I wanted to be clear about. That is the only change in accounting treatment. The rest are true costs. What you're asking me is, you're asking me to explain how you get from what previous management estimated to today's costs. I haven't done that exercise. What I've done is explain how you got from Customer Connect 1133 to 1460.
Now, you've claimed that they weren't, and I'm not being pejorative, that they weren't accounting for in a way that you thought was satisfactory, leave it at that, for a range of the costs for LNDN and CC. And I'm now asking you to quantify, after you saw the base level number, what numbers you then added to it, and what was the rationale behind it, and what was the quantum.
What I added to
on a per premise basis, because these are the numbers you've put out into the public domain.
Yeah, sure. So just to be clear, what I've added to it is actual costs we have incurred with delivery partners. That's what I've added to it. So all I've done is add up the cheques we wrote plus $131 per premise of internal labour. I haven't changed any accounting treatment. I've just added up what the costs were. And what I was saying earlier was, Senator, is that In the past, because of a combination of learning and also because the financial records needed a significant improvement, frankly, that we had underestimated the cost of completion.
Okay, well, I'll just be very clear. There's two numbers I'm looking for. So I'll just stick it to, won't tax you too much. The NBN rate increase per premise and the cost per premise of project management and design.
Okay.
Now, I'm happy if you say what do you mean by that. I'm happy to give you a note just specifying exactly what. I did have some conversations with Mr. Rousselot, with Mr. Adcock backwards and forwards about some of these issues. Now, I just wanted to move on to...
I'm happy to do that, Senator. Just unfortunately, the costs are higher than previously we thought. That's the...
Well, by definition, you've got a higher number than previously the company had.
But the cash costs, if you will, are higher. That's what I'm saying. It's not an accounting exercise. It's what we really spend.
Now, if you've agreed to pay more money to the people building it, then the cash cost is higher. Am I missing something?
No, I just want to be clear. It's not an accounting treatment.
Yeah, no. I'm saying if it's with the rate in particular, rate increase, it's a rate increase. So I'm just seeking to know what the rate increase you paid to the contractors was in a dollar per premise. On the cost per premises of project management, that is a quantification issue of that is an accounting issue from the purposes of they were sitting there working in a corner and suddenly you said, no, you contribute to the cost of...
Yeah, and that's why I called it out.
Yeah, so those two are the ones. Now, consultants, Mr. Rousselot might be able to help, or yourself, and I'm appreciating this one will probably be taken on notice. Could you provide us with a total for the costs of consultants used by NBN Co for financial year 2014-15 and budgeted for 2016? Please also make it clear for the committee whether there have been any changes in the way these consultants' costs are defined, gathered, analysed, classified or reported. In other words, the committee is looking for an exact like-for-like comparison across the 3 years specified. Now, I'm assuming I won't get an answer back saying it's commercially dangerous to produce these numbers, consultants?
Let us take the question notice, Senator. 14-15,
Right,
said...
sorry, you don't know whether it's commercially sensitive to tell us if KPMG have done $2 trillion worth of work for you?
Let us just take the question notice,
Now,
then.
I'm hoping, as you're here, and you'll be paying attention, who are expected to be the top 3 consultants in terms of the total dollars to be spent for the year to June 30, 2015? Not asking for the amounts, just who are your top 3? And you must know that because they're in the building. And you signed their contracts, Mr. Roux. So who are the top 3?
They're in this building. Again,
no, they're in your building.
Again,
in fact, they've got a whole floor, apparently.
I don't have that actually off the top.
And who are the top 3? You must know.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
What, you don't sign the
Senator,
sign off on this?
Honestly, let me take that on notice.
I know you've got so many. I do appreciate that part. But you must know who your top 3 are.
Let me take that on notice and I can come back to you.
You're the CFO and you can't answer a basic question like who are the 3 consultants that are taking up that entire floor of ours. I can't remember their name. That's actually your serious answer to a parliamentary committee.
Let me take the answer on notice, Senator, and I can come back to you with the top 3.
Now, in the latest half-yearly report, which contains no forecast financial information, it must be a very exciting time to actually say, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, it's too uncertain. I can't find the headcount data that was included in the previous reports. Have I missed it, or has it been deleted?
Firstly, half-year reports always contain historical information. The headcounts included, I think, in the annual report, but it's not included in quarterly reports other than the annual report. So I don't think...
No, I said half-yearly.
I realise that. So in the annual report, we always...
Yeah, no, I've got the annual report, but I'm saying that it has been previously included. The headcount was previously included.
In the full year?
In the half-yearly report, I understand, but it's no longer in that report.
Is that in the good old days?
No, we didn't actually go and stand in front of market analysts and say, we can't tell you after 18 months how much this network's going to cost, or when it's going to be finished, or any financial projection past June 2015, but we're going to tell you all about these things. ASIC could probably come and take you away even.
I'll take your word for it. It's not. I'm sorry, the report's there somewhere. I can have a look at it. But what I would say is that as a GBE, we're very conscious of the need to produce quarterly reports, and the half-year report that we've done is consistent with and as good as ASX-listed companies' half-year reports.
Except it doesn't contain how much the network's going to cost or when you're going to finish.
The half-year report...
Is there any other business who can do that?
No business.
I don't know what we're going to spend on this project.
No businesses does that in half-year reporting or annual reporting. Half-year
You haven't done it in your annual report either.
Senator, half-year and annual reports, and indeed quarterly reports, are there to give a report on historical data. They do not, and they have an audit report attached on historical data. Senator, no listed company in their annual report or half-yearly report or quarterly reports, and many don't do quarterly reports, we do quarterly reports as well, do not talk about future information. As a GBE, we do have a requirement.
It's the most basic piece of information any analyst would want is what's it going to cost and when are you finished?
Well, you
can't provide either, but you knock yourselves out at those quarterly reports.
Senator, I encourage you to go and have a look at mining company reports where they have long-term projects. You look at their annual report, they will not tell you future information. They may in a prospectus, and when they do that in prospectus, there's all sorts of legal obligations around.
Are these quarterly reports public?
Yes, they are, Senator.
Right. Okay. So you're doing quarterly, you're doing half-yearly, and you're meeting all the GBE guidelines in that respect.
We meet the GBE guidelines for the annual report. The GBE guidelines don't actually specify, I could stand corrected if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge does not require a half-yearly or quarterly report.
So you're providing more than is required
Absolutely.
by the guidelines.
And a half-yearly report, I encourage you, will stand up against any ASX-listed half-year report.
Yeah, you just keep believing that and we're going to get on fire.
Senator, I'm sorry, it's my training. I do know about this. It absolutely does.
I'm just coming back to the question I actually asked you, which was the headcount figures. It was a great 5 minutes we wasted, but all I did was ask a simple question about headcount.
Well, I wanted to be very clear on the purpose of half-year reports, which is why I answered that.
It's comedy value. So.
The headcount, I'll take your word for it, is not in the half-year report, but once again, it is not something that ASX companies would report on at half-year.
Okay,
in fact, to the best of my knowledge, that's a GB guideline and wouldn't be reported in many ASX full-year reports.
All right, well, could you also provide to the committee NBNCo's total headcount at 31st of December 2014, calculated on the same basis as previously?
Sure.
NBNCo's entire cost for salary and wages for the 6 months to 31st of December 2014, and of this entire salary and wages cost for the 6 months, how much has been capitalised, and the aggregate amount of internal labour that has been capitalised life to date. So I'm trying to work out how much they've capitalised you, Mr. Rousseau. Mr. Adcock found to his horror that he's got not a cent.
I'm sorry.
Even though he's in charge of the whole rollout, he's got not 1 cent in the cost of no value to his contribution to the rollout of the network.
At the risk of upsetting my colleague, he's an expense as well. but then
he's a cost centre.
But then so am I.
So are all politicians, Mr. Rousseau.
Now, just moving on to right. Found them. Oh no, I just wanted to get an understanding. In the CapEx, in the strategic plan, or any plan that's around, and I think Mr. Morrow said this last time, but I just wanted to be clear, so I'm giving you opportunity so that there's no misunderstanding. There is no money allocated in the corporate plan into the future for an upgrade from DOCSIS 3.0 to 3.1.
In which
Well,
in which of the
I don't think it's in the strategic plan forecasts.
in the strategic review.
Yeah.
I'd have to check, but I believe you're probably correct. But I would like to check.
I think it might be in a couple of the scenarios, but not in the main one, I think.
If I can take that, I'll
And
check
Mr. Rue, has the company got any plans to upgrade from 3.0, which you're in the process of doing, to 3.1?
That's certainly been considered at the moment. It's work in progress, Senator.
Well, seriously, I keep seeing Mr. Morrow talking about how fast 3.1 is, but in my conversations with Mr. Russo in the past and Mr. Morrow, they've not indicated there's any intention of the company to deploy it. So I need to have an understanding whether or not you're actually going to do it.
Well, it's something that certainly Mr. Steiger who's the expert in this area, as you know.
He's been not allowed to come since his first showing.
Well,
he answered too many questions too truthfully, so he's been sin-binned. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked to find he's actually on a slow boat back to Canada.
Just let that go through the keeper, Mr. Rue.
It wasn't a question.
Always the best way, Mr. Rue.
Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
The train of thought is whether or not
what was the question?
Whether or not you have...
Where do I join the boat?
Whether or not you have allocated any money or have any intention, because if you have an intention, then you will allocate money over the 40 years of the network to upgrade from DOCSIS 3.0 to 3.1.
Yeah,
it'd be really nice.
I recall now. It is something that Mr. Steiger is certainly considering, but in terms of current plans, it's work in progress.
So, no, the NBN Co at this point in time has no plan to increase it. It's something that's being considered, and it could still be considered in 2041. But what I'm interested in is CapEx allocation.
When I said Mr. Steiger is working on it, Mr. Steiger has a strong preference to upgrade to 3.1.
I'm sure he would.
We as a company would see that as definitely a future path. But in terms of
fiber's a future path too. But the question here is whether or not you're planning a second truck roll for 3.1 or not.
Yeah, well,
it's not available in the marketplace today. You're deploying 3.0. You made that very clear at previous discussions. So the question is, are you going to spend on a second truck roll on 3.1? And we both know what I mean by a second truck roll.
Well, Senator, I would have to defer to my colleague, Mr. Steiger, on that.
You're the CFO.
Well, the Steiger, Senator, it is, as I said, it is something that we would certainly like to do.
It's not available till 2017. I'd like to fly to the moon. It's just not going to happen. I'd also like to get an answer out of either of you, a straight answer, but that's also not going to happen. But this is a question of whether you wait to do one truck roll to 3.1 is available, because it's not available at the moment, or you deploy 3.0 and then do a second truck roll.
Senator, how we would roll out 3.1, as I said, we'd like to do. The reason why I say it's work in progress is how that will be done is being worked through, and what exactly the costs are and what's involved, as I said, at this stage I can't answer that question.
So will Mr. Steiger be ever allowed to appear before the Parliamentary Committee again, given he's vanished without trace despite request?
Mr. Steiger is in Europe at the moment, actually, to tell you the truth. But we will. I will liaise with Mr. Steiger, and we can certainly have an answer for that question.
Could I find out the cost of his trip in terms of meals, accommodation, and airfares?
Sure.
Take that on notice.
Well, is this for his trip to Europe?
Yeah. It's an expensive way to avoid Senate committee, that's all.
Oh, Senator.
Oh, come on.
I'm sure that he had a pre-planned engagement. Now, I wanted to ask about the purchase of the HFC. Mr. Ruslow?
Yes.
You're the man?
Yes.
Do you have to take all of it? Is there a minimum you've got to take
of Telstra's. I'll start with Telstra. So how does it work? And I know you did mention it in your opening statement, but it was a little unclear to me from that. So I just wanted to try and draw from you what's the arrangement for the HFC?
So the HFC network is a network as a whole. So we have the option to use that network where we want to. So there are areas where we'll use that HFC network to roll out the NBN high-speed network. There are areas where we won't. However, the network that we take over is a network in its entirety. So once we start including the HFC network
so you do one house,
in our rollout.
You do one house and you have to take the whole 2 or 3 million homes.
We wouldn't do one house. We would clearly
appreciate
start with a
as soon
big
as you
number.
take it for one house, you've taken it for all 2 to 3 million.
So once we start rolling out HFC, yes, we are taking the entirety of the network. However, whether we use that network to roll out high-speed broadband in the entirety is still something that we have the option for.
So you've bought a network that you might not use part of?
We fully expect to use all of it. There are areas right now, for example, where we have already rolled out fibre that currently have HFC. So in those areas, we're not going to go and migrate the customers away from an existing NBN fibre solution. So yes, there are a few limited areas.
I was going to say,
where
that's
we'll
a
not be
relatively
using.
small number.
Yes, it should be a small number.
Okay. But other than those specific instances, you'd be using the entire network?
We fully expect to be using the HFC.
Okay. Now, how much overlap is there between Optus and Telstra's network?
This would be part of the confidential information that has been disclosed to us by Optus and Telstra. So we now have detailed footprints of those networks. We have details of lead-ins in those networks. We have details of the overlap and even of the premises that potentially have both lead-ins in. However, those numbers I cannot release for the public at this stage because they're still covered by the confidentiality agreement that we have with Telstra and Optus. And I apologise for that.
Just going back to your CapEx, you've got 30 million CapEx in your scenario 6 MTM.
Mm-hmm.
Does that include a DOCSIS 3.1 upgrade?
As I said, I've taken that on notice. I do not, on the top of my head, know the answer to that question.
So what is the trigger point for when you have to take all of the... I mean, I said you take one house. But what is the trigger point where you take full control of... Is it both or just the Telstra one at this stage?
So the Telstra one. So first of all, we don't take control of the entire Telstra HFC network the moment we start. The ownership transfer is progressive and therefore happens
but you
regional
take
areas
legal
by regional
responsibility.
areas.
You can't cherry pick though, can you?
No. However, once we've started in one region, so to answer your question, when is the trigger point where we would end up being committed to doing the HFC network and take it over, would be when we confirm to Telstra that we are indeed rolling out using HFC in a particular region.
So you don't actually have to start the physical construction. You just say, right, we're doing the design, we're definitely using it in this area. That's the point. So it's not like when someone knocks on your door and says, oh, I've come to install your lead-in.
I will have to check the exact trigger. It might be that it's actually on the first ready for service declaration of an HFC area. I don't know whether it's on the first ready for service or whether it's on the confirmation of the design of that area. I will have to check that point of the time for you if you want.
Now, the continuity deed that's been negotiated under the revised agreements and specifically HFC continuity licence, could you set out NBN's obligations to Telstra under the deed?
At a high level,
regarding Telstra's HFC?
Yeah, so on the HFC network, what happens when the asset transfer to us on the first day of an area being declared RFS, there are a number of services that are being provided on that network by Telstra. There are a mix of broadband services that are provided to retail users, and a mix of pay TV services that are provided by Foxtel. So on day one of us taking ownership, we have under that continuity deed an agreement that continues to provide a license to Telstra to use part of the spectrum on the HFC cables to continue to use these services. As the 18 months migration window progress and customers migrate their broadband service away from a Telstra HFC service to an NBN provided HFC services, these licenses get reduced, and at the end the only thing that would remain on the continuity deed license to Telstra is one that allows them to continue to provide pay TV services on the HFC network.
Okay, so you've got NBN have got to maintain the HFC as operational for as long as Telstra want to provide, or Foxtel, Telstra, want to provide pay TV services.
Yes, we do.
So you've got to maintain, upgrade, do whatever?
We'll be using and maintaining it and upgrading it for the purpose of providing broadband. Therefore, the small increment of providing the maintenance for the ability to continue to provide the pay TV services through that part of the spectrum that is licensed to Foxtel will be a small portion. And Telstra...
Are you billing Foxtel for it?
Well, not Foxtel, but Telstra will be contributing to that cost of maintenance as part of the continuity deed arrangement with them.
So there'll be no subsidy from NBN in any way, shape or form, an effective subsidy by maintaining Foxtel's ability to keep using the HFC.
We will continue to charge Telstra, indirectly, you're probably Foxtel, but we'll continue to ourselves charge Telstra for their contribution towards the maintenance and operation of the HFC network, as long as they keep using part of the spectrum to provide pay TV on it.
So you can give us an absolute guarantee that no NBN taxpayers' money will be used to subsidise the provision of Foxtel.
What I'm saying is
on
that
behalf of
we will be charging Telstra for a contribution towards the maintenance and operations.
I'm asking you to guarantee that that charge will cover all costs, so that there is no taxpayer subsidy whatsoever of Foxtel's pay TV service.
That's the basis upon which we've made the calculation, was to make sure that they were paying a fair contribution towards the operation and maintenance of that network.
Telstra and fair in the same sentence is a big call, but good luck with that. Now, sale restrictions on the HFC. Can you sell it? Can you on-sell it? You own it. Can you on-sell it?
Sorry, what do you mean, the whole network?
Yeah. If you wanted to sell the cable itself, you didn't want to actually maintain the cable, you're the owner of it, I'm presuming, so you've got 100% unfettered ownership, or is there a fettering?
No, we own that network. As part of the negotiation, there were some protections that Telstra was seeking in terms of our ability to on-sell that network. They were relatively similar to the one that they had in terms of our ability to sell part of the FTTP network in the old environment, and they mostly focus on limitations for us to sell it to another retail telco operator in the Australian market.
Can you increase the rental charge to Telstra?
Can I increase the rental charge?
Can you go beyond just charging Telstra/Foxtel the fair costs for maintenance? Can you actually say, I own this now, I now want to increase your rent for using it?
Part of the deal that we did with Telstra put some terms around the rent that we would be charging them going forward.
And so you've got a fixed rent?
We have an agreed formula for how much we will be charging Telstra for the license to use part of the HFC network.
Okay, so you can't vary that at all. It's signed up before.
That formula is agreed, and therefore is one that will continue. And
is the only restriction you can't sell it to another RSP, did you say? Or another telco?
It's the biggest restriction that exists is on sell to a competitor, a retail competitor. There is one, again, that is similar to one that existed in the old agreement around not selling to somebody who's not, I think, AAA rated in terms of its credit rating. So it was protecting us from selling to somebody that wouldn't have the financial muscle to be able to operate and maintain the network going forward. Those restrictions are slightly different during the time where we build the network or the time we have completed the network build. And so there's small differences between the period during which we construct and the period at which we have completed the network build.
Now, again, this comes back to something we were just discussing before, but I noted in an article by David Ramley on the ARIS deal. And it states, ARIS will be brought in to upgrade the entire network to a DOCSIS 3.0 standard. So Telstra have partially upgraded to 3.0 across their network?
That's my understanding.
And are Telstra paying to bring it up to the rest of it up to 3.0, or you've taken up that responsibility as well?
That is a responsibility that we're taking on.
What's the cost of bringing it up to 3.0?
Those would be, we're still working on the estimate of what the cost would be, and those would be finalised in the corporate plan that we are putting together.
And this issue of 3.1, you're examining it as part of your future corporate plan. So, as I said, I don't think there's any money in your CapEx here for it.
But when you say here, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm looking at the strategic plan scenario 6.
Okay, and that's something that I said out.
CapEx, $30 million.
I need to get back to you on that answer.
Yeah.
Can you leave 15 minutes for before tea break?
What time's tea break?
1:45.
Yep,
So in about 5
yep,
10 minutes.
I'll break him at 4:30.
All right.
Now, and appreciating that Mr. Steiger's not allowed near the Senate committee anymore, but and appreciate this is probably something you guys will have to defer to him. It's like a round robin. Each time you come, I ask a question, you say, oh, it's the guy who's not here. So, will you need to roll out a new cable infrastructure to get DOCSIS 3.1? What is actually involved? Is it just a change out of a modem box in a home? Is it new cabling in a home? Is it whole new cables outside in the street?
Are you asking
what's involved?
From 3.1, from
3.0
to
3.1? To 3.1.
I do not know the answer, Senator. That's something.
Mr. Roux, you're clearly familiar with some discussion on this. What's your accountant's understanding of the physical change needed?
I will get into a lot of trouble if I try and explain this, but Senator, we'll obviously have to defer to Mr. Steiger, but I don't think it is actually a significant as some of the things you were suggesting it may be. But I
don't know. So I'm saying, is it any of the above?
We will.
I mean, by definition, it's a truck roll, unless you're going to post it to them.
We will get
tell them to plug it in themselves.
Yeah, we will get to an outline of, is it just modems or is it more?
Oh, thank you. Now, the rental fee that we're charging Telstra to maintain the cable, is that going to increase? I mean, obviously costs increase over time. Is that an increasing cost, CPI?
It is a formula that includes a CPI indexation, yes.
Okay. Now, total potential HFC footprint with both networks, about 3.9 million premises.
I'm not sure I'd go as far as 3.9. I think we've publicly said over 3 million premises. But as I said, the detailed number is one that at this stage I'd have to get Telstra and Optus authorization.
In terms of overlap, I don't think there can be anything commercially sensitive here. About what percentage of it overlaps? Is it like 10%? Is it 40%? Is it 70%? Now that you've compared the two footprints?
Yeah, we have compared the two footprint. Again, before I release that information, I'd want to check with Telstra and Optus that they're okay for us to do so.
In the strategic review, you assumed 3.4 million.
In the footprint, yeah, that's correct.
Could you advise us how many premises in the 3.4, 3.9, whatever, do not have lead-ins?
We have that information, yes.
Could you advise us?
No, because again, it's part of that confidential information that's been released to us by the two telcos, but are covered by confidentiality agreements.
Could you give us any information about the percentage of Telstra's current lead-ins which are underground?
I think, because I think that one is a public figure. I think the existing one is about 60 or 65% is underground. I think, however, their more recent rollouts show a higher ratio of overheads.
Okay. So NBN Code's assumptions about the number of underground HFC lead-ins they'll have to install. What is your assumption?
This is something that we're still working and will be part of the assumptions that will form part of the corporate plan that we're putting together.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back to the strategic review, Mr. Russo, where you made some estimates. And there was a figure of 700 or 800,000 is sticking in my mind for the number of lead-ins that would need to be put in.
I'd have to check, but yeah, the way we calculated the cost of scenario 6 as far as the HSC is concerned, we had some assumptions in terms of the number of lead-ins we'd have to build. There were also assumptions in terms of the various cost of lead-ins. So we had different costs for simple ones where indeed the cable is down the streets and all that's needed is a short 30-meter connection to the home. And in some cases, some much more complex lead-in particular MDUs. So we had a whole suite of assumptions that allowed us to calculate the total capex that we had for HFC under scenario 6 in the strategic review.
Now, you've bought two networks and they overlap a fair bit.
Yes.
I think Google Maps would prove they overlap a fair bit. Why did you want two?
So the benefit of getting the two networks is that it enables us to limit the amount of node splitting that we would have to do. So if we wanted to put all of the footprint, all of the premises in the footprint onto one of the network, we would probably have to do a lot more node splitting because of the contention that it would create on the network. Being able for us to, going down a street, decide which house will get connected to the Optus network or the HFC network in the case that the two are going down the street, enables us to spread the load between those two networks and therefore enables us to turn on the customers using HFC at a lower cost.
Now, Telstra, when they tried to sell me the network many years ago, confessed to me that it could only basically go at 75 meg. It wasn't 100 meg service. Are they paying to upgrade it to the 100 meg service or NBN paying?
The upgrade that we do is in order for us to declare an area RFS ready for service and therefore to sell it for NBN services. So we will be doing the upgrade, and the moment that upgrade is done, we will declare the area ready for service and therefore start migrating the customer across to NBN.
Okay. Senator Sinodinos wants to ask you some Dorothy Dixes.
Oh, my friend.
Now.
Conradian
Senator
logic.
Sinodinos.
I can see Stephen Ellis's email address from here.
Oh, yeah, right. But speaking about the NBN, one thing I forgot to follow up before was in switching to a multi-technology mix, and given the deal that you've done with Telstra and since then, I don't know whether this was covered in estimates, whether we asked you about the potential savings from going in that direction, whether it would bring forward the rollout and everything like that. Have you got any metrics on that?
From moving from an all fibre rollout, you mean, Senator? Well, again, the importance of the corporate plan is obviously so we can look at the what we believe based on a series of assumptions the long-term plan would be. There is no doubt, though, that the speed at which a full-scale network can be rolled out under a multi-technology is many, many years earlier. The strategic review, I think, Mr. Russo, correct me, I think it was 4 to 5 years
Yes.
earlier. And that assumed, I think, that an FTTP build could get as fast as a million homes a year, which is not a rate at which we're at currently. So certainly bringing forward the speed of a rollout will significantly bring forward revenues, and we talk a lot in this form of costs, but the extent to which you can connect customers quickly is clearly going to bring revenue forward, and that's actually got a very significant impact on long-term plans. Equally, the strategic review found that the cost of an FTTN or HFC significantly less. So the cost should be less, and the revenue should get brought forward. Now, in terms of when we go through our corporate plan, but also if you apply the current if you apply the cost per premise numbers for FTTP that we've been talking about at length, you can see that the cost of an all-fibre rollout is very significant, and probably more than what was in the scenario 2. But if you ask me for an actual number, I don't have an actual number here. But there is, in terms of a pure speed and a pure cost to the Commonwealth, there's absolutely no doubt a multi-technology mix is a very, very significant saving to the Commonwealth from a pure, and I'm talking from a dollar point of view, which is presumably why you asked me.
So, just to pull you up for a minute, Mr. Rue, we just agreed after going through your corporate plan documents and the strategic review documents that the CapEx for FTTP was about $30 billion. For FTTP only, not for the full project, but the FTTP component. So that's your comparison point.
What I was simply saying was, if you take the round numbers, the $3,500 before the Telstra stuff, if you take the 3,579 and you do a simple math and you multiply that out, it's approximately 35 billion. That's all I was saying. If you then add in the other technologies, if you add in the fixed wireless and satellite review and what those costs were, and the cost of transit network and so on, it's a very expensive capital bill. That's all I was saying, Senator.
Yeah, no, but those aspects have always been bipartisanly supported. Though you seem to be including a third satellite in there, and Mr. Ruslow wouldn't admit that 12 months ago, but the CapEx cost for the satellite and fixed wireless appears to include a couple of billion extra, which appears to be an extra satellite, but you've never confirmed that.
The fixed... I have it here, so I'll try and find a number.
I wouldn't be critical if...
I was simply saying...
I wouldn't be critical, but what I'm saying is the direct comparison point is FTTP versus the dog's breakfast. So
you talk about bipartisan support, Senator. I'm just adding up numbers here. I'm just the finance guy here, telling you. I'm serious. Telling you what the costs are. So, trying to answer a question. If you take the cost per premise and fibre, the current cost per premise, you add that to the fixed wireless program, the satellite program, the IT program, all the things that aren't in that, the transit program, plus the operating losses of the company. That is one set of numbers, and the rollout date is a lot later, and therefore the revenue side is hurt as well. If you compare that against a multi-technology mix, there is clearly significant, very significant economic benefits, and I'm talking dollars to dollars here. Other people can argue about the policy, but in terms of the cost comparison, it is significantly quicker and cheaper. That's what the strategic review found.
Yeah, I understand. Now, one question I had was the NBN...
Sorry, just to finish that, the cost base upon which the strategic review seems to have been based, from the work I've done, seems to have been from a lower base number for fibre to the premise.
Now, Why are you taking ownership of the copper and HCF infrastructure rather than leasing it from its current owners?
Mr. Roosevelt can answer.
So what we managed to secure through the deal that we've done with Telstra and Optus is actual ownership of the assets. You're so proud. And we did so for the exact same amount that we used to expense and pay Telstra and Optus to either get the leading conduit, so the very last few meters of conduit from them. So being able to secure physical assets for that same amount was something that was we considered a win. We believe that the straight ownership of that asset gives us more flexibility going forward in terms of being able to adjust to future changes in demand or technology. So it was a better option for us to do that.
So you got complete control over the asset by going in that way?
Yes.
Fair enough. That sounds good to me. How does the NBN Co plan to upgrade the performance of Telstra's HFC over time?
So we covered that at a high level. What we'll be doing is by combining the two networks, we're able to provide services to more customers. We will be doing an upgrade to DOCSIS 3.0 and are considering potentially doing it to even a higher standard. We will be deploying new CMTSs. So ultimately, the network that we will make available to RSPs to start selling when we declare ready for service in HFC areas will be a much upgraded network compared to what it currently is.
So does that mean, for example, that the pay TV provider, Foxtel or whatever, will be able to offer more channels, more services?
No, on the pay TV side of things, we have agreed to a certain spectrum of license that is being allocated to Foxtel.
It's the same as their existing spectrum?
Which will be the same. We are restacking that to be more efficient, but it's roughly the same that it will be made available to them.
I do have a question on that issue. Given, and I mean the number is variable, but let's say it's 1 million new lead-ins will be provided from the HFC network. That's 1 million new premises that Foxtel can simply, by knocking on the door, provide Foxtel to. If they choose to offer a service over the piece of cable that you've put in place, as opposed to they've put in place, will you be charging them to use that new bit of cable?
Yes, we will. So part of that contribution to the operation and maintenance is based on the number of customers that are connected to the network.
So if they suddenly pick up an extra 1 million customers because you provided them the lead-in,
we will get the extra revenue.
Yeah. So my point is that's a little different from maintenance. So that's I don't know if you've got a separate classification.
So we charge the formula that we've agreed to them to charge for their contribution towards operation and maintenance is on a per user basis.
Okay. Right. But if as a result of what you're doing, you're bringing more customers in, you will get a return out of that.
NBN will get a return for that. Yes.
And how do you, in broad terms, how do you determine what that return is? How do you what's the criterion for striking a return on that?
So again, it's a contribution to the operation and maintenance of the network. So we agreed on a formula to make that
margin
to defend that price.
Do you put in a margin?
And we've now what we've done is again make sure that it was a fair contribution to the operation and maintenance of the network. The counterfactual from a Telstra perspective is that they would have continued to own the HFC network and would have been incurring costs for that. So that was the counterfactual that they were using, and that was the base for us arriving at the formula.
You're saving them certain costs.
Exactly.
And so they contribute towards that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And the arrangement with Optus HFC is similar in that sense?
No, Optus, the deal is slightly different because the starting deal with Optus did not contemplate the continuation of the pay TV services on the Optus network. So we do not have that similar arrangement as far as the Optus network is concerned.
So what happens to their pay TV services?
They would be treated the same way they would have been under FTTP. So I understand that Optus is in the process of migrating those customers to other pay TV solution and product.
Which at the moment would be, what is it?
Most likely over IP.
Sorry?
Over IP.
Oh, okay. Right. I see. Okay, that's all at this
Yeah, I
stage.
just wanted to, just a very quick one before we break. Will voice be provided, a voice service provided on the HFC, or will it be maintained on the copper network?
No, the idea as we declare areas RFS is for RSPs to provide a voice service as part of the overall bundle that they'll put on the NBN network. At the end of the
HFC, so you're going to provide
Yes.
voice on the HFC?
And at the end of the 18 months period, the same obligation to disconnect the PSTN exists.
Okay, so
ultimately
the decommissioning of the copper network in HFC areas will take place?
is maintained, yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, well, if
Happy to break, yeah, happy to break that.
we'll have a 15-minute break now, suspend
Thank you.
until 5 minutes to 3. Wants to lead off? Senator Sinodinos or Senator
he's
Conroy?
finished.
Senator Conroy.
Thank you. Now, have NBN managed to secure any fitness guarantees or any minimum standards on the copper?
No, we are acquiring the copper where we decide we want it, but when we do acquire it, it's on an as-is, where-is basis.
As is?
Where-is basis.
Okay, so it's whatever's in the ground.
Yes.
Telstra don't have to remediate it?
No copper remediation.
So the good news for me is you've bought Williamstown's copper, and it is a cracker. Okay, I've got a pit I want you to look in.
I'd be very happy to come and look at it, Senator.
So I'm looking forward to... let's be very clear. You're new to this committee, and there are two very famous places in this country, and one of them is Williamstown, where I live.
I'll come and look at your pit too, Senator.
I don't think he wants you to come into his pit. So, are you able, Mr. Rousselot, to identify where every plastic bag is that covers a joint in Telstra's network?
We have, during the deal, we secured some information relating to the copper network. No, we do not know the exact location.
Because you've now bought ownership of those plastic bags too.
I have secured the option, I think NBN Co has secured the option to acquire the copper network where it decides that it makes commercial sense to do so. So to the extent that elements of the network are appropriate for us to roll out high-speed broadband, we will acquire the copper in those areas.
Let's do a quick bit of reverse engineering again, which I know you love. We've got, let's say, 2.4 million HFC lead-ins. Just doesn't have to be exact. Mm-hmm. We've got now how many fibre to the premises do you anticipate being finished at the end of your rollout? I'm guessing it's 1 million because you're on 570, or what are you on at the moment in terms of? So so if I can exclude greenfields for the moment, but in brownfields, what's your brownfield rollout anticipated number?
Can I say the latest number that we have, or the latest published number that we have, because we're working on the new plan, were the ones that were in the strategic review, where we anticipated to do 26% of the network with FTTP.
Yeah, so what's that in terms of numbers? Just because...
maybe 2.9 million premises in FTTP.
Does that include greenfields? I'm suspecting that includes greenfields.
It probably includes greenfield. So...
okay, let's just say 2.3. Did you say?
Yes, it was 2.9 in the.
Sorry, 2.9
review. Yeah.
We've got 3.4. The 7%, is that still a 7%? There's no change to the designation. I'm just trying to.
Sorry, you mean the fixed wireless and satellite?
Fixed wireless and satellite.
Non-fixed, yes, that is correct.
So that's roughly how many?
Assumption.
What assumption are you making there? It's still 800, 900,000? What's the...
No, I believe that the fixed wireless and satellite review increased that number because we revised the demand that was anticipated in those areas.
As you can see, demand for broadband just keeps...
Yeah, so I think we ended up with a number that was about
7 to 8%, Sandra.
Yeah. 7 to 8%, yeah, no,
that's sort of range.
So is that about... I used to calculate it on about 1% was 100,000, which would mean about 800,000. Okay, so that's 3, 6, 7 million covered out of, now we've always had the argument about whether it was 10, 11 or 12. Where are you at the moment?
We're still assuming at $10 million premises to be passed.
Pre-greenfield. You better not tell Joe Hockey you've collapsed the construction industry at the same time. So that's still roughly 3 million homes if we accept your number, or a bit higher if you go for some of the other...
That would be covered under FTTN.
Yes. So it's still,
somewhere
between 3 and 4 million. Let's just leave it at that, and we don't have to argue about it. Somewhere between 3 and 4 million you need the copper for. So
that's the number that was in the strategic review, yes.
Yeah, roughly. Yep.
Now, you must have seen some of the publicity around the state of the copper around the country. You'd be
Yes.
familiar with those stories. They've been on newspapers and TV shows.
More importantly, as part of the due diligence during the deal, we secured some information from Telstra that gave us a description of the fault rates on some of the copper network.
But they were fault rates on calls, not on broadband, because Telstra have admitted they don't keep fault rates on.
There were actually fault rates, specific faults in terms of faults on the cable, faults on the infrastructure, faults on the pillar, etc. So there were actually specific faults.
Faults have a particular definition, and they're faults on a voice service, not faults on a broadband service. And there's a difference between those two. So Telstra haven't provided you any specific data on faults on a broadband service, have they?
Telstra provided us with data over the overall maintenance of the copper. They've provided us with detailed information about, for a sample that we picked, which was representative because it included regional and urban
Was it
areas.
Williamstown?
Sorry?
Did you include Williamstown? Because we've got a lot of soggy copper.
I do not know if Williamstown was part of the sample that we had.
Dear, oh dear. Mr. Rooslow. Oh dear. So...
But again, let me say again that what we've secured is the option to access the copper network. There will be areas where we will potentially discover that the copper network is not capable.
Previous conversations have been you'd relay copper. If you're in the middle of a copper area and you find, let's say, half a suburb that it's utterly degraded and useless, there's no suggestion from you, in fact the opposite, not from you personally, but I think from the previous discussions, was that you'd relay copper. You wouldn't decide that you were going to put fibre in because the backbone you've built doesn't support it. They're two separate ways to deliver the service.
Well,
so you'd be actually relaying copper.
I think you're implying decisions that NBN would do, which I don't believe we have done.
No, as I said, I'm only going on my recollection of discussions previously and other questions where it said, if there's one street where the copper was just terrible, you're not putting fibre, you might offer them fibre on demand option, but you're not laying a fibre to the home for one street.
Whether we do remediation of the copper or deploy another technology, we'll make those decisions on an area-by-area basis when we actually get to the detailed design of those areas.
We'll throw a street party for you when you come down and open our pits up. So, how large was your representative sample of 10 million lines or 8 million lines?
I'll have to get back to you on this.
No, you've got to know that. That's the most basic question.
I'll
You've worked on it for 12 months of your life and you can't tell me how large the sample was for purchasing this dog?
I will get back to you. I believe from memory that it was about 140 DAs. But I'll get back to you with the
I'm
exact
happy to
number.
take an estimate because I was about to say, I don't think you have actually answered a single question I've asked today. You've taken every single question on notice. But I'll accept 140 as an answer. And happy for you to come back and say it was 138 or it was 144 without anything. So 140 FSAMs, and how many lines did that represent?
It's 140 DAs, not FSAM.
Okay, DA.
So make an average of maybe 200 lines per DAs.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right, thanks. Now, I'm fascinated that, and I appreciate that you've done this, but I'm fascinated because when we asked Telstra or discussed with Telstra renting the ducts, they actually said to us, we don't know how many kilometres of holes in the ground are serviceable. Mm-hmm. So, given that they haven't done any mass remediation across the country of ducts since then, and they couldn't even tell me the state of more than about 90,000 kilometres of ducts. I'm astonished that they're able to give you any sort of representative sample, or you can take any confidence in a representative sample. because of the 160,000 kilometres of ducts that Telstra own, they were only able to initially offer us 90,000 kilometres. The rest of them, they literally said, we don't know. We ultimately then did the remediation take-or-pay operation with them on another 40,000 kilometres of ducts. But if they couldn't tell me whether the ducts were usable, how could they possibly tell you whether the copper's usable in the ducts that they don't know whether the ducts were usable?
They know.
No, they didn't. They didn't. I had to go away for 3 weeks.
Can I? They know the number of live services that are on the copper. So they can give us a view of how many live services are on the copper currently. And therefore, when we get to an area and do detailed design, we will be able to actually see how many live services are connected to every single pillar that we have. And we'll be able, therefore, to know the asset that we potentially will be purchasing should we decide to take that asset in that particular area.
Yeah, so I live in Williamstown, if I mentioned that. So I moved house 2 streets. And I wanted to get my same number of lines I had into my new house from my old house. And the copper tech came and knocked on my door. He said, I want you to come out. He didn't have a clue who I was. Great being a senator. Walked outside and he said, see this bundle? And he holds up a bundle. He's got the pit open, holds up the bundle. And he gets the bundle's number. He says, see this? This is meant to be 3 houses down on the other side of the street. I have no idea what lines are going into your house. And I have no idea if I can actually do this job for you. And there was apparently live services going on, but they had no idea even what the line into my house was. And you've bought it based on 140 DAs or...
Senator, I would suggest that on a network of, 10 million lines, let's say, there will be the odd case where there will be no knowledge of the network. That will happen. That's what happened when you have 10 million different lines. But on the big numbers, this is a network that currently provides live PSTN service, live ADSL service, and that when combined with VDSL nodes and vectoring, we anticipate we'll be able to provide good high-speed broadband. That's the experience that other telcos have experienced around the world, and we don't think that there should be any reason it should be different here.
I want to talk to you about your remediation arrangements. Telstra, what's the number of FTTP lines that Telstra is now responsible for?
So that's one of the numbers that...
I believe it's 2.2 million. I don't think it's a great secret.
I don't know where you got that number, Senator, but that's a number that hasn't been made public yet. But let me explain to you the mechanics around the remediation. So when you do FTTN or HFC, the amount of duct and pit remediation that is required is greatly reduced. Under the old deal, the remediation...
You don't need to explain to me. You don't need to explain to me the difference. If I can save you time, I'm fully aware of the difference.
If you do not want me to answer the question, I won't.
So, what detailed costings? You said you got some indicative costings. What detailed costings on the operation and maintenance liability in the pre-design phase have you got from Telstra?
Sorry, say that again.
You're taking on board the operations and maintenance liability from the moment ownership is transferred. That's correct?
Yes.
So
of the copper network, so
yes,
the pillar downwards, yes?
Yeah, copper network.
Yes.
So what detailed costings did they give you before you bought this dog?
They provided us aggregate numbers in terms of maintenance, operating and maintenance cost at a split by different categories, which enabled us to ascertain what the portion of the network that we would take over was and the maintenance that was associated with it. But let me just say that the total network of Telstra and the one that we will end up with are very different. We're not acquiring all of the Telstra network in a particular area. We buy from the pillar downwards, and then we will not be acquiring the copper everywhere because there'll be HFC and FTTP areas.
So what information on operation and maintenance and the costings did Telstra provide for you for vectored VDSL services?
Well, I don't believe that Telstra has vectored
Correct.
VDSL service.
Correct.
Therefore,
That's
they
two
would
answers.
not have been able
Two
to
answers for
provide
the
us-
day. By definition, they could give you none. All they could give you was costings based on POTS.
So they provided us with some operation and maintenance cost of the copper network as
Yes,
it's currently
of
being
costs,
used,
but-
which includes PSTN
Yeah.
and broadband
Yes,
over
but
ADSL.
not vectored.
Not vectored VDSL, since they don't have that product in their network.
Yeah. Now, I note that NBN is now taking primary responsibility for remediation in HFC and FTTN areas. So you've got to, just coming back to what you were starting to talk about before, so this is pillars, pits, and I'm assuming some exchanges, but I'm happy for you to correct that, that you do have to do remediation in.
So it's mostly ducts and pits remediation.
Well, pillars you're going to be disconnecting, the cut over from a pillar to
The
a
pillars
node.
will continue to use, but they'll be connected to the nodes. So
Okay, well, depending on how you do that. But you've got to open pillars, you don't believe you'll be going into any exchanges at any stage?
there's probably some lines that are served directly from the exchange. So there's probably some limited number of work that will be done in the exchange.
So my concern is, and you possibly heard me having this discussion with Mr. Robinson earlier, asbestos isn't just in the pits to the home, it's also in other parts of Telstra's network, like in exchanges, like in and around pillars. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Did you have a discussion with Telstra about that?
Not in the details of it, but yes, I'm aware.
So you've bought Telstra's asbestos riddled network without having a lengthy discussion about the possible liability or how much extra it'll cost to remediate, because you've now got that asbestos remediation liability for anywhere in the network where you want to use.
What we've purchased is elements of the copper network. So we've purchased wires, we've purchased pillars. I don't believe that there is asbestos in wire or anything like this. The pillars, the pipes, the pits and the pipes remain Telstra's ownership, and that's where potentially there are occurrences.
Yeah, but you're buying the remediation and the maintenance of the copper. That's your liability.
We in the FTTN and HFC area.
So if you have to open up a pit and it has asbestos in it, what, you're calling in Telstra?
No, that will be our responsibility.
So you've taken on the asbestos liability, which Mr. Adgut so spectacularly managed for Telstra previously. Now, I accept the point you're now going to try and make, because it was the point you and I are both familiar with, that it's a different degree, but to pretend there is no asbestos that will be involved in future NBN work would be close to misleading the committee, but I don't believe you're going to do that.
I was just reacting to your comment that said you've purchased the asbestos-ridden Telstra network. What we've purchased is only copper element. We haven't purchased
You've purchased the right to maintain it. And if you've got to maintain it, you have to deal with the asbestos that's riddled throughout it. And I'm not suggesting it's riddled inside the copper. That would be a little silly. But to get to the copper, you've got to go in through their pits. And that's where you're going to bump into asbestos.
That's probably correct.
Probably correct. Are you planning on entering the pits a different way? Or you've got a new technique?
There might be areas that do not have asbestos, Senator.
True. I think you're going to be shocked, but clearly you've done a large amount of due diligence on that from your answers. Now, Andy Penn admitted at the analyst briefing that Telstra's actual costs for remediation were higher than they estimated in 2010. I could read you the quote. You might have heard me read it out earlier. It's a long quote, but if you heard me read it out, if you want me to read it out, I'm happy to.
No,
But NBN Co is only getting a rebate based on the 2010 estimate.
Sorry, was that still part of the quote?
No, sorry. Did you want me to read the quote?
No, I'm just asking you whether that last statement was part of his quote.
So I'm trying to understand. No, that part was me trying to understand. You're getting a rebate, a credit, I think Mr. Robinson was describing as this morning.
Yeah, we called it a remediation credit, yes.
Yeah. So explain to me how that's going to work.
So in the areas where we roll out FTTP, Telstra continues to have the obligation to do pits and pipes remediation for the entirety of the network. In the areas where we do HFC or FTTN, the amount of remediation is greatly reduced because we do not have to do remediation beyond the pillar, or in the case of HFC, very little remediation is going to be required. But we, NBN Co, has taken the obligation of, the cost of doing the remediation that would be required, say, between our POI and the pillars. So that cost has been now assumed by us. The credit that we're getting from Telstra is something that represents the saving that they will have because they do not have to do that remediation anymore, and also covers the cost more than cover the cost that we will incur to do that reduced remediation.
So effectively, and this is what and I'm asking you to confirm this because Mr. Penn's bragging about it to an analyst briefing, so I'm assuming he's not misleading the market. They've capped their liability at their estimate in 2010. They acknowledge openly that their estimate was short. It's cost them more to do the remediation. And you've now picked up the tab for the amount of money above the 2010 estimate. Is that how it's actually working?
So no, because there are two different things that weren't captured in your statement. The first one is that it is a much reduced obligation to remediate.
I'm accepting that.
And the second one is that there was a inefficiency built in the way how that remediation was done in the past, given that Telstra had to go mobilise, do remediation work, demobilise, and then we would come and do our laying of the fibre. We believe that as we now do this in one swoop, because we'll have responsibility for doing the remediation and the laying out of the fibre in those areas.
The key is you've taken over the responsibility.
Yes, we did.
That Telstra previously had and they had to pay for.
Yes, we have.
And the quantum, by definition, because you're not doing fibre to the premise, has reduced.
Will be greatly reduced, yes.
Has reduced, but that's a given.
Yeah, and significantly, if you think about the mileage of where the network is.
By definition, if you're not going to 10 million homes, you're only going to, I'm assuming there's no serious remediation in a greenfield needed in the short term. So you've got to strip out the remediation for greenfields. But
more importantly, you have to strip out the remediation from the pillar all the way to the house. So if you think about the mileage of pipes that needed to be remediated.
That's until you find out whether or not it works. And then you've got to do the remediation to it to make it work. And you have no idea whether these lines work or not.
You're mixing copper remediation and pits and pipes remediation, yeah. I would suggest.
You've got no idea if the copper works in a given street, other than for the 140, roughly, DAs, as you call them, that you've actually looked at. Mm-hmm. And I'm willing to bet they didn't look at all 140 times 2,000 lines. I'm willing to bet that it's an estimate within that, but you can feel free to correct me. So you have no idea what the remediation costs of the copper network are for even the copper tails you're describing, and just waving your hands around and saying, well, we don't have to do it anymore. No, but remediation is making it fit for service.
Are you talking about copper remediation?
Yeah, I'm talking about
pits
copper
and
now.
Pipes remediation.
No, I'm talking about the copper. You've taken on board the maintenance of the copper.
Yes, and we have made assumptions in terms of...
Yeah, you've got no idea.
Until we take ownership of that network and we start providing services on it, what we can do is assumptions. We base those assumptions on historical maintenance data that we've been able to, and on conversations we've had with people that have done that in other geographies around the world.
We've agreed that there is no historical data on remediation to make vectored VDSL work.
In Australia,
so Telstra have none. So Telstra have not provided you any information on
VDSL.
Vectored VDSL.
You're correct.
Now, what is your estimate then of your remediation cost?
That will be part of the corporate plan that we're putting together.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you know. Is it a secret?
It's still being figured out.
We need a laugh. It's late in the day. We need a bit of comedy value. We need you to tell us what your copper remediation estimate is.
It will be part of the corporate plan that is currently being prepared.
Why can't you tell us now?
Because we're still...
You have a fixed number. You've made an assumption when you purchased it. You know what the number is. You're not going to suddenly change it in the next 3 weeks. You're actually in your head right now, you know what this number is.
Can I restate again that we've purchased the option to use those networks?
Yes, but you in your head right now, Mr. Eastlow, know what the number is for NBN's calculation for the copper remediation. You can't not know. You've just signed an agreement to pick up the tab. So unless you're saying to me you're such a bad negotiator, you bought it without having a number in your own head, and I don't believe you're that bad. I believe you're bad, but not that bad.
Thank you for that.
That's 2 compliments for the day, so let's not get carried away. It's a compliment per question answered. Let's work on that basis. But you know what that number is. Why can't you tell us today?
Because that's a number that's being reviewed in the exercise that we're currently doing.
How's it being reviewed? You've signed an agreement.
I said it's a number that's currently being reviewed.
But you accept you have that number in your head now, you're just refusing to tell us.
No, I'm just saying that this is a number that we're currently asserting and making part of our corporate plan going forward.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to talk about the PSAA payment. What revenues are you estimating to get per line on average between the different technologies, like HFC, forget the common ones, the fixed wireless and the satellite. What revenues per line are you budgeting for FTTP, HFC, vectors,
so in
VDSL?
If you're asking about the future corporate plan, that's something that we are currently working on. If you're asking about the strategic review, there were assumptions that were made in the strategic review.
You've been doing it for 18 months. So what is the number that underpins in the strategic review? Your revenues. I'm asking you.
The strategic review had some assumptions in terms of, and it assumed slightly lower revenues in different technologies. So FTTP was the one that was able to secure the highest revenue. And then we had different assumptions in terms of how much HFC and FTTN were going to be able to generate in terms of revenue.
And what sort of quantum difference?
I can't recall. I'd have to go back to the numbers, and I don't know whether those were part of the numbers that were made public or not. So I'll have to check.
But these are just your revenue assumptions. They're not like commercially in confidence.
I'd have to check, Senator.
So is a revenue assumption a commercial in confidence number? You're not contracting for it?
I don't know that the detail in terms of the pricing that we had assumed was something that was revealed or not.
So the original PSAA payment, was predicated on revenues from an FTTP line. That would make sense, given there was no other basis for it to be calculated on?
The PSAA payment is a... listen, I don't know.
So they went expense, PSAA payment, revenue calculated for FTTP network.
Okay.
Make sense? So you're still paying the same PSAA payment, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
But you've just agreed that you're getting less revenue than the FTTP.
I'm also incurring a lot less costs. So net, on that basis, I'm still paying the same amount of PSAA payment, but I will be getting an increased margin than I was going under FTTP. So if you believe the numbers that we've articulated and the description that Mr. Wu did earlier, we believe that a multi-technology mix is something that delivers faster revenue at a lower cost.
Based on the net present value of money coming forward is how you play that game.
So we're continuing
any assumption
to pay,
you want in there. That's how Mr. Turnbull's explained it many times with Mr. Russlow's help.
So we're continuing to pay the same PSAA payment for something that, from an NBN perspective, is something that is more beneficial to us than the old model.
Well, that's your assertion, not based on any facts. Just
it was based on the work that was done in the strategic review.
Just your modelling. It's your assertion based on your modelling.
And whether it's FTTP, FTTN or HFC,
but
it's all modelling.
The fundamental point is that you're paying the same amount of money to Telstra, even though you're getting a lesser revenue on the HFC per line and the vectored line?
I'm paying the same PSAA payment on technologies that will ultimately deliver a bigger benefit to NBN Co, whether it's HFC and FTTN, as a mix of the revenue and the costs that are associated with those technologies.
What's your total capex for MTM?
If you look at the scenario 6, these were the numbers you were quoting earlier.
40 billion, isn't it, or 40 plus billion?
33.
33.
Sorry, 33 billion.
33 billion.
Including
And on your own calculations, as we've discussed earlier, for 31 billion odd, the full fibre network with 100% of the revenue assumptions.
No, the 33 includes the transit network, IT costs, fixed wireless satellite. Yeah. It includes whatever the numbers you were taking off earlier, the 15 billion odd additional capital expenditure. And the 33 includes a 20% contingency too.
So if the time frame for your build isn't 2020, your assumptions about your revenue pull-through start to fray, would you say? So if you go longer than 2020, all of your calculations based on your revenue lines, they all begin to start shifting. Is that fair? It's maths.
If the network takes longer to roll out, revenue takes longer to come in.
And while you like to try and compare costs, the operational cost of running 4 networks is greater than running, or 3 networks is greater than running 1 network, right?
At an aggregate level, those are correct assumptions.
Your IT systems costing more?
Yes, they are.
What's it costing?
This will be part of the
Another hidden
plan
cost
that we're putting together.
Another I refuse to answer the question cost.
No, I'm not refusing to question. I'm saying that there is a corporate plan being under preparation. When it is ready, we'll be more than happy to share it.
The corporate plan delivered in December, which isn't part of, like, it's already done. You must have some estimate back then of what your IT network was going to cost.
The corporate plan that was delivered for the period FY14 to FY17 include detailed information for the year FY14, so 14 and 15, and included only limited information for 16 and 17.
I appreciate you're too scared to put it out in public. I appreciated you gave it to the minister and he read it and went, "Oh my God, you're not serious, JB. This is going to take a long ride out on the yacht for us to work this through." So you're not taking on Telstra's legacy IT networks, are you?
No, we're not.
It's probably third compliment coming.
Thank you, Senator.
Probably the only smart thing you've done in this negotiation. Because if the copper network's a dog, their IT systems are worse than a dog.
Senator, I dispute that. I believe that there are great benefits that NBN Co will
14
get out of that negotiation.
They've got 14 legacy IT systems that no one can get.
I'm not disputing this. What I'm disputing is the comment that you made, which was the only thing that was good out of the negotiation. I think there are major benefits that this deal is delivering to NBN.
Fortunately, you'll be sailing in the Mediterranean when this all comes to be accounted for, Mr. Rousselot. Possibly with Mr. Turnbull, but unlikely. So you're building an entire... I'm trying to understand whether you're augmenting the existing OSS, BSS, the IT network, or you're building one next to it for running the HFC and the
I think
copper.
at the aggregate level, I'd describe it as a mix of both. And it's again part of the details of that, or part of the plan that we're putting together.
You're not actually, as we agreed, taking on Telstra's IT network.
That is correct.
So they'll just give you the data and you have to enter it into your new system once you've built it.
That is correct.
So that's how many lines, how many customers have to be entered anew into your network?
It will depend on how many, ultimately, lines we take over on both the HFC and the FTTN network.
Well, it's some large number.
Yes, it will be a large number, Senator.
It's millions and millions and millions. It's way past 5, probably
it will
getting
be,
up towards 8 million.
It will be millions of lines progressively as we roll out the network.
Yeah. So And you've outsourced this to India, right?
I don't know where you're getting that information from, Senator.
Is it Tata or Tata? Indian company pick up the network design for this?
I don't know.
Mr. Rue, you signed the cheque. Sorry, you don't get to sit there and pretend you don't know what's going on anymore. You've been signing cheques for a while now.
That's certainly true. I agree. I've been signing cheques for a while now. I think I'm not aware of where you're getting that particular.
I think it was the newspapers.
But
They announced they'd won your contract.
it's not right, is it?
It was announced. Did I miss something?
But sometimes things in the newspapers aren't always
don't believe
correct. So,
everything
but anyway,
Now, after. So, have they not won your IT system? What is it? What contract have they got with you?
Senator, there is no contract signed.
Oh, come on! They've announced it.
What Mr. Uslow is talking about is there is obviously a significant piece of what we have to do is new IT systems. You're quite correct, and the data transfer is a key part of that.
Well, it's the most massive part. I mean, it's labour intensive, is it not?
It will be.
It will be, yeah.
I've played with a few databases over my life, not as big as this one, but they're massive input.
It will be. The fortunate thing is, as Mr. Russo said, the data doesn't come all at once, so at least it's a progressive transfer. But you're quite right. There's no doubt the complexity of IT increases with both the fibre and
I'm asking,
networks.
have you outsourced it to India?
There's no contract for that, Senator.
And if I asked you in a week's time, would it be outsourced to India?
Well, it's not a week's time.
All right. When are you planning on announcing your IT system winner? Given they've already announced themselves.
I'm not sure we're planning to announce anything, Senator. I could be wrong. Maybe we are, but I'm not aware of anything, Senator.
So not only can't you tell us the quantum, you now can't tell us the names. This is fantastic. Like, seriously. Senator Sinodinos, help me here. We're not even allowed to know the name of the winner of the contract, never mind how much.
What was the name in the paper?
Is it Tata? I'm trying to pronounce them. Kate, you know them. Tata?
Tata, I think.
Tata. T-A-T-A, I think it is. Tata have won the contract. They've announced it. I mean, you might not have signed the formal contract.
Well, Senator, again,
Well, two companies were. Tata was one and there was another one.
Let's look at it.
Google it. Someone Google it for me.
I am confused around.
I love your defence.
I'm confused
We haven't
around.
signed the contract. That's like the Prime Minister saying he hadn't done a deal with Japan over the submarines, okay? Your credibility's in the same place.
Senator, I'm confused around IT systems and two contracts, or what, I don't know actually what you're talking about.
Mr. Ruslow?
No, I don't either. I mean, you're referring to contracts. I don't know.
Look, there's no point auditioning for Dumb and Dumber 2. It's already been made. I mean, guys, you've got someone sitting behind you who doesn't know what we're talking about. He's already given you one piece of advice. He's now giving you another one.
Okay, so I'm going to read the article. It's by David Ramley and Paul Smith.
Oh, my goodness.
NBN
David
Code
Ramley.
is set to award contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars to an Indian outsourcing giant Tata Consultancy Services and New Zealand telecommunications provider Cordia Solutions to help design the coalition's national broadband network.
Right. So that relates to network design. That doesn't relate to data transfers or IT systems, Senator. That's why I was confused.
Okay, so when are you signing the data input? You going to source it in Australia?
No, we're actually still working out how we're going to do that. That's why I was confused.
No, well, I'm asking you, will you give a commitment that you'll do it here in Australia, or will you outsource it to the Philippines or Malaysia or to India?
I'll give a commitment that we'll do it in the best way for taxpayers.
Consistent with the cost-effective provision of the...
Oh, a submarine, yes.
Yeah.
We're both on a submarine committee, so you get dragged in.
I'll just say no comment to this piece.
If you want a submarine...
So you won't give a commitment, though. You're very clear you won't give a commitment that you'll do that data transfer data processing function here in Australia?
Well, we will do it in the most cost-effective way, Senator. We're working out the best way to do this.
Now, I see you've agreed to reimburse Telstra for all costs that Telstra incur from the shift from an FTTP to an MTM model. What's your estimate of that?
That is, again, will form part of the plan that we have and that we are currently preparing.
Is this the copper plan? Was that what you were referring to?
No, the corporate plan that we are preparing currently.
Now, I've heard a rumour that Telstra have won a design contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
$390 million? Oh my God, they may have told us. They may have had to announce it to the market.
Telstra have won a design contract.
But you won't confirm their number of $390 million.
The amount will depend on the number of designs.
Is anyone else doing any designs for you?
This is actually referring to what you talked about earlier, which we did a market testing of design works. TCS or Tata and Cordia and Telstra are obviously part of that. We looked at I think 3 other providers who weren't able to do the work. So we did a market testing of what would be the appropriate rates to charge for design work. Telstra have been appointed to do some of the initial designs, which makes sense given they are most familiar with the network. But we will be looking to bring in other providers too, for which there are no contracts signed at this stage, but we'll be looking to bring in other providers to do design work.
So when we were talking earlier about the design costs, and we were talking about how they were in-house, out-house, in-house, out-house, and you've capitalised some of them into your FTTP, you'll capitalise this 390 plus whatever other costs from other companies doing your designs into your cost per premise?
To be specific, the amounts will be what the amounts will be, but absolutely we will. Absolutely. The intent, and I guess one of the reasons I was keen to lay out the methodology of the cost per premise is that the same methodology will absolutely be followed for all technologies. That's really important for me so that we can compare costs against, we can compare apples with apples going forward. So yes.
Do you feel silly sitting here saying I can't tell you the cost of a contract when the company's announced it to the stock exchange? Because it has to?
The contract amounts will depend upon the amount of work that's done, Senator. That's why.
So Telstra have misled the market.
I haven't got Telstra's.
They've said 390 million. Are they misleading the market? Surely not.
I'm not here to comment on Telstra, Senator. I'm only telling you the amount will depend upon how much designs are done.
We better let the stock exchange know that NBN doesn't agree with their number. It's very serious. Oh, Mr. Penn's going to have a few heart conniptions about that one. Mr. Rousselet better get on the phone.
I can't comment, Senator. I'm sorry.
Now, there's been extensive speculation that Telstra will get the operation and maintenance contract for the copper and or the HFC. Is that correct?
We are going through a process of determining how we will undertake the operating and maintenance work. Obviously, Telstra is one of the options, but there are many other options, Senator. At this stage, we actually haven't made a decision on how we're going to do that.
Mr. Thodey's pretty confident. At the investor briefing, he said he expects it to be a margin of between 20 and 25%, their normal margin. You're planning on paying Telstra 20 to 25% gross margin on doing this work for you?
Well, I haven't read Mr. Thodey's comments, but
I can only invite you to.
but
That's what he said to the analysts. It's black and white.
as I said earlier, Mr. Adcock and his colleagues are very conscious of the need to have a strategy around this, and the strategy around this, it's for NBN, it's important that A, it's done well, and B, it's done cost effectively, and we will ensure that's done.
And is 20 to 25% cost effective? Gross margin?
Senator, I can't comment on Telstra's internal costings on it. We will be doing the best deal that we can do for the company and for the nation.
Mr. Rousselot, that sounds like a pretty healthy margin. How many Telstra shares have you still got?
I own a number of Telstra shares that have been disclosed on the first day I joined the company.
I know, I'm just pointing out that, I hope I could award a contract to someone I own shares in with a gross margin of 20 to 25. Mr. Adcock's got plenty of shares. Dr. Swiskowski's got plenty of shares. Justin Milne's got plenty of shares. I mean, this is a bonus for your share price here. No wonder their capex went up $1 billion after the announcement.
May I also say that I'm not involved at all in the award of those contracts. Those have been kept separate from the conversations around the...
Are they separate from
DAs.
Mr. Adcock and Mr. Milne on the board and Mr. Switkowski? You've all got the same conflicting share problem?
All I can say is I am not involved in those. And all I can say is that throughout the conduct of the DA negotiation, I have on numerous occasions reminded the board and my ExCo colleagues of the limited shareholding of Telstra share that I have.
Is it hard to find someone who doesn't have Telstra shares in the company?
Senator.
Mr. Rear, you might have Foxtel shares.
Foxtel doesn't have shares, but I don't have any. In fact, I have no Telstra shares and no News Corp shares, so therefore I have no Foxtel shares.
You're the only clean skin in the building. We found one. Thank God for that.
Senator, you're jumping to the conclusion that Telstra would win any deal. We are working out how we will do this, including doing it ourselves. So we have to yet come up with a strategy in terms of the governance around the award of contracts. I can assure you that, and you can imagine in my role, I do make sure of this, that conflicts are known and
20 to 25%.
The conflicts are known and that the award of any contracts is always, in our view, in the best interest of the company and therefore the shareholders, which is the nation.
Now, it's been reported that Telstra's initial contract is for 1,300 node contracts. Is that correct? Curse that stock exchange. We have to close them down.
I don't know.
If that's, I was going to say 1,000. If the stock exchange is 1,300, I'll take your word for it, Senator.
So what I'm perplexed about, in the revised DAs, we've got an increased copper maintenance liability in areas where we take on copper. We've got no minimum standards or guarantees for the copper that you've bought. The taxpayer has a liability to keep the HFC running indefinitely. The taxpayer takes on the risks of this operation and maintenance liability increasing over time, and you're restricted in selling your HFC. Taxpayer has taken on the entire risk of future increases in the cost of remediation. The future asbestos risks from remediation have been transferred to the taxpayer. The taxpayer has to pay Telstra the same price per customer migrated but accept lower revenues on your own admission. The taxpayer suffers substantial losses and waste from having to rebuild NBN Co's IT systems to accommodate your dog's breakfast. The taxpayer has to pay Telstra direct for any costs of transitioning from FTTP to your dog's breakfast. The taxpayer has lost the fitness guarantees on the lead-in conduits they are buying and will face potentially higher costs for these conduits in the future if you wanted to upgrade. And the taxpayer in the HFC and FTTM footprint, that's most Australians, will have to pay the same wholesale price that fibre users get to get a low-quality product. Sounds to me like about a summary of what you've achieved. That's brilliant. And that was irony, in case you were wondering, Mr. Rousseau.
I was just wondering if there was a question or not.
Okay. Now, fibre on demand. Anyone able to help me with fibre on demand? It wouldn't shock me if you said no. So
that's a question from Mr. Simon, who unfortunately isn't here.
Is he overseas?
Mr. Simon, to the best of my knowledge, is not overseas. No.
I'll put these ones on notice. Staff and contractors. I asked about them earlier, didn't I?
You did.
All right. How many contractors, and if I could not just mean the name or the number of the names of contracting companies, but how many boots on the ground are currently in the field building the network? If you give us an estimate of the workforce that your contractors are using. You may come back and say, look, we actually don't know. I'd be surprised, but when you know how many people are in their work teams, you're supervising them. So it's not quite as simple if you're project managing them on the ground. You haven't just, here's a piece of paper, there's a map, off you go. So you should know that with a reasonable amount of effort. Not just, here is a piece of paper, but if you could give us that.
So what you're looking for is the number of
people building the network at the moment.
Even if they work for a third party?
Yeah, just boots on the ground, not just your NBN employees, because you'll have one person supervising a team in what I call an FSAM of maybe 30 or maybe 100, maybe 3.
Yeah, I don't know if we know that number. We can certainly try and estimate.
You might have an estimate, except you might not actually know.
Yeah.
How many executive general managers are currently employed?
We'll have to take that on notice.
And what was the number as of August 2013?
Well, again, we'll take that on notice.
And if I could have the same question for general managers and managers.
Sure.
So Hansard will help you there. Because it looks like NBN Co staff levels have risen from April 2013 to June 2014.
I think that's right in a sense. They rose from April 13 to June. Again, it's before my time. Let me take that on notice.
Yep, cool. So according to page 8 of NBN Co's 2013-16 corporate plan, in April you had 2,655, and according to page 21 of your corporate plan, at the end of June 2014, you had a headcount of 2,900 employees. So that's an increase of 300 employees despite the purge.
Could you just bear with me? I know it was in the annual report.
Yeah. Well, I'm reading from page 21 of NBN Co's 2014-17 corporate plan rather than the annual report. So I'm looking at the 2013 corporate plan and the 2014 corporate plan.
I know it's in here. I'll just have to...
So is that IT staff you've increased?
I don't believe there was a big increase from June to June, but I'll have to... June 13 to June 14, but I could stand corrected.
As I said, I'm reading from the corporate plan 2013 to 16, which would have been, it says, as at April 2013, NBN Co had 2,655 employees. And on page 21 of the 2014 to 17 corporate plan, as of the end of June 14, NBN Co had a headcount of 2,932. So
yeah, and what I
page 41 of the annual report, I'm reliably informed.
Thank you. It is too. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't give the prior year number. Okay.
Well, unless I'm fibbing, you've increased staff by 300 since the new regime came in, despite of the purge.
I'm not sure what you mean by the purge, but if...
You're the beneficiary of it, Mr. Rue. You weren't responsible for it.
Beneficiary of it? I don't understand.
You're probably not feeling like a beneficiary at the moment.
Well, I have a horrible fever at the moment. My head's banging, but apart from that, I'm not,
So anyway,
I don't understand.
We've confirmed the staff increase, so I'll move on.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, as I said, I'm happy for you to correct me, but I'm reliably informed.
I think you can also see that the volume of work that we're doing is significantly greater than it was.
We were savagely attacked that this was a ridiculous amount of staff to have, even at peak build. But never mind about that. Hypocrisy is a two-way street. IT staff numbers.
We're conscious of the headcount, Senator. I assure you that.
Now, I'm a little frustrated. There was a question I asked on notice, and the response I got back was particularly evasive. So I asked how many staff you had in your IT division. I believe it was 780 permanent and contract staff, and what you say is IT division currently has 780 permanent and contract staff, all of whom are onshore. But I asked whether or not they were from overseas, if there was any of it outsourced. So you could fly someone in and under the basis of this answer, pretend that they were a local. So of your 780 staff, how many have been shipped in? Happy for you to take it on notice. Hopefully I won't get as deliberately an evasive question, because when you've got to say they're all onshore, it really does leave me going, you're hiding something.
Well, Senator, I'm disappointed you have that view. There's no intent to hide anything. Let me take...
What you're probably really unfamiliar with is whenever you sign off on an answer, it goes to the Minister's office.
9 minutes.
Yep.
Let me...
So it doesn't have to be what you actually said.
Let me... again, I'll have to... I don't know.
I can just see the boat floating on the Sydney Harbour and a couple of colleagues, look at this answer. Oh, we better change that. I'm being teasing.
I understand.
Stay focused, Senator Conroy. We've got about 10 minutes.
Yep, I am virtually finished.
Let me. I'll have to take. I obviously don't know the answer.
I didn't expect you to. But if we could get a slightly less evasive answer, it would be helpful. Now, you also say we have several vendor engagements with external IT providers, but you refuse to say whom. Senator Dinas. So, could you name the companies?
I'm not a vendor provider.
No, but you should be aware of the abuse of the Senate that's taking place when we say, can you tell us the name of your external IT providers? And they say, no. Will you name the companies and when they were engaged in their current capacity?
Well, let me take that one on notice, Senator.
Which, if these, we have taken it on notice, and this is, the answer is no. Which, if these vendors use an offshore-onshore capacity model? And you said, as I said, you've got 780 staff in NBN IT. How many of these are part of this offshore-onshore capacity model? How many of your IT staff have been flown in by NBN Co's IT providers, and from what countries? You can't actually think you can hide this from a straightforward question. I know you probably don't really mind telling the truth, but the answers are literally a contempt of the Senate. It's just taking people who sit here seeking information and treating them with complete contempt when you won't even tell us the name.
Well, I'm not familiar with this question on notice, Senator. I don't know whether Mr. Russo is.
So, how many employees do you have?
Reading out a question on notice that you.
No, you can have a read of it yourself. It's number 6.
No, that's all right. Yeah. And you didn't get an answer to it. Is that what you're saying?
I told you we got the trick answer about they're all onshore.
Senator, can I ask you a favour, please, Mr. McCauley? We'll save him some time. Do you have the questions on notice numbers, please?
This is this particular one. It's question number 6 from the public hearings on the 2nd to the 4th of December.
Number 6 from the 2nd and 4th of December, you said?
Yeah. That's as expert as I could be.
Is that that's a select committee hearing, I assume, not an...
yeah, I'm guessing it probably was.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Senate Select Committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Right. So how many IT staff have been flown in by NBN Co's IT providers, and from which countries? How many employees were in its design and planning team as of August 2013? This is generic to the issues that we have been discussing. And are you keeping all of those staff now that you've employed Telstra to do your design and planning services?
I'm not sure I understand the relationship.
Well, Telstra, you're not doing any more design and planning for FTTP because you've stopped doing FTTP. Like, that part's all done. You've fed them through the conveyor belt and they're out the door and they're winding down.
So you're talking design staff or IT staff?
No, I said design and I said design and planning team.
I'm sorry, I missed
Yeah,
that.
no, it's okay.
Apologies.
How many employees are there in the design and planning team as at August 2013? How many have you got at the moment? And do you plan to let them go now that Telstra have won your design and planning work?
So this is all question 6, is that?
No, these are just new questions. Sorry, I'm just adding questions now.
Oh, okay.
So these weren't on your. I'm just adding a few new ones. Now,
You'll need to wind it up, Senator
yes,
Conroy.
thank you. You did a employee engagement survey recently. How did that go?
We did an employee engagement survey in April 2014.
14.
So, to which I didn't obviously participate.
Oh, that would have loaded even further when you'd have got in there. So what's a measure of engagement behaviours in NBN Co mean? What's that, Mr. Islam?
I think it's probably better a question that you direct to our colleague.
Which one?
Well, that would be...
Ms Taylor.
Just the numbers have dropped from 68% engagement to 44%.
Yeah.
And the benchmark was 80, so you're already below, and now
Yeah.
you're really below.
Yeah, no, those numbers are correct. The engagement survey is a standard UIT engagement survey that measures a series of questions asking employees essentially how they feel around a range of topics. I mean, I think there's 30. I could stand corrected, but I think there's 30 questions.
They've probably read your annual report and seen how many of you are getting paid $500,000 plus. That's probably why they're feeling pretty excited. I've got one final question, because I know Senator Lundy's going to wind me up in a moment.
It was obviously done in April prior to any annual report.
This question was actually, I think, didn't we talk about this at the last hearings, the estimates hearings? It wasn't the issue that you were going through a transition and employees, I think, were probably feeling a bit of uncertainty with changes going on?
Especially from the design department. But I just want to finish the last question
If
for
I could
Senator Lundy.
If I could just say, employee engagement is a very important piece of work that we as a management team look at. The more engaged our employees are, the more they have an affinity towards NBN Co and its brand, the better our company will be and the better the outcomes will be. It's something we put a lot of time and effort into people's careers, into making sure their jobs are very clear, role clarity, etc. And we actually spend a lot of time on this. It's very important. So we're conscious of the low level, and we're also... I'm trying to answer your question, Senator. Yeah. We're also conscious that movement of that engagement over time doesn't happen quickly, and it's something that we are very focused on.
Okay. How many... I've asked about your consultants in general. Who's working on the corporate plan? Which consultants have been brought in to work on the corporate plan?
We have engaged Bain and Company to assist.
And any others?
No.
Deloitte?
Deloitte do some work for me in the finance team. It's related to a series of things where I have a gap. One of which is modelling, but I am hiring people to fill that gap.
Thanks. If I could get a list, just in case there are any others working on the corporate plan. Could I just take the opportunity to thank Senator Lundy for all her work on the committee, but also on her work for 20 years in this sector and her leadership.
Here.
Thanks, Senator Conroy.
Absolutely.
With that, thank you. I thank you all for appearing today.
Absolutely.
I declare the meeting, the committee hearing now adjourned.